Come on, give me a proper good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. It's a wonderful day here in Los Angeles. It's a wonderful day to be in air conditioning here in Los Angeles. So, well, look, thank you all so much for coming. Really, you honor us here at LABC by your presence here and by your participation in the program during the day. My name is David Nahai, and I'm privileged to serve as the chair of the Los Angeles Business Council. And today, we're having our 18th annual Sustainability Summit, which we're holding in partnership with USC President Dr. Carol Folt, the USC Sol Price School of Public Policy, and the Schwarzenegger Institute. For 18 years, LABC has held this Sustainability Summit, which brings together policymakers, academics, advocates, and business leaders to explore strategies for advancing sustainability in our communities. LABC is unique among business organizations in hosting this landmark forum every year. This is where the environment and the economy come together, a place where we can examine ways in which the private sector can contribute to and benefit from the protection of the environment and the battle against climate change. Gatherings such as this one are all the more urgent now as we deal with the mounting ravages of climate change. I looked up just how many billion-dollar climate disasters we're having here in the United States. And here are some official numbers from NOAA. Last year, we had no less than 28 climate disaster events in the United States, with losses exceeding $1 billion each. Hundreds of lives were lost. The total cost was $95 billion. In the last 3 years, there were 66 such events at a total cost of $440 billion. So far this year, we've already had 19 billion-dollar disasters. Again, we're just talking about events with losses exceeding $1 billion and only here in the United States. I invite you to imagine the toll worldwide. And I invite you to just think about the innumerable number of climate change-driven catastrophes where the losses were under $1 billion each. Excuse me. Topped 2,300. We hope that no lives are in jeopardy today and during the coming week in the sweltering heat that is sweeping the Southwest. Only those who are either deluded or dishonest would deny that we have a climate crisis. It's also axiomatic that while government must create the regulatory framework to germinate a fossil-free future, it is largely the private sector that must be leveraged to execute on that vision. And although we have a long way to go, thanks to a whole raft of measures here in California and groundbreaking laws such as the Inflation Reduction Act, truly significant advances are taking place. So it was just over 2 years ago that the IRA was signed into law, committing roughly $370 billion towards climate action. And since the law's passage, we've seen over $500 billion in clean energy investments. One estimate forecasts that by the year 2050, those investments will be something like $3.2 trillion. Additionally, we've seen over 160 new manufacturing facilities or facility expansions have been announced by the private sector. This, again, just over the last 2 years. And through climate action, we're creating good-paying, decent union jobs. And that's happening in every zip code throughout the country. According to the Department of Energy, again, I went and looked this up for you this morning. According to the Department of Energy, listen to this, the clean energy sector added 142,000 jobs in 2023. Red states and blue states have all benefited. Idaho, Texas, New Mexico, in that order, had the fastest rate of clean energy job growth in 2023. Of course, California leads the way with something like 545,000 clean energy jobs, but Texas is right behind with something like 260,000 clean energy jobs. So, today's keynotes and panels will talk about the ongoing work to drastically reduce our dependence on fossil fuels while ensuring that we maintain a reliable grid and affordable energy prices. And today's panels will also talk about the existential need to transform the way we get our water here in Southern California in the face of climate whiplash. That's a term that my friend Adel Hajkaril is fond of using. So, and this means this like extreme pendulum swings that we're seeing between having way too little water and then way too much water, and how we're going to manage that in the future. We're going to hear about California's multi-billion-dollar investment in new and upgraded electrical transmission. We're going to hear about the implementation of the Advanced Clean Fleets Rule, which will effectively end the pollution from diesel trucks over the coming decade. We're going to talk, as I said, about making Los Angeles more self-reliant in terms of water resources. And we're going to discuss our new 2024 LABC Institute study called Navigating California's Transition to Zero-Emission Trucks, which is being done in partnership with USC Metron's Center. We have convened a panel which will be led by the study's author, Dr. Marlon Burnett, to discuss the findings and recommendations of that study. And let me add that just yesterday, we had the honor of celebrating some exceptional work of this year's 2024 Sustainability Leaders at our reception yesterday evening. Our honorees included Angelina Galiteva, the CEO of Arches H2, Dee Myers, Senior Advisor and Director of GoBiz, Teresa Maldonado, the Vice President for Research and Innovation at the University, the President of the University of California, Chris Hainan, the President of the State Building and Construction Trades, and Nancy Sutley, Deputy Mayor of Energy and Sustainability. And I just want to say something about Arches and this $1.2 billion of federal money that is coming to California to establish a hydrogen hub here in the state. And it was not so long ago when I was at DWP and I was talking to one of my predecessors in the general manager position about hydrogen. And he said to me, "Oh, David, hydrogen is the fuel of the future, and it always will be." That may have been humorous back then, but it's not anymore. This is something that is happening. And the 4 honorees that we thanked yesterday and celebrated yesterday are at the forefront of making that happen. So, before we kick off the program, let me do my acknowledgements and thanks and gratitudes. So, I'd like first to acknowledge the many people and sponsors that have worked hard to put this event together. I'd like to acknowledge our co-chairs, Walmart, 5 Point, LADWP, USC, RWE, Southern California Edison, Wells Fargo, Pattern Energy, and the Bank of America. And I want to thank all of our gold and silver sponsors. I'd like to acknowledge our 50 cooperating organizations representing important environmental, health, equity, and clean energy concerns. Thank you very much. And you'll find a list of them, by the way, on the LABC website, which is labusinesscouncil.org. My gratitude to our incredible LABC team, led by our truly wonderful President, Mary Leslie, who deserves applause. And I want to thank also the LABC team members individually. So Rachel, David, Christy, Elena, Caroline, Raleigh, Natalie, Gia, thanks so much for all of your hard work, and please do give them a round of applause. Again, so honored to have you all here. Thanks so much for being here, and we hope you truly enjoyed today's program. Bye for now. Oh, I'll be back for the water panel later on this afternoon. Don't go anywhere.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen. Nope. We're going to try this. Nope, not working. 2-minute technical break, guys. Thank you so much. Apologies about that.
Yeah.
An electrical technical.
Thank you.
Has nothing to do with electricity.
Okay. Oh.
So I was like, okay, so I think they.
Okay, fine. Here we go. It's happening.
Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2. Hello, 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 hello. Hey, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, 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 check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, 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 check. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2.
Good morning, everybody. That's a tough act to follow. Hopefully everything goes well. Feels like we're having fun here. It's a pleasure for me to be with you this morning to get things kicked off in unusual fashion, but here we go. First, please join me in thanking David Nahai, chair of the LABC board. He's doing an amazing job. He's one of the busiest people in town. He's got a long and distinguished history of environmental leadership in Los Angeles and nationally. In addition to LABC, he also serves on the boards of the UCLA Luskin Center, the LA Clean Tech Incubator, and Climate Resolve, among others. He's also making a tremendous impact moving our clean economy forward. So thank you, David. In my role at 5 Point, which includes executing one of the first net zero master plan communities in the country, I live on the front line addressing environmental, sustainability, and land use challenges in our California and Los Angeles communities, including renewable energy and zero emission transportation, land stewardship and species conservation, tribal and cultural resources protection, water resources planning and conservation, advanced wildfire protection, and much more. 5 Point is one of California's leading builders, and we are proud to lead the state when it comes to environmental sustainability. In our Valencia community in the Santa Clarita Valley, we are stewards of roughly 10,000 acres of land committed as perpetually funded and managed natural open space. Our more than 3,000 residents that call Net Zero Valencia community home today will over time become part of a community plan for 20,000 homes, helping ease the statewide housing crisis. At 5 Point, we take seriously our commitment to environmental stewardship, which is why it is an honor for me today to introduce the state's preeminent environmental leader, Secretary Wade Crowfoot, head of the California Natural Resources Agency. Secretary Crowfoot has an immense portfolio. He leads an agency with over 25,000 employees and is entrusted to protect California's water supply, habitat and wildlife resources, our forests and energy supply, the California Delta, all state parks and land conservancies, and vital fire protection and response services. And that's just a portion of his agency's expansive scope. He also leads the governor's ambitious 30 by 30 plan designed to conserve 30% of California's land and coastal waters by 2030. He oversees billions of dollars in public investment to protect people and natural places from climate change impacts and has led efforts to navigate California's omnipresent droughts, floods, and wildfires. Secretary Crowfoot has also initiated a new era of partnerships with California Native American tribal communities and is shifting how his agency operates better to support all California residents and communities. Some in the private sector might shake their head at California's requirements, but we at 5 Point have a different view. As community builders, we believe that it is vital to lead on the environment and sustainability. We have deep respect for Secretary Crowfoot and his leadership legacy in California. Today's summit includes a collection of visionary leaders in one of the most environmentally forward-thinking states and cities in the world. I can think of no better person to kick off this agenda than Secretary Wade Crowfoot. Let's welcome him to the stage.
Well, thank you so much, Matt. That was a really generous introduction. I'll repeat what David asked. How's everyone doing this morning? Yeah? Did you use that 10 minutes to get an extra cup of coffee or caffeine? It's a great day, and I'm really excited to kick off the discussion today. And I want to first say thank you to LABC. If you participate in the Business Council or if you're a supporter, thank you. And if you're not, you should be. I am sincere when I say that LABC is one of our most trusted partners in Sacramento, whether that's shaping policy with the governor or legislature, or building California's opportunities abroad, as we did last year in Australia. And Mary Leslie, you're a force of nature. And one thing I've learned in my career is if you ask for something, I say yes, which is why I'm here maybe for the third time. But listen, I have an opportunity to kick us off to provide some context for the day. We've got incredible speakers here today that are going to get into a lot of the opportunities and challenges at a detailed level. But I'm going to keep it high level. And I want to talk about the challenges that exist. I want to mark the progress that we're making. And I also want to talk about the opportunity moving forward. So David did a great job laying out the challenge, and I'll put a finer point on it. We have environmental challenges that we could never imagine. Climate change is not only a growing threat, it's a clear and present danger in our state. As Matt shared, I lead an agency that's responsible for protecting California from its impacts. And consider this. Since Governor Newsom took office, we had our 3 driest years in a row in California's history, only 2 years after the worst drought on record. Those 2 droughts were punctuated by flooding catastrophes last year, 9 atmospheric rivers that brought out the National Guard and created billions of dollars of damage and the loss of life. In this 5 years, 7% of our entire state has been devastated by wildfire. And in 2022, we experienced the driest, or I should say the hottest, longest heat wave in the American West that disabled a portion of our grid. So climate change is here, and the alarming part is, if you believe in science, which we should all believe in science, it's only going to get more challenging from here. So the question is not, should we take action, will we take action? We will take action across our world, but the question is when, how, and at what cost? And that's why I'm so thankful that LABC is doing what it's doing, because we have environmental challenges and economic challenges. We are the 5th largest economy in the world in California. That is incredible. How do we retain that dynamic economy that has been an engine for prosperity over the last century in a growing, uncertain world and global economy? And importantly, how do we ensure that all Californians can access this economic prosperity? That students here on campus at USC actually can build lives as our generation did, but equally importantly, that the high school student 10 blocks away actually has that opportunity as well. So it's this intersection of the environmental challenge and the economic challenge that brings us to today and makes it so important that we're doing the work that we are together. So let's talk about progress. You won't be surprised, I'm bullish on our progress because it's so apparent. California 15 years ago was one of the first governments in the world to establish a state law to reduce carbon pollution, Assembly Bill 32 or AB 32. Our commitment was to reduce carbon pollution to 1990 levels by 2020. And guess what? We collectively did it 3 years early. When I worked for Governor Brown, we set a moonshot goal at the time of 1.5 million electric vehicles by 2025 and got laughed at in the media. And collectively, we met that target 3 years early. Building efficiency, building standards, low carbon fuel standards. California has set policy that's working. We've backed up that policy with major public investments. I'm so proud of our governor and our legislature. In the last 3 or 4 years alone, California state government has invested $45 billion, that's with a B, $45 billion in combating climate change and protecting people from its impacts. That is a larger investment than most national governments across the world. So it's policy and it's investments that are leading the way. And I'll tell you this, not only are we meeting our targets, but we're achieving some pretty remarkable things. In the last 5 years since Governor Newsom took office, in partnership with the legislature and our energy agencies, we brought on 27 gigawatts of clean energy onto the grid. Now, if you're not an energy person, I can tell you that's a whole hell of a lot of new energy. And that is only the harbinger of the future. I learned from my good friend and colleague, David Hochschild, who leads our Energy Commission, yesterday, some interesting facts. Over the last year, 95% of new additions onto the grid nationally are clean energy. That's 95% of grid additions. 99% of retirements of generation sources off the grid are fossil fuels. And 81% of those new additions to the grid are utility scale solar, which is an industry, a sector that was built in California. So we are collectively making progress across the state. You may know that over a quarter of new vehicle sales consistently have been zero-emission vehicles, mostly electric vehicles, some hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. So it's actually working. And from our perspective, but certainly the data backs it up, it's benefiting our economy. Over the last several years, it's been the top export for the last several years, manufacturing export in California has been zero-emission vehicles. So if we believe that the world needs to act, and if we believe that it's a matter of time before the world transitions its economies away from fossil fuel to clean energy, why shouldn't California lead that revolution? And we are leading that revolution. Now, as we do that, and as excited as I am about that, most of what I do is, again, protect people from the impacts of climate change. And we're making major progress in that respect. I told you about this water whiplash that we've had. Did you know during that big wet winter that we had last year, collectively, we were able to work with water agencies and irrigation districts across the state to get about 4 million acre-feet of water underground, taking flood flows off our river and putting them into our underground aquifers for supply during the next drought. That's a game changer. Governor Newsom established executive orders, emergency powers to cut bureaucracy to be able to do that. Likewise, governor, legislature are partnering to try to accelerate the infrastructure that we need to build, the water infrastructure that we need to build. If this were another speech, I would talk about the partnerships with Southern California building the next generation of water infrastructure, which are absolutely essential for the future of Southern California and California's economy, including the Delta Conveyance Project. We're making progress. On energy, I talked about the 27 gigawatts of clean energy. I should have mentioned that 10,000 gigawatts is energy storage. And what that's doing is that's allowing us to bring on these renewable resources that are intermittent, solar, wind, and balance the grid. 10,000 gigawatts, that's an increase in over 1,000% of energy storage in just a few years. And remarkably, since 2022, when we had that grid interruption as a result of the heat waves, we've maintained energy reliability since then. And if you notice, knock on wood, my colleague Elliot Mainzer will probably throw something at me for saying this because I don't want to jinx it. We have dealt with some of the worst heat waves this summer across California that we've ever experienced without a flex alert, which is an emergency alert where we ask people to reduce power. So it's working. You might also notice, again, I'll knock on wood because I take nothing for granted, while we've had some bad wildfires this season, this is the third year where our 10,000 firefighters at CAL FIRE and their partners have protected us from catastrophic wildfire. We now have more airplanes, helicopters, people on the ground, technology, including artificial intelligence, hooked up to cameras across the state that instantly notifies local fire districts when there's a wildfire. We have more of that in place than we've ever had before. We've doubled CAL FIRE's response budget, and it's making a difference. We attack wildfires like a battle, and it's showing. At the same time, we're restoring an ecological pattern of wildfire on California's landscapes. California needs wildfire, and Native tribes since time immemorial have known that and practiced that through cultural fire, prescribed fire. So we're not only responding to these wildfires, but we're building our wildfire resilience. You may not know that there are over 1,900 projects, either completed or underway across the state, to protect our communities and our landscapes, keeping wildfires small. Those are prescribed fire projects. Those are fuel breaks around communities. That's vegetation thinning. That's protecting the quality of our watersheds. And it's working. The Park Fire, which was this season's largest fire, actually ran into some of those projects. And where it ran into those projects, whether it was a fuel break or it was a prescribed fire treatment, the fire actually slowed down so our firefighters could actually take a stand and extinguish the fire in that area. And don't believe me, go on to fire.ca.gov, where for the first time you'll get real-time information, not only on all of the wildfires that we currently have in the state, but all of these projects, including where they're at in process. So our progress is immense, and I think collectively, whether you're a business leader, a local leader, a nonprofit, or a state government leader, we can be proud because we are showing the world. So where do we go from here? Let me talk about the opportunity. From where I sit, California's superpower is its people. Our governor likes to say California is a land of doers and dreamers, entrepreneurs and innovators. He says that the future happens here first. And of course, I hope we all agree. Because the proof points are all over the place. Look in your backyard, in your community. The entertainment industry that's literally revolutionized the world was born in Los Angeles. The aerospace cluster in the South Bay, born in California and still delivering incredible technology and jobs across the state. Silicon Valley and its Southern California equivalents. California has led the world in these sectors and has been a first mover in these sectors, and it's why we're the 5th largest economy in the world. So we can't stop here. We have to then continue, as the governor says, to dominate the next chapter of economic development across the world, and it is the clean energy revolution. So from where I sit, we not only have to do this, we can do this. California can show the world that we can effectively combat climate change, reduce pollution that's burdening our disadvantaged communities, while growing our economy, while enabling all Californians to benefit from the growth, and protecting our residents from the impacts that are already here. So from my perspective, it's not an option, it's an imperative. And I thank you for the partnership because not only can we do this, we need to do this. So thank you for all that you do.
And now, please welcome our first panel, Western Grid Energy Expansion, Pathways Initiative and Transmission, moderated by Bill Kissinger, partner at Morgan Lewis.
Good morning. Wade Crowfoot is a hard act to follow, so it's quite unfair. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. Thank you, LABC, for having me. This is a fantastic program. I was here last year and was incredibly impressed with the quality of the panels, the people that were speaking, the substance that was covered, and this year is no exception. My name is Bill Kissinger. I'm a partner at the law firm Morgan Lewis & Bockius, which is a 2,000 lawyer law firm across the world. We have offices in San Francisco and in Los Angeles. I'm here in the San Francisco office. I want to talk a little bit about the issues that are on tap today by introducing sort of the history. And I'll start with Wade's comment about 27 gigawatts of new capacity being brought online. And I want to put that in context. The entire grid in California on the hottest days uses about 50 gigawatts of power. So we've effectively replaced half of the capacity on the system, which is an unbelievable number. I also want to put it in context what has happened over that time. When I first got into this space, it was during the California energy crisis in 2000 and 2001. I joined Governor Davis's office to deal with this extraordinary circumstance where the markets, which had recently been deregulated and allowed private energy producers to really take a big role, was out of control. And we had these crazy price spikes. We had outages across the state. We had PG&E go bankrupt for the first time. We had Southern California Edison almost plunge into bankruptcy as the prices of energy in this deregulated market went through the roof. And Governor Davis bent over backwards to stabilize that market and put new steel in the ground. I was interested in joining the state government at that point because I thought, how can this be that California, then maybe 6th largest economy in the world, was like a banana republic? How could it be that it couldn't keep the lights on? And it was just extraordinary to me that this could happen. What I didn't know was while we were busy putting all kinds of new steel in the ground, and at that point, renewable was something people weren't really thinking about. It was all just gas-fired generation we were putting into the ground. We started this incredible movement to where we are today. So in 2002, there was a piece of legislation that was passed to have an RPS of 20% by 2017. And that was gradually increased to where we are now, where we're going to have 60% renewables by 2030 and 100% by 2045. And I remember hearing someone say, you know, we can get to 100% renewables. It's not a problem. And I remember thinking at the time, that's ridiculous. We need, you know, it's a nice idea, but it's never going to happen. Well, there's lots of times now today when we have 100% renewable energy. And the question is, how do you take these intermittent resources when it only generate when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing? How do you take these resources and smooth them out so that they're there when the sun isn't shining and when the wind is not blowing? And that's the challenge we're facing today, and we're meeting it. The crazy person who said, you know, we're going to get to 100% renewables, it's not going to be an issue, was Angelina Galidova, who's one of the board of governors at the California ISO and is heading California's effort on hydrogen. So I scoffed at her then. I scoff no longer. We're going to also make hydrogen that vital fuel that's ultimately going to power plants in the off hours when we don't have enough battery storage or we don't have renewable energy available. One of the outcomes of going to these intermittent resources is that we have sometimes essentially a feast or famine. We have hours when we have far more energy than we need, and we literally have to turn those solar projects off or turn down those wind projects. The term is curtailing them. And that's a real loss of efficiency. And that has prompted, maybe it's not the only reason, but it has prompted one of the other incredible successes that we've had, and that's one of the things we're going to talk about today, which is the expansion of the marketplace. I know this crowd is a sophisticated crowd, so you all know that the power grid is sort of divided up into balancing areas, and the idea is that each balancing area is responsible for managing its load and its generation to keep those two things in perfect balance. But there's always been the case of taking power out of one balancing area and sending it to another. But there's never been a great deal of marketing between the two. It was usually by prior arrangements or emergency conditions where people are sending power south, or sending it north, or sending it west. 10 years ago, because of this curtailment problem that I mentioned before, where we were just taking solar projects that had too much power and we had no place to put it, we started market, the imbalance energy market, which is just a last minute, if you've got power, put it out there. And we expanded it outside of the California ISO balancing area. So that now we have this Western energy imbalance market, which covers roughly 80% of the Western interconnect. So basically everything from Colorado west. And it covers 11 different states. And instead of curtailing power plants, we sell that power now. And sometimes we give it away for free just so it gets used by someone. And the result is ultimately an unbelievable success. It's effectively saved almost $6 billion in the time that it's been operating. And it keeps on growing, the numbers that we annually realize. So it's an incredible thing. And now the question is, can we expand the grid further? Can we have different balancing areas, different entities that are generating, different load-serving entities that are taking the power? Can we find a way for them to trade it, not just in the last minute, but on a day-ahead basis? And that's this Western Pathways initiative that we're going to talk a little bit about today, and the benefits that could come from it, but the challenges that it faces. So that's sort of an introduction of where we are. I'd like to just say a few words about our panelists, which is a great panel. I'm very excited to have them. I'm going to start with Commissioner Houck. She's a commissioner on the California Public Utilities Commission. She joined it in 2021, but she has really deep experience both at the PUC, where she previously was an administrative law judge, and before that at the Energy Commission, where she played a really critical role working with the planning that the Energy Commission does every year in terms of looking at what are our needs, where are we going. And those two agencies together, the Energy Commission in terms of making judgments about what we need, making recommendations, helping put together what the load and the demand will be, which ultimately feed into what the ISO does in terms of transmission planning, critically important. So very much looking forward to hearing from her. Next to her is Cary Kottler. Cary is with Pattern Energy. Pattern he's the Chief Development Officer there. It's an incredible company that has an unbelievable ambition. It's building one of the largest wind projects in the country in New Mexico, recognizing that you got to get the power from where you generate it to the people that are going to use it. His company has put together what amounts to an $11 billion investment in the SunZia project to bring that power from New Mexico through Palo Verde, ultimately much of it to Los Angeles and California. So incredible ambition, and they're making it happen. Next to him is Elliot Mainzer. Elliot is the CEO of the California ISO, the Independent System Operator. That's the entity. It's a nonprofit that is responsible for operating the grid and doing the planning for how to keep up with the demand. They're the ones that send out the flex alert that ask you to turn down your air conditioning when things get tight. And as was mentioned before, he hasn't had to do it this summer, and it's not because it hasn't been a challenging summer, but because of all the amazing work that's being done, led by Elliot, to make it possible for this grid to operate reliably, even when it's being operated purely on resources that are only going when the sun is shining or the wind is blowing, which is astonishing. And then finally, Rob Mastria. Rob is someone who I worked with 10 years ago and was ahead of his time in looking at how can we make use of interconnection capability. You know, when you bring a power plant online, you have to study how many megawatts you're going to use or need on the grid to be able to allow the grid to accommodate it. And Rob and I worked together on what was a novel idea. Why not make use of that extra connection by putting a battery in at a place where there was some solar capability and put those two together. We were sort of ahead of our time on that score. I give Rob all the credit. And ultimately, we weren't able to develop that project. But today, every solar project that's being developed has a battery connected to it. Maybe not every, but almost every. And the reason is those two things work perfectly together. You can take that solar energy, you can put it into a battery if you can't put it into the grid, and then when the sun goes down and when the demand now goes up, you can pull it out of that battery. So anyway, that's where we are. It's exciting to have this panel, and I'm going to stop talking now and give my esteemed panelists a chance to say something. So let me make sure that this works. Good, it does. So I'm going to start. You can still hear me, eh? Yeah. I'm going to start with Elliot and ask about this Pathways initiative. Maybe you can say a little bit about what the value that's come from the imbalanced energy market and why what people refer to as the EDOM, which is the energy day-ahead market, expanded day-ahead market, what benefits we might get from that.
Well, thanks, Bill, and David, Mary, thank you guys so much for having me. Really appreciate the opportunity. Wonderful to see everybody, and sorry to lose Secretary Crowfoot, but he really framed the conversation wonderfully this morning. I'll touch on a couple things. I think that all of our panelists have different elements to touch on with respect to the EIM, but first I want to say those 27 gigawatts, those are making a huge difference. And one of our principal responsibilities at the California ISO is to be onboarding that new capacity and making sure that it's showing up and operating. And as a matter of fact, today, September 6, 2024, is exactly 2 years to the date what the Secretary Crowfoot mentioned of September 6, 2022. That was a bit of a stressful moment on our grid, right? California was in the midst of a 1,200-year drought. Our snowpack was at unprecedented low levels, and we had really an unprecedented heat wave. It hit 116 degrees in Sacramento, and our grid was taken absolutely to the edge that evening. I'm sure many of you will remember that. We hit a 52,000 megawatt peak, all-time record demand in California. We used every single last tool in our toolbox to keep the lights on that night, including, some of you will remember, a cell phone alert that went out to about 27 million Californians. That was probably the closest to the edge we ever had their grid. And during that period, we were very fortunate because although the conditions were very stressed in California, in other parts of the West, conditions were not as bad. The Pacific Northwest had a very solid water year. There was plenty of hydro available to us up in the north. The desert Southwest, it was hot, but not crazy hot. And so our energy imbalance market, which spans about 80% of the Western United States, was able to take advantage of the transmission lines that extend into other parts of the West and the resource diversity and a grid that was in many ways bigger than the weather. And we were able to also import additional power into California to keep the lights on. And it was a big part of the reliability equation just a couple years ago. 10 months later, in the summer of 2023, the conditions had completely reversed, right? We had an all-time record snowpack in California, and loads were much more modest in California during that summer. They had 30 consecutive days of 110 degrees above 110 degrees or above in Phoenix, Arizona, and the Pacific Northwest had gone into drought. And suddenly the conditions completely flipped on their head, and in the third week of July, the rest of the West got really stressed. California was in much better shape with our hydro and our resource supply and our batteries, and we were actually able to export energy through that Western energy imbalance market to Arizona and the Pacific Northwest and sort of return the favor. A few months later, all-time record cold snap in the Intermountain West, the energy imbalance market again cycling power across the Western interconnection to where it was most needed. And just here we are today. Last night, I can tell you, paid a lot of attention to the grid operations. All-time record demand in Southern California last night. And we were in very good position, not only with 10,000 megawatts of batteries making a huge difference on the grid, but again, taking advantage of the EIM and cycling power. So the transmission connectivity and resource diversity that Western energy imbalance market opens up, and being able to cycle power around economically and to mitigate curtailments and to promote consumer savings has been an essential feature. And now what we're talking about doing is taking that energy imbalance market, which really focuses on the next 5, 10, 15 minutes, and extending it into the day ahead time frame, where a much greater optimization goes on, right? Much more significant commitment of resources. And by being able to bring a big swath of utilities together across the West and to look together into what the conditions look like into the next day, and to see, is there a transmission and power solution for all of us across that footprint in the next day? Not only will it save a lot of money for consumers in terms of a more efficient dispatch, but it will give us much greater confidence that there is sufficient power across the footprint to keep the lights on, which dramatically reduces the incidence of energy emergency alerts or flex alerts, in which typically the price of energy gets very high, costs go high, and it just will provide an overall calming and reliability assurance for the market. So we're very focused right now, and Commissioner Houck will talk a little bit more about some of the governance elements, the pathways initiative at the CAISO, where we're really focusing on the physics and the economics and the operation of the system. We now have a significant number of utilities, including the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, the major utilities in California, NV Energy in Nevada, the Pacific Core companies, Portland General Electric, Idaho Power, who have either formally committed or who have signaled their intent to join that extended day-ahead market. So first and foremost inside California, we're always focused on resource adequacy in the state. That onboarding of generation, that 27 gigs, we're gonna have to turn around and do that year in, year out to keep on track for SB 100. And as Mary always says, get those 6,000 and 7,000 megawatts on the grid every year. She is an amazing board member ringing the bell on that, and we really appreciate her leadership there. At the same time, the energy market, both its economic and its reliability benefits, have become a really important part of the toolbox for maintaining affordability and reliability here in California.
I'm going to take you up on your suggestion to turn to Commissioner Houck about the governance issue. It's long been problem or a good thing, depending how you look at it, that the California ISO is the California ISO, and that the appointees that govern it are all appointed by the California governor. And it's been an irritant from adjacent border balancing areas. And it's been a question that's been raised with regard to whether the model that's currently being used with regard to the imbalanced energy market and its success can be perpetuated with regard to the day-ahead market. So the question to you, Commissioner Houck, is how big a problem do you think it is, the status quo, to be able to expand the market with a board that's purely appointed by the governor's office, which will remain the case unless there's legislation, and how much is there a need to actually do something about that?
So can you hear me? Can you hear me? Is this? Okay,
Yep.
Okay, great. So this issue last summer, a letter was issued by a number of regulators to start what's been referred to as the Pathways Initiative. And state regulators came together recognizing all of the benefits that Elliot just talked about, that California is still import reliant, even though we're bringing all of this energy online. And we need energy at times that other states may not, their resources may not be needed. And so this exchange benefits all of us in the West. But we also know that California has its own unique situation, and California needs to also ensure that we're meeting our needs for California customers in terms of reliability and affordability. So the Pathways Initiative was designed to bring all stakeholders together, the investor-owned utilities, the generators, the California community aggregators, the consumer advocates, regulators, get everyone into the same room. I have been so impressed over this last year to see so many different stakeholders with various interests come together and form what's been called the Launch Committee. And there is, I would say, probably about 15 meetings a week on my calendar that I can't always meet. But people have really stepped up and come together to come up with a plan. The step one for the Pathways Initiative, which created independence for the WEIM board in the sense that looking at the governance structure of who's responsible for what was just adopted by the Cal ISO recently. And I think that's built a lot of confidence west-wide, both inside California and outside, that we're going to be able to have a market that will benefit everyone in the west-wide footprint. There's discussions about what step two may look like. The balancing authority would still remain with the Cal ISO board, which is appointed by the state of California, as we move into this broader, more independent regional organization for market purposes. And the idea is to build confidence among the participants that we can work together, that there are benefits, that we can translate and transfer the durability that was built into the California ISO when California put it in place with a public interest purpose as a public nonprofit entity with the goal of ensuring reliability and affordability for customers, and transfer that to this west-wide organization. And so that's sort of what's at the table now on the governance side, is how do we make sure that transfers west-wide without necessarily having this statute. But at the same time, it's going to be incremental, where the balancing authority is still within the Cal ISO's authority as we look at how to expand the market benefits and purposes and build that trust among the participants.
Any prognostication on legislation this year?
I cannot predict that. I know that there are discussions going on, and lots of people are very invested and involved in looking at what that may look like, but I don't have any predictions at this point.
We were going to have Assemblyman Garcia here today, and he was going to get all those questions, so apologies for putting you on the spot. Cary, let me ask you, you're a developer of major resources, wind resources, that are already providing renewable energy to the state. Why don't you say a few words about how you look at the issues relating to expanding the marketplace, whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, and maybe what's in place today that enables you to bring power from New Mexico to California and serve California load?
Sure, thanks. Great to be here. I got to come last year for the first time. I'm thrilled to be back. This is an awesome event, and we develop, build, own, and operate projects all over the world, though California and the Western U.S. is our biggest presence and ambition. And I can say the world is watching, the country is watching this room and what's going on with California's energy transition, because it is the leader here. And we have to do it reliably and cost effectively and not screw it up for everybody else. So no pressure, everybody. But events like this and bringing all these people together are how we make it happen. Look, we started in California with building and owning some wind farms in the state that are operational today, and we're looking at continuing to how we expand those. But we branched out into New Mexico in a major way. You said we are tackling ambitious projects, and we have to, because we here in California have an ambitious economy and how we're going to electrify it and how we're going to grow it. And we have really ambitious decarbonization goals. And we can only do that if we also have an ambitious grid and a bigger grid, and we build out the grid. You can't have those first two things if you don't solve the grid. And so we're going to have to take on some ambitious projects to do that. We did that really by first using the existing wires that were in the air, connecting the different markets here. So we built a 1,000-megawatt wind farm in New Mexico that is delivering, I think more than 5% of the power to LADWP today is coming from a wind farm in the middle of New Mexico, which is pretty cool, and the precursor, I think, to what's coming, which is giving the grid operator more options. In order to do this and reach these penetration levels, we need y'all to have more options of different resources to be able to do that. And so what was next is a lot of the existing wires are full. We need to connect them more together, but we took on a bigger project called SunZia, which is a 3,500 megawatt wind farm. I was here talking about it last year, and it was a bit of an exciting time because we'd started construction when I was sitting here, but we hadn't closed our financing. And it's an $11 billion project. So I use the word exciting. I don't know that our board would have used that adjective at that time, but we did since close the financing on the project. And now there's 2,000 men and women that are building it today. It's about half constructed. We've signed 10 power purchase agreements with customers in California. It's going to deliver power to Arizona, to California, but really be able to meet a lot of these energy needs. And I'd say one of our jobs at Pattern that we think about is, I always use sports analogies, we need to go to where the puck is going. We need a market that's going to meet us there, where the puck is going. And I think that's part of what SunZia represents, is we're working on, SunZia, 3,500 megawatt wind farm, 500-mile transmission line. So transmission line goes from middle of New Mexico, one of the best places in the world to build a gigantic wind farm. Community that really wants it, needs the development, extremely windy. By the way, wind blows all through the night. How can California green its night? It needs a lot of different things, but one of the things it needs is options in that New Mexico wind shape. And so we take this transmission line, and where's the market going? We're working together on incorporating it into the CAISO. And so really, to go back to what I said at the beginning, we need a bigger grid. We need to expand the grid. We're literally expanding the edge of what used to be the California transmission grid, and we're moving it 700 miles to the east, where that grid really now starts in one of the windiest places in the world that can really complement all the existing wind and solar and batteries that we have here in the state. So that's why I think this Pathways Initiative is so important as well, because it really helps that's where the puck is going. The grid needs to meet this challenge that we have.
When we talked, we briefly spoke last night, and one of the things that I wasn't aware of was an innovative tariff that enabled you to bring that power to California. And you know, I'm an attorney. I do a lot of work before the Public Utilities Commission and at FERC on these very dry tariffs that are the rules that will enable one to sell power, deliver power, develop projects, how you make your investment, what you recoup on your investment for the upgrades to the system. Maybe you could say a few words about these dry tariffs and how they specifically ultimately enabled you to do what you're doing?
Sure. And I promise to do this using no acronyms, which is sometimes hard in our wonky energy world. But really, I think we are working together with all the different stakeholders in the system to create a way to incorporate the SunZia transmission line into the CAISO transmission system, where really the costs are borne through the transmission developer and owner, which is Pattern, and we're creating revenue by selling that power to customers in California. And so while it's not being cost allocated broadly across all the different ratepayers, we can turn control of that facility over to the system so it can be used to accomplish all the objectives that you were talking about. But I'd love for Elliot to add on to that as well.
I think you really captured it well. Bottom line, it's a very nice and innovative cost allocation methodology, which has always been a challenging issue for interregional transmission. So it solves a lot of those issues, and Pattern has just been unbelievable in terms of all the upfront capital and risk that they've taken to make this project happen, and then the partnerships with the load-serving entities in California to do the offtake. That's going to be a big part of it. And then for us at the CAISO, we will now have the privilege and the responsibility of operating the line and incorporating it as if it's part of our system, which brings incredible amount of electrical diversification, both import-export capability, and just greater interconnectivity into the desert Southwest to help grow the footprint and the value of the day-ahead market. So it's a great arrangement.
Yeah. Rob, I want to ask you about the project that you're doing, but just by way of background, both Cary and Elliot have talked about the operating profiles of different resources. Cary mentioned how the wind in New Mexico blows at night, which is great because the sun doesn't often shine at night. The system has to have energy. It has to be able to rise and fall with the demand that's on the system. And one of the big challenges is to find renewable resources that diversify the portfolio. And one of those places that's been identified is offshore wind. And you're working for a company that's developing a project that is 28 miles offshore from Humboldt. Your project is 1.3, 1.6 gigawatts. Yeah, 1.6 gigawatt wind farm that would be offshore. Unlike on the East Coast, where there's been development and where you were involved in the development of several large projects, where the continental shelf goes out quite far, and so it's quite shallow, and you can route the wind turbine to the ground or to the seabed. California's coast drops off precipitously, and the area that you're going to develop is going to have you essentially moor wind turbines that are going to be in 2,000 feet of water. Can you say a little bit about the challenges of that project and when you foresee that might actually come online?
Sure. Thank you, Bill. It's nice to see you again, obviously, and I'm really happy to be here to speak with so many leaders, both within the state and the business community, who are passionate or have an interest in clean energy and sustainability. So yes, we are developing the Canopy offshore wind farm off the coast of Humboldt. Just in case people aren't familiar with RWE, we are a developer of onshore wind and solar, battery storage, and offshore wind. We have the second largest global portfolio for offshore wind and currently operate 19 offshore wind farms. We have 3 lease areas in the U.S., one kind of in each region. We have an East Coast lease area, which is the Community Offshore Wind Project, a lease area in the Gulf of Mexico, and our lease area here on the West Coast. So absolutely correct, this is a newer challenge in deep water. These projects they can only be floating. We can't just, the length of monopiles to do fixed bottom projects is not possible in this area. The good news is there is experience out there, both globally and in the US, that can be borrowed from other industries, such as oil and gas, which really influence and inform how these floaters are going to work, how to solve the technical challenges. And technical challenges, those can be solved. What's unique about offshore wind projects is they're very large. It makes sense to build them at scale. And the investment that's needed in them will trickle through the economy everywhere from workforce development and supply chain development, and those create new economic opportunities in the places in which they're located. So, right now we are still targeting to be operational in the mid-2030s. We think that's possible. It's definitely contingent on things such as permitting and regulatory requirements. Offtake, which we're so happy that AB 1373 went forward, because I call it offtake certainty, but it's in reality it's just the opportunity to have an offtake option. It's really what unlocks all the investment that these projects need. And then we are obviously going to be reliant on port upgrades and new construction and new transmission lines to bring those projects online to the grid.
So one of the things that's astonishing about all things energy is how much capital has to be deployed. When we're talking, everything's $1 billion, and then multiples of billions of dollars. And offshore wind is probably one of the most audacious efforts that the state has undertaken. The plan is, the state has identified, the Public Utilities Commission has done is integrated resource planning, and has set as a goal 7.6 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2035. And just to put that in context, to bring on that much capacity will require an enormous team effort. It's not a function of RWE deploying the capital. For those of you that have been to Humboldt, it's a very small, sleepy, former lumber milling town, very little infrastructure, and the whole port facility is going to have to be revamped to do it. There was PG&E, which is the incumbent public utility, recently told planners in Humboldt, sorry, you can't build a new hospital because we don't have enough capacity to bring the power into that locality. Well, now we're talking about bringing thousands and thousands of gigawatts, megawatts out of, by the way, we're going back and forth, gigawatt, megawatt. 1 gigawatt is 1,000 megawatts. But thousands and thousands of megawatts out of Humboldt and into the system. And there are just no wires to do that, so it's going to require an enormous amount of coordination to do that. And that's going to require a combination of the California ISO with its transmission planning process to make decisions about it, and it's going to require the Public Utilities Commission, which grants the CPCN, the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity, for these lines to be constructed. So it's sort of an all-of-the-above approach to dealing with it. Let me ask you, Elliot, in terms of your transmission planning process, I know that your plan, your annual transmission plan, has in mind over $6 billion in transmission upgrades in over 20 years, somewhere between $45 and $60 billion. A big chunk of that is offshore wind and being able to connect it. Can you say a few words about whether that's possible?
Yeah, I'll say a couple things that I think are maybe helpful for the audience to understand. Is first of all, the coordination around transmission and power really it requires absolute seamless cooperation, coordination between the CAISO and the state regulatory agencies and other local regulatory authorities. So what we try to do at the CAISO with our transmission planning is make sure that we're really connected to the California Energy Commission in terms of its load forecast and its broad resource loading and preferences. We go straight to the California Public Utilities Commission and look at their integrated resource plans and their long-term procurement orders and the resource preferences that are expressed in those processes, including the offshore wind. And then we study in an iterative process the transmission grid and try to come back with the least cost transmission plan, both build and non-build options that we think is necessary to onboard all those new resources. And we've done two things. First of all, a couple years ago, we started doing a 20-year outlook, sort of like a broad sort of architectural master plan for the grid in California, looking at both the in-state, offshore, and out-of-state transmission lines that we thought were going to be necessary to get to SB 100 goals and stay on track for 2045. And then just a few months ago, we actually came out with our updated 2023-2024 transmission plan, which was the first tranche of offshore wind transmission up in that Northern California area, and an associated refresh of the 20-year outlook to take into account the big build out of offshore wind. So we've tried to stay aligned with the regulatory agencies to produce what we think is a least cost transmission plan, but it will be a significant investment. I mean, and I think that the state is now looking at all elements of that from top to bottom, all the supply chain, all of the port issues. From a grid perspective, and what I'm really pleased to know, I know Rob and others already doing the groundwork up in the Humboldt area. At the end of the day, the capital costs are going to be significant. It's a huge amount of new infrastructure. It can play a big role in California's clean energy economy, but also the local issues, the local adoption, the community work, getting the buy-in from the tribes, the regional association, giving them a strong interest. That work is already going on, and that probably may be the most important part of this, to make sure that at the end of the day, all the capital that wants to get deployed does not run into sort of the fierce local opposition. I think there's an opportunity to strengthen the grid up in the Humboldt area, get the resources built and onboard it. But it will take time, and as Darcie knows, it takes seamless coordination.
Well, that leads me back to you, Commissioner Houck. So, all these projects, all this infrastructure brings huge costs. Ultimately, the ratepayers have to pay for it, and your agency is responsible for approving those bills, basically. Can we do it and keep prices somewhat in check so that people aren't getting crushed with their energy bills?
I think we can. We're in a transition, and it's really hard. And right now, we are dealing with an affordability crisis for energy in California for consumers. And we really have to take a hard look at what is going into bills, what kinds of creative financing we can look at. I know other states have had transmission authorities that have helped reduce the cost of accessing capital that could filter down to customers. But we really need to be looking at our processes, how we do rate making, how our tariffs and other programs are going to make a difference here, including load flexibility and when and how we're using electricity. And I think we're going to be talking about that later. But the affordability issues are top of mind, and we really need to be taking a close look at ensuring that our most vulnerable customers are able to access energy and pay their bills, especially as we're moving into a more electrification of whether it's buildings or transportation. That means more energy. The more energy we use, it can also bring down the per kilowatt cost too. So that will be helpful as we build out more projects and use more energy, whether it's through data centers, manufacturing, and just all of the things that we're looking to electrify. There is, it's a careful balance, and we really just need to make sure that we aren't losing sight of the affordability issue for ratepayers as we're moving through this transition, while still doing what we need to do to make sure that the lights are staying on and we're meeting our clean energy goals. And transitions can be bumpy, but we're making progress, and I think we are going to be able to do it and find creative ways to bring rates down.
Yeah. And I might just add on to that, as we're thinking about affordability, rates, and the grid. When we create all these options and we add more pathways for power, we make the grid more interconnected, it's not just about keeping the lights on and making sure that on days like today, the air conditioning stays on. It is about cost. And study after study has shown that if you build out the grid in the right way, if you build out the market in the right way, you see a dramatic reduction in costs, because you're sending economic signals that are getting people to act economically rational. And that has a massive impact on keeping rates down. So I think that's important to state in the conversation here.
So that's a great segue to what I want to come back to you on. We've been talking about the big marquee 1,000-megawatt projects, but there's a whole nother side to how we're managing the grid how we're providing opportunities, and that's on the distribution level. So the transmission level is the high voltage, but then on the distribution level, there's lots of things that are going on, ranging from people's putting rooftop solar and storage in their homes to other ways by which you can manage demand. Maybe, Commissioner Houck, you've been a leader on this subject. Maybe say a few words about distribution resources and demand side management.
Sure. And again, thank you for having me down here. I think engaging with this community and the business community here in Los Angeles is also very important as a statewide regulator. Los Angeles area brings a lot to the energy economy, and the offshore wind that was mentioned in the community benefits doesn't just affect Humboldt, but Long Beach is going to play a big role in the offshore wind development, and all of these projects that we're talking about all come together to bring tremendous economic growth to California, both in the form of jobs, infrastructure, and community benefits. And along with that, the distribution system can't get lost because it plays a tremendous role. In the 1970s, the state of California passed some very far-reaching, innovative laws looking at things like load management standards that we haven't done a lot with over the last 50 years or so, but we have the technology now, and as we're looking at meeting our SB 100 goals, and we're expanding electrification with what we heard from Secretary Crowfoot about the rapid expansion of electric vehicles, what we're looking at in the building electrification sector, data centers that are coming online. All of these things are using more and more energy, and the distribution system and transmission systems are tied together. And as we're looking at all of the tools we have in our tool belt, we can look at virtual power plants. We have a proceeding where we're looking at load flexibility issues and engaging customers on a day-to-day level where they can either be as active and engaged or not in how they're using their energy, but knowing that that energy use, as we're looking at intermittent energy, really plays a critical role in how much energy is needed from the grid at what times of day, and looking at, sorry, there is so much, and I'm trying to just make sure I'm putting it all into my 3 minutes. But just looking at
we won't cut you off.
yeah, the automation that CARB is looking at for their appliance automation rules, all of these things come together in a way where the customer is going to have more options in how and when they use energy. The automation that can happen for just pre-cooling a house or dropping your air conditioning by 1 or 2 degrees can make a huge difference in the amount of energy that's used on the grid at a particular time. And having that ability to send the right price signals and have the right controls over that is really going to help stabilize what we're doing on the system. But one of the critical things is needing to get visibility for the Cal ISO to make sure that those resources are going to be able to be utilized when they're needed. The California Energy Commission has estimated that we have roughly 7,000 megawatts that are not being utilized in the context of demand response. And most of our demand side programs right now kick in during emergency situations when the ISO calls in EEA alert. But what we need to do is really rethink that, and how do we embed what we're doing on the distribution side in a way that is more collaborative with what's happening on the transmission side, so that it's not just in emergencies, and it will hopefully reduce those emergencies if we're able to have a better balance between our distribution system operation and our transmission system operation. So I'm looking forward to some of the things we're doing at the commission to try and do that. I know that Southern California Edison and PG&E both have pilot projects out there that we're learning a lot from that I think have been very successful, and I'm hoping to see more creativity and working closely with the Energy Commission and the ISO on how we can build in better distribution mechanisms, which will also carry over to what we're doing westwide in regards to looking at times of day that we're using different resources.
Elliot, do you want to?
Yeah. When we were talking earlier, about the grid conditions on the evening of September 6, 2022. And that was not the way we ever want to or hope to run the railroad going forward. But when that cell phone alert went out, I think many of you know, we got over 1,000 megawatts of demand response within a matter of 10, 15, 20 minutes. And it was a major game changer. And it showed just right there how important a role load flexibility can play in the grid. And Cary's made the point a few times about the importance of diversity, optionality, choices, right? A deep portfolio of choices. And even though we're the bulk grid operator, I'm just a huge proponent of a strong, robust ecosystem of load flexibility capabilities in California. I think it's absolutely essential. We were one of the first ISOs in the country to file what's known as the Order 2222 tariff with the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, which essentially creates the portal into the wholesale grid operation to make sure that all of those distributed resources can actually play in the energy market efficiently to the extent to which they want to. And so we are very motivated, and as Darcie said, very important, we'd like to get to a situation where we have a significant amount of that load flexibility or virtual power plant capability that's actually bid in on a day-ahead basis so we can see it preemptively as a way to prevent the need for energy emergency alerts or flex alerts and to keep the grid calm as opposed to dispatching it under distressed conditions. And then also to make sure that our business practices are such and consistent so that that kind of capability can be leveraged across the entire footprint of WEIM, the extended day-ahead market. So these are big focus areas for us. I've really appreciated Darcie's leadership on this topic, and we want to really help enable a very strong and robust load flexibility economy here in California.
I mentioned earlier the situation in Humboldt County where PG&E currently doesn't have the bandwidth on its existing system to allow the development of a new hospital, and it's going to take some time. They're working on the problem. One of the things that's remarkable about California is its dynamism. There's so much changing all the time, and one of the things that's happening statewide is the electrification of transportation. And the increasing demand because of, among other things, artificial intelligence. And the connection isn't immediately obvious, but in fact, as AI is being increasingly deployed, the demand for data centers across the state is skyrocketing. And one of the hubs of where there are a lot of data centers is in Silicon Valley, which has obviously many large internet companies based there, Facebook, Google, among others, and they are deploying or seeking to have deployed enormous amounts of new data centers to meet the impacts that AI puts on it. Another reason why there's a lot of data centers there is there's a municipal public utility there, Silicon Valley Power, which because of various benefits that municipal utilities get, has lower power rates than the investor-owned utilities. And there is a problem. We're coming up on the limits of the transmission system to get the power to those locations. And so Silicon Valley Power has put in place a moratorium on new data centers. It is saying, even though this is the heart of Silicon Valley, sorry, you can't build your AI-driven resource. And I think in some ways this is the canary in the coal mine situation where we're going to come up against the limits on the distribution system and meeting it as more and more people move to electric vehicles, as more and more people use heat pumps and other ways to electrify their homes. How far behind the curve are we on this? I mean, we're seeing the consequences of it now, and how do we get ahead of that challenge in terms of scarcity? And I put that out there to both Darcie and Elliot.
So,
Go ahead.
We have a number of proceedings at the Commission that are specifically looking at distribution planning. We've got a proceeding that's referred to as the high DER proceeding, and then an energization proceeding that we're required to issue a decision in before the end of this month. That the legislature was very concerned that customers can't get energized, that we've got charging stations that have been put in across the state that can't get electrified at the moment. I know the hospital you mentioned in Humboldt County, I do believe they came up with a fix to get that online. Have to confirm that with PG&E, but I know that they are working to make sure that that hospital can get online. But one of the things that we're looking at is right now, because of the way the forecast is done by the CEC, a statewide forecast, it hasn't always taken into account the localized needs, and that we're seeing these exponential growth across the state in different areas, whether it's data centers in Silicon Valley or electric charging stations throughout the state, or some of the issues we're seeing with the ports. And so the new planning process that we're looking at having the utilities conduct, and we've got a staff proposal that was out that we're evaluating the comments on, but what has been proposed is to look at how to incorporate pending load into the grid needs assessments earlier on, and to be able to get those forecast and better engagement with communities to have a better idea of which projects are real, which ones aren't, and make sure that they're built into the grid needs assessment and planning process early, and that there is ability to get the recovery that's needed to build that infrastructure. But we're way behind. There's lots of parts in the state that we've got, a grid that's 70, 100 years old that really needs to be upgraded. We recognize that. We're going to have to build a grid that meets the needs for the 21st century. And if we're going to do all the things we just talked about for load flexibility and automation of appliances and building electrification, we're going to need a smart grid that is able to function and react in real time to all of this. So that is a high priority. We are looking at ways to expedite how do we get that infrastructure in place, and we do think it will pay off for California overall as we get that grid in place and be able to do all of the things that we were just talking about here.
I'll just add a couple other brief observations. You guys may have some other things as well. I'm sure you're dealing with hyperscalers in many ways. First of all, it's fair to say that, I think there is some level of catch-up. This is an issue that's kind of hit quickly. Certainly, the Silicon Valley area is an area that we have been focusing on transmission, a couple of 22, 23 transmission plan. We have some big high-voltage DC transmission projects underway in that area to try to get ahead of that. But certainly the last 8, 10, 12 months has been the explosion in consciousness of what does all the hyperscaling and data economy really mean for the grid. And I would say two things. I think, first of all, I think it's really important that we really think this through very clearly. Our industry, as many of you probably know, has a little bit of a history of kind of going from boom to bust. Wow, this is going to be the biggest thing ever. Oh, it didn't really materialize. Oh, this would be totally deficit. All of a sudden, we're in surplus. And so we need to coordinate very effectively with the data economy to understand exactly what the growth curve looks like, where it's going to be located. The Electric Power Research Institute, on behalf of industry, is coordinating some great. I was just in a session a couple of weeks ago talking with Google and some of the other entities, seeing we've really got to sit down together as industry so we can get a handle on this growth curve, and as Darcie said, make sure that it's getting embedded into the load forecast, and also that we can include these guys in our transmission planning so we can get them on the grid. I think that's really important. The other thing, just briefly, is that consistent with the last segment is the leading edge companies in the hyperscaling environment are also asking, what level of flexibility can I bring to the grid? I think they're recognizing that you can't just come in and put a 3,000 megawatt load on the system in states and economies that are already just grappling with basic resource adequacy and expect to just get served with 6 nines of reliability, no problem, right? They're going to have to bring capabilities to the grid.
And carbon-free, right?
And carbon-free, yeah. So, and I know, Cary, I'm sure you're seeing this as well. They're going to have to bring services to the grid. They're going to have to be good grid citizens and bring some flexibility, because otherwise we're just going to fall behind the curve on RA. I don't know if any other observations you have on that.
Yeah, it's starting to drive our investment decisions and planning processes as well. I mean, even if only a quarter of what you hear about this growth in the demand from the rise of data centers and AI, if a quarter of it's true, it's still going to be material. And we're in the business of understanding how load is changing and changing in a way where carbon-free resources meet it, and what can we develop to help to meet that need. Getting these planning processes done early, showing that path ahead in a way that allows us to plan our own efforts is essential and really helpful. So it's been great to see the forward momentum that we have and people really looking out in the future, say, okay, what's the landscape going to look like, and what's the process going to be to upgrade the infrastructure that we need to meet it.
Go ahead, Ray.
And that's really the key piece, is having that long-term view. And that's why it's so beneficial. To your analogy, you got to go where the puck's going to be, not where it is right now. And California has, some of the most ambitious clean energy targets in the country. And to go back to the link between the bulk transmission system or the high voltage system and the distribution system, they obviously go hand in hand. You've got to build the capacity to serve the distribution system. You brought up Humboldt and the challenges it's had. The grid up there is fragile. It's served by lower high voltage electric lines, and they are subject to lots of grid loss from natural disasters and wildfires and things like that. They are starting to experiment with microgrids up there. There's one tribal nation that already has one, and it was great for them that during one of the events, they could bring people in and help them because their lights were on. The coordination and collaboration that's needed that we've talked about doesn't just happen at the agencies and the states levels. With these large, I'd call them mega infrastructure projects, you also need that coordination with the local community, tribal nations, labor, the people that are going to develop the workforce, et cetera. And I think it's also very important to remember that there are a lot of places up in the rural parts of Northern California that are not connected to the grid. And being able to bring these new high voltage lines, create some grid reliability and resiliency, people are most interested in saying, how does this benefit us locally? And bringing in those new high voltage lines are going to increase their reliability. It's going to give them the ability to get more power to expand and increase their economy. And we hope offshore wind is going to play a big part of that, because it's not only about energy. This also is an economic driver and a social driver, where there's going to be new investment, there's going to be new jobs that are going to be needed. We hope that a lot of people will want to get involved and are trying to bring those opportunities to fruition by making those early investments. Sometimes your toughest critics are your supporters, right? I often get the question, how come you can't go faster? And there are hurdles to that, right? I mean, we've talked about the ports, we've talked about the transmission. Policy is happening. We've got great momentum. 2024 has been a fantastic year between the leadership at CalISO and the Commission to identify a need for offshore wind, the transmission expansion that's going to happen. Now we need to translate that into tangible progress and make sure we're really execution focused, and make sure that we are able to get through the permitting and review processes and build these other supporting infrastructures in a timely fashion.
I just wanted to say that that's really great to hear, and it's important because sometimes when these big infrastructure projects are built and sited, this is high voltage transmission, and the local communities get left behind, especially when we're looking at the build out on distribution being different than the transmission. And I know that that's been a concern we've heard from the community, is making sure that some of these communities that don't have access to reliable power, that there's something built in here that makes sure that they're also going to benefit from all of the power coming through. Right. It's good to see the DOE grant that just came through for the 5 tribes up in the North Coast that have probably some of the highest outage rates in the state, where they're going to put the 5 microgrids in to help provide reliability. So I think they go hand in hand, and it's important that we continue to make sure that that is what happens.
And that's why it was so important that the approval of the new transmission facilities also included a connection to the local existing grid. Yeah. There was a lot of consternation that it was going to be, well, you're just providing power and it's going to go south, and we're stuck with all the impact with none of the benefit. And so that was a critical piece for gaining community buy-in to these new projects.
Last minute, 2 minutes of this panel. It's clear we're going to make the 60% renewables by 2030. We're on a good track, I think, on that score. Question is, will we make the 100% by 2045? So 1 being no way, 10 being absolutely certain. What would you each say?
9.
Okay.
I'm a developer. I'm an optimist by heart. I mean, we're going to get there. We have bold leadership on markets, on the grid expansion, on policy, and people willing to do ambitious projects.
So you're a 10.
You mix that together, we can make it happen.
Okay.
I think innovation's going to get us there.
You're a 10 also?
Yeah, I'm a 10.
Rob?
I'm there, 9, 10. I mean, we can do anything. We just need to commit to it and then focus on that execution piece.
Outstanding. Well, I want to thank this panel very much. Great discussion.
Thanks, Bill.
Thanks very much.
Good job.
Thank you.
And now, please welcome President of the Los Angeles Business Council, Mary Leslie.
Okay. This one. Should we give another round of applause to that outstanding panel? Okay, so good morning, welcome. It's good to see you all here today. It's my pleasure to welcome you again to this lovely campus at USC, where great things are taking place. And now it's going to be my honor to introduce our host today and our partner in these endeavors, Dr. Carol Folt. And as you know, Dr. Carol Folt came here several years ago, and she made sustainability a priority in terms of goals for the university, and we're going to learn more about how those are going and what they are. I'd also like to say good morning to the live stream audience. It's with us comfortably, no doubt, in their home or office right now, and say to you, yes, you are at the 18th Annual Sustainability Summit at USC. This is our 5th year at USC and our 4th year, I believe, in person. And so we want to keep it that way. We also are very excited to announce what you heard a little bit about earlier from David, that we are releasing a study in partnership with the USC MetTrans Center entitled Navigating California's Transition to Zero Emission Trucks. Now, this is a fairly esoteric issue. However, it has huge implications for the economy and the environment and the workforce here in Southern California as it pertains to our San Pedro ports. The study looks at the entire state, but we really focus in on the San Pedro ports. And we are honored to have Dr. Marlon Burnett, who is the center director, with us today on a panel that will be discussing what the findings were from this study, and also some key recommendations about implementation, because implementation is going to be key. But it is my pleasure right now to introduce Dr. Carol Folt, and I want to say, in addition to creating partnerships with business groups like ours, she's also very active in the community around USC and throughout Los Angeles. Dr. Folt has a bold new sustainability plan in which she initiated almost immediately upon arriving here at USC, and it's really a response to the urgency of the climate crisis. USC has committed to achieving climate neutrality by 2025 and zero waste by 2028, which I think we should give them a round of applause. And equally important, as they are an educational institution, they're bolstering their interdisciplinary sustainability research and undergraduate curriculum. My understanding is each department now has a sustainability course that is taught, no matter what your discipline. And we are really proud to support the efforts of USC and be partnered with them. We share the same values and goals of creating a sustainable, livable planet. And I think it's because of Dr. Folt's unique background that her bachelor's degree is actually in aquatic biology, and she has a master's degree in biology from UC Santa Barbara and her doctorate in ecology from UC Davis. So you're definitely a California girl. We like that. She is a distinguished scientist who's pioneering research on the effects of dietary mercury and arsenic on human and ecosystem health, led to numerous national and global policy changes and consumption advisories. So you made a big change with your discoveries as a scientist. She's also a collaborative academic leader, internationally recognized life scientist, and known for always putting her students first. So please welcome Dr. Carol Folt.
Thank you, Mary. Mary, you do such a great job. Let's give her a round of applause. And we want to thank the entire LABC. This is just such a great event, and I have to tell you, I look forward to it. I feel excited by it, and having watched it for several years, I know that everybody goes away with a renewed sense of purpose, and you know, you can't get better than that for hosting and being part of an event. And it's just important that we're collaborating on sustainability. I often say that, you know, for the planet, this is the big issue, and it's something that has many different faces. It plays out in many different ways, but the really exciting part is that so many more of us are talking about it now than even 5 years ago or 10 years ago. So that's exciting. And you got to hear the hot off the press news about that great USC MedTrans Center study. I just was learning about the outcome this morning, and so that was exciting, although I've known we were doing this kind of research. And of course, it's very important. It's vital to California's future, but we know that if it works here, it's going to be done everywhere. So it has a huge impact nationally, and I think they're probably very hopeful that it can have international impact. And what's wonderful about it is that it comes from these great partnerships like this event today. I think you all know 8% of greenhouse emissions come from the trucking sector. So that's a pretty hard, in our state, that's a large percent of emissions. And of course, as you were hearing, this new study that's authored by Professors Marlon Bornet, who I understand is going to speak, and Jen Giuliano offers critical recommendations. Are you both here today? Looking for you. There, thank you, good. Well, they're gonna hear more about it in a few minutes, but they will really help us reach these targets to transition to zero emission truck fleets. When I started at USC 5 years ago, I'm starting my 6th year now, I had a meeting early on with people downtown with LABC, and they started talking about this. And it was such an exciting idea. I started dreaming about our fleet here, everything, all of us going green. So huge kudos to this study coming out now. And you're going to hear more about it. Very exciting. I understand you're also going to be hearing from Senator Alex Padilla later today. So it's wonderful when we see all of our public servants who also care about that. I've met so many, and many people are here today from the different communities, but he too has very strong advocacy. We all really depend on that, cares about clean air, clean water, transportation, and that too has a far-reaching impact, not only in California, but across the nation. He's not new to the game either. He's been a leader on the environmental issues since his early days on the LA City Council. So he's helping us ensure what I think people are talking about, a car-free LA 2028. So that's worth a round of applause, car-free LA 2028. I won't go into anything about counting USC Olympians, just gonna say there are a lot of them. But there are a lot from UCLA too, and Cal, and Stanford, so California owns the Summer Olympics, let's just say that. So thank you also for being here. As you were hearing, our 4th year, my 5th summit, so I think it's important. And, you know, it comes at a very critical time. I was not happy yesterday when I read the article. That didn't surprise me, but that the summer of 2024 broke the record yet again for the hottest ever. So that's where we are. We know we're there. The data supports where we are. And that's the urgency that we have to feel, is that these things have they have very strong critical impacts. Every time I come to to one of these summits, or I talk to people, I continue to feel an even greater sense of urgency to protect our planet. And yet, at the same time, doing this helps me feel more confident that we will continue to make progress. You know, I've heard from some of the best thinkers I've ever said that it's never too late if we start today. And I think we've been starting in this room for a lot longer than that, but that renewed urgency is always important as we go forward. We need better ideas, and we need them every year. Now, because we're in LA and all the work that all of you do, our global platform and our global economy can really help set the pace. And I think that's why that's so exciting, that we feel so privileged and important as a part of that partnership and what can be achieved. Now, I got a fun fact. You probably do know this, but USC is the city's largest private employer. So we're in it in every possible way and really need to see this continue to work well. And we take that position very seriously. You know, sustainability is deeply embedded in the city. It's deeply embedded in USC's ethos. And while I decided very early in my time here, even before I came here, that this was going to be a big, important part of what we were doing, what was interesting to me is that although USC was not calling out its commitment, when I just scratched the surface, I found that commitment was immense in every school, in the university, and in those 5 years, we've been able to leverage that and have a much bigger impact because of the way people are collaborating. But like many of these things, it wasn't that people didn't care, but sometimes they don't have a voice. You bring that voice forward from so many different parts of the community, and it is really important. And I think it's been important for us that we took a perspective that we needed to keep our campus clean. We needed to work then in our local neighborhoods. Then we need to work with the city. You branch out, push your impact, but you need to also start at home where you have the greatest chance to do things. And that's been a real focus for us with great things happening here. Thank you, Mary, for mentioning some of them, and things that we see moving out globally. There's a very proactive group here that I think I put in place, maybe it was my first year, called the Presidential Working Group on Sustainability in Education, Research, and Operations. And so it includes staff, faculty, students, local neighbors often interact with it, and people are fabulous on that committee, and they really take it seriously. What are the things that we can do in operations? What do we need to do in our classrooms? And how can we make sure that we're really reaching out in appropriate ways with our local communities? It's led by two amazing co-chairs, Mick Dalrymple, who is USC's Chief Sustainability Officer and our inaugural one. I know Mick's here, and back there will be talking in a few minutes. And we also have a distinguished professor, Mata Mogdadam, who is Mata, are you here? She'll probably be here later, in engineering, who is an amazing global leader in environmental science. And they lead it and help bring people together, and it makes such an important part of our environment here. They're talking about next-gen transportation systems as one of our main areas of focus. Energy and energy transitions. That, as all of you know, is going to be critical. No matter what breakthroughs are out there, if you can't transition to them, and that's a matter of policy and everything else, you're not able to take advantage of the new things that come up at the time they arise. That's really important. We're really interested in sustainability and human health, and I'll talk about that a little bit more in a second, and the blue economy. And so those are our top focus right now, in addition to education and our own campus, and they have many breakthroughs coming through in those areas. So I'm going to give you a brief video about our commitment.
Every great university seeks to make the world a better place. And these days, nothing exemplifies that objective more profoundly than the mission of sustainability. Protecting the planet, educating the next generation that can lead the charge, and creating a brighter, cleaner, and healthier future for all. Sustainability is one of our university's most ambitious moonshots. And our blueprint for action is Assignment Earth.
Sustainability is, quite frankly, the most pressing issue for humanity. It affects everything, where we live, how we work, how we make a life on this planet, and we're hitting a point where we need to take action immediately.
For almost 60 years, USC has been working to promote sustainability and sustainable solutions.
From inventing the organic LED to actually discovering links between electric vehicle adoption rates and the disparities in public health that are created.
Now, Assignment Earth has formalized the university's commitment to addressing climate change and creating a more sustainable future, all timed to sync up with the arrival of the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles.
It's our opportunity to show the world that solutions exist and to try to demonstrate to people that they can adopt those solutions as well.
The framework intentionally permeates every part of the USC experience.
We have 23 schools at USC, which cover the gamut of educational topics and scholarship. We incorporate elements of sustainability that are relevant in areas that the students can best benefit.
In the research realm, USC has increased funding for its world-class scholars into more interdisciplinary research for solutions to critical ecological and human health challenges.
These moonshots basically capture some of the most pressing topics of societal impact. One would be next generation transportation systems, energy and energy transition, human health, and the blue economy.
And the project is woven into university athletics as well, as we've turned our sporting venues and training centers into leading models of sustainability.
A grand challenge, if you may, that centers on sustainability requires us to come in from all these various angles, not just each by themselves, but actually integrating and intertwining them. And so I can't imagine a better place to collectively pursue this question.
Every aspect of the work requires an acknowledgement that will only succeed if every member of our community feels connected to the mission. And the mission recognizes the disproportionate impact of climate change on consistently marginalized groups.
It's one thing to care about your own local home, but what we really care, sustainability requires working across all communities.
The goals are concrete and no doubt ambitious, illustrating the many ways USC can be a model for the world with its strategy and action, as well as its transparency and accountability.
For a university to have Assignment Earth really says it all. You see it as step by step. You learn things, you progress, you create things, you learn more. That is what it's going to take to save the planet, and that's what they're going to do.
With the world's focus turning to Los Angeles in a few short years, this is our opportunity to make a bold statement about our responsibility to our environment and our communities, a moment to transform the conversation and create a healthy, just, and thriving campus and world.
The assignment is Earth, and USC is all in. I don't want to repeat everything that they did so well, but that 23 schools, everyone participating, is a big asset. It also makes it easier for us to understand how you participate with business, with government. You know, those are the collaborations that are so exciting. And I want to just shout out UCLA. I know that's not normal in a rivalry, but you know, when I first came here, I'd known Jean for a long time. I know the incoming president too. But what I used to love is that both those big, huge schools right here in LA are dedicated to be real leaders and to work across the city. This is an enormous asset. They do this at Caltech. You start looking at all the universities, the states, every one of them is part of it. So we have a chance to really energize the education sector even more to do things together. And it's quite extraordinary. So I like to mention that before we play them in a game. You know, we also have the Dornsife Public Exchange, who's been working with a lot of you to make a lot of these partnerships really strong. Here's one example that I love. It's the design of flood-resistant and ecologically rich LA River. And I've taken a number of hikes along the river. It's such an amazing river in that it goes almost looking pristine down to being channeled and then pristine. It's just an amazing asset that, if managed properly, could just revitalize so many parts of Los Angeles. And we've been working with the city's Bureau of Engineering, the Army Corps of Engineers, and other partners towards really working in that area. We've also been working in Alta C and San Pedro with a number of different people to focus on urban ocean as one of, you want NOAA's national sea grant programs to be a real leader. So these are areas that really help us. We're also deeply involved in sustainability in medicine. You may know less about that, so I'm just going to briefly touch that. But, you know, I think probably you know that they say globally, medicine is responsible for about 10% of carbon emission, and 25% of that comes from American hospitals. That's a lot of carbon emission. 8% in the US these are numbers that debate, but significant amounts. And people just haven't been able to figure out how to do it. Our hospitals produce more than 5 million tons of waste. You know, you can go on. So we've really taken that on, and that started right here in the public health aspect of Keck. They wrote one of the first papers trying to document carbon emissions in healthcare. And making a big focus, I'm just going to tell you, they've been able to reduce emissions in our operating rooms by 42% this year alone. So that is a big reduction. Why I want you to know that gives you such hope is that didn't require billions of dollars to redesign all that kind of stuff. There's expensive stuff needed for this, but sometimes it's just a change in what you buy and how you do it. What they did was reduce, and I can't probably, desflurane, which is the top anesthetic gas. If there's a doctor here, you can probably tell me how to say that better. But it happened to be one that was really responsible for carbon emission. So you start realizing these things can happen short-term and long-term, and once they happen and they happen well, that could translate across the nation in just a matter of a couple of years. So that's exciting. Dr. Steve Shapiro, who heads the medical enterprise here at USC, and I both sit on the National Academy of Medicine's Climate Grand Challenge Steering Committee. Okay, only in America have I seen anything like your top scientists in medicine leading a climate change steering initiative. So if you want hope, just remember this is the kind of things that we can do and can really have an influence. Now, I'm a professional life scientist. You know, I became one because I grew up in pretty very urban Akron, Ohio, not known for a lot of wildlife roaming free, but I played in the stream behind my house, which tells me that kids anywhere can grow up loving their environment. That was, I know, what really drove me. And that's another thing we think about in our urban areas. How do we make sure that all our kids here have an opportunity to experience the wild or the natural world? And in my professional career, I probably not surprisingly studied streams, lakes, and oceans. That was that early bonding with water, wearing my waders and going around in all these streams. I studied at Lake Tahoe. But what I found in the end was my favorite part was watching new generations of students, scientists, faculty get excited about that and bring that passion to the world. So you're here in Green Week at USC, and we are really celebrating sustainability in our neighborhoods and all across campus in so many ways. And later today, USC's Peace Garden is hosting an Arts and Crafts Day. Now, that's just one block from the Shrine Auditorium. Love to have people go over there. But that's a place where the community from USC and our neighbors can come. They can connect in that garden, bring sustainable practices forward. But it also, by combining it with arts, is something I think most of you know, but the combination between science and art, between sustainability, life skills, and art is amazingly powerful. It speaks across difference. It creates new connections. So we're spending a lot of time thinking about that, and I know many of you are as well. In the Peace Garden, they get to learn about California native plants and fruits and vegetables. It's quite exciting. If you get there, you'll see murals that then are painted by the students. You know, so I'm just going to close sort of by telling you why, as a person who's devoted much, if not all, of my professional life to sustaining and protecting our beautiful planet, I am not filled with despair. I carry feelings of hope together with urgency every day. And the reason I feel it is, I'm going to say, because people like all of you, but also and largely driven by the youth of our world. They care about this as much as I have ever seen in my many years in higher education. They want us to make a change. They're all in. So as the leaders that they look to find their way forward, you have an opportunity to show them that people do care, that we want to be all in with them. And our students are just like the students other places. They're like the kids growing up in the neighborhoods. They have a real passion for it. And so finding real ways to involve them is going to be important. You go to this sustainability hub that we created I think it was just a year ago. That's the busiest room on campus. Students from all areas come there to meet, to interact, to talk about sustainability. And it's really shown us that beyond that working group, this is an issue that is not going to go away. Now, partly we're so successful because of amazing people. I just want to mention our USC Saul Price School of Public Policy, and I know a number of you are graduates from it, and that is an amazing group. That Metrans is there. That they're really having an impact. The USC Schwarzenegger Institute for State and Global Policy, big, important commitment to sustainability, and not just talking about it, doing policies that we can really enact, which of course you care about. Our USC University Relations are important. Dave Wright, who runs our facilities and administration, are why we're able to get these operational changes in place so fast. How we could go to plastic bottles, eliminating single-use plastic bottles in about 6 weeks, where everyone said that's going to take you 6 years, So when things happen fast, there are a lot of people getting it done. Dan Mazmanian, many of you remember Dan. He was the first leader of the task force active in all of this. And our Office of Sustainability. And I want to mention Hannah Finling, our Sustainability Program Administrator. It's just so many important people that have made this happen together with faculty and students. So I think sustainability is one of the connectors that does not divide if it's done well. It should be things that bring us together. I'm looking for all of those, as you can imagine, and I think it's really important that we carry that hope on campuses, as you can imagine. It's really a critical time. The resilience of the planet and our community depends on these actions that we're taking, and it depends on the community, and depends on all the conversations that you're going to be having today and going forward. So again, thank you to everyone from LABC having us here, and I hope you'll enjoy the rest of the summit. And I just got to say, fight on. Thank you.
Please welcome Phoebe Wang, investment partner at the Amazon Climate Pledge Fund, who will present today's business keynote.
Hi, everyone. I really like Dr. Folt's comment about hope with urgency. So she's definitely right. I come over here with LABC's summit, and I come back with a very refreshed perspective. I just learned that USC has this Earth assignment that will define the climate neutrality by 2025. So let's give Dr. Folt and David and Mary another round of applause. It was a great event. As we all know, our planet is facing an unprecedented climate crisis. The rising sea levels, melting ice cap, as well as those extreme weather events that Secretary Crowfoot has painted for us this morning is just a few indicators that we're against time. We're in a race. So it is the scientific consensus that we need to limit the global warming by 1.5 degrees Celsius. Given the tremendous amount and size and heat capacity of the global ocean, even raising a single degree, it indicates a massive heat. So although 1.5 degree sounds small, it is actually indicated a huge accumulated heat. That extra heat is driving the rising sea levels, is driving all the change of the plant and animals' habitat, and also driving, it is not only a climate issue, it is also a social and economic issue. So ladies and gentlemen, it is definitely my privilege to stand over here and discuss about this topic that is close to my heart and also close to 1.5 million Amazonians' heart in the past decade. So a little bit about myself. I am the investment partner of Amazon's $2 billion sustainability fund called Climate Pledge Fund. In addition to that, I think it's more relevant over here is I'm also a special advisor to the United States Department of Energy and also sit on multiple industrial advisory board for national laboratories like NREL. So it is amazing to know that our California Archers, which is Alliance of Renewable Hydrogen Energy Systems, that won that $1.2 billion. And it's amazing to see that is in place and making actions. So Amazon, obviously, is a small company that everyone knows. It is, we actually have like over 100 subsidiaries. It is truly a like everyday store, everyday business. 2 years ago, we acquired MGM right over here in Culver City. So now I can say that Amazon also have some deep roots in Los Angeles. So what we have seen in the past 5 years is that sustainability has really taken a true force within Amazon. Our worldwide sustainability team has grown from 1 to 2 people to now like 400 to 500 people. So it is a huge increase. There's also this initiative called the Climate Pledge, which has actually happened exactly 5 years ago. In 2019, September 19, Jeff Bezos and the United Nations climate chief, Christina, they have co-founded what we called the Climate Pledge, which is pledging that we're going to be carbon net zero by 2040, which is 10 years ahead of the Paris Agreement. And at that time, we know that it is not only for Amazon, because we are, again, a small company that everyone knows, but also all the governments, all the communities, and all the different businesses and academy and research centers, like everyone needs to work together. So we created this Climate Pledge, which is essentially asking all the businesses, if you want to join this journey, if you want to provide a sustainable future for your customers and your stakeholders, please join in us. So I'm also coming over here to call for action that if you're a business that you're also buying and carbon neutrality by 2040, you can actually come to our website and sign for Climate Pledge. So right now we have 425 signatories, including some like household names like HP, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, etc. So definitely want to see like more. If I got invited back next year, I can say that we have more from LABC for that. So there are 3 principles for the Climate Pledge. The first is reporting. We know that anything that doesn't get reported or counted doesn't really get managed. So one thing that we do internally is really kind of put together all the resources and identify what are the carbon emission, the scope 1, 2, 3, and write that down to see how we can reduce that. The second is to reduce the carbon footprint of our daily operations. So that is actually easier to do because we own our fleets, we own our operations, but the scope 3, which is like all the way up to the supply chain and energy, etc., it is harder, and we're in the midst of solving that problem. And just in case if we couldn't get into the completely net zero from the operations, just because we don't control the whole supply chain, we also do high quality carbon credits. So I also want to tell a story on how our Climate Pledge Fund got started. So that was like a year after the Climate Pledge has been in place. I actually rolled up to a department called Amazon Corporate Development Team, Corp Dev. So for those who are familiar with Amazon's peculiar culture, we don't do PowerPoints. This is very special for this group. We do 6-pagers memo. So it's like every time we get into a conference room, like you would not hear people talking or discussing. It's more like a 30 minutes or 20 minutes reading off the memo. So at that time, my team think it is actually important to invest in technology and sustainability, especially like we want to put the money where our mouth is. So we wrote a memo to Jeff Bezos and saying that we want to start this fund, there's those reasons, and plus we want to think big, we want to make it $1 billion effort. So Mr. Bezos, 2 days later, during that weekend, same weekend, it's kind of faster turnaround we've ever seen, write us back saying that, oh, I like this idea, but why not think bigger? Let's make it $2 billion. So that is kind of the history of our fund. We're still pretty new, we're like 3 years old, but have been doing a lot of activities in the past. So we have a lot of focuses. I'm just gonna skim through. I know that we're a little bit short of time, but if you're in the business in those sectors, or if you're interested in those sectors, definitely come over to see me afterwards. So we have energy generation, storage, and utilization. We have heard panels talk about that this morning for the grid system. We have manufacturing and materials, and building technology. I know that Chris Hendon yesterday won that award, and so definitely like anything building related, low carbon cement and concrete, that's of our interest. We have transportation and logistics. Rivian is one of our earlier portfolio companies. If you receive parcels from Amazon, that is like a lot of high chance that it is actually coming from Rivian. Food and ag is something that we also take deep to our heart because we know that it's a rising population in the world, and we want to make sure that there's enough food. It's also like being grown in a sustainable way. Circular economy, e-waste, plastics recycling. We have like all the packaging that you have receiving. We're now having invested in a company called Glacier in San Francisco, which is using AI robotics and really focusing on and honing on that recyclability of different materials. And there's another theme that's not in there, but I heard this morning, David has mentioned and Bill has mentioned about the data center. We are in the kind of raising up, building more data centers, and there's carbon footprint associated with that, right? There's like embodied carbon, etc. So we're also added like semiconductor in our theme as well. So Amazon is not only a financial investor. Yes, we put a lot of money in. It's $2 billion, it's not small money. But what we pride ourselves is the strategic importance and strategic relevance that we bring over to the customers and to our startups. So we would be able to come in as one of the largest customer. So Rivian, as an example, we have signed 100,000 vehicle purchase agreement when we invest in them in their round B, round 3. We also pride ourselves with 1.5 million Amazonians worldwide. So we give them mentorship, we connect them with different resources and different network. And lastly, we also have this amazing, what we call CTA or portfolio success team that's really helped our companies to deploy and to make that big impact in not only Amazon, but also our signatories and larger ecosystem. And one thing that I want to highlight is, which I'm super passionate about, is also our Female Founder Initiative. So in COP28, we have announced that we're going to put $50 million in female-funded companies, and that's part of the Climate Pledge Fund. But in addition to that, we're doing a lot more. We're doing fund of funds. We're giving grants in less developed area like Africa. So last year in the APAC summit in San Francisco, not too far from here, Vice President Kamala Harris has highlighted our initiative as part of her WISE program, which is a Women in Sustainable Economy initiative. So we are very proud to be part of that and to pursue a gender equality during this climate change time period. So I mentioned that we are only 3 years old or 4 years old, but we have invested in over 30 companies. I'm gonna share kind of one, you probably would know which one in the case study, like it's Rivian. But also there are other companies that people might be less familiar with. For example, Zero Avia, which is based in San Carlos in the Bay Area, is using hydrogen to solve the aviation problem. There is Glacier, as I mentioned, AI robotics for recycling. There's Genesis using bio-based bioplastics to reduce the carbon footprint for our packaging. There's also Redwood Materials, also based in California, founded by the ex-CTO of Tesla, that's focusing on recycling of the batteries, which we see now coming out from the first generation of Tesla, the first generation of electric vehicles. So there are a ton of companies that are reinvesting, and the sky's the limit. It's really like $2 billion is the number that we put out, but it's an evergreen fund. I'm very confident that going forward, we'll continue to invest in more and more in the ecosystem and be a good corporate citizen. So I'm going to play a short video on Rivian, but I think this actually demonstrates how Amazon perform in the ecosystem, not only in the startup, but how to amplify the messages and amplify the applications from our platform globally. So here we go.
We're trying to build the most sustainable transportation fleet in the world. So 100,000 units, that's a large volume of vehicles. We have to get this right.
Oh, wow.
We have an opportunity to really set the standard.
It's hard to not notice the changes around you.
We're at an inflection point in human history where our actions are shifting and fundamentally changing the nature of what this planet feels like to live in. So we're changing the climate. The time we have to make that shift is right now.
When you talk about Amazon's delivery fleet, why wouldn't we go electric? And we thought if we took Amazon's package delivery know-how and Rivian's vehicle expertise, and we worked backwards from the needs of the driver, what could we do? It needs to be the most functional, the highest performing, the safest.
Everything you see on the vehicle is a decision.
We'll mill out the clay, we'll see it in full size, we'll color it up, make it look like a real car, and it gives us a quick visual representation of what the vehicle is going to look like for production.
When we succeed, if we displace those gasoline vehicles with an electric vehicle, it'd be a large step forward in making our package delivery business sustainable, and that has a positive impact on the environment, that's taking a leading role in sustainability.
Which is incredible for the planet. It's a good thing. Raising the bar will drive others to become more efficient. It's going to be an iconic vehicle.
So typically, thank you. Well, thanks also to our marketing team and public policy team. Without them, there's no such nice video and the story sharing around. So typically, I've been to many conferences, there's like Q&A. I know that you guys might have questions, but we're short in time. So if you scan the QR code, you can interact with me, with the team, and then also we're very open to future discussions. In closing, I really want to emphasize that sustainability is not only a goal, it's a responsibility that we all share. If there's one message that I want everyone to take home from my speech today, is to think big, to think how you can actually make a big impact to solve this climate change problem. We should work together so that the nice planet that we have right now, the beautiful ecosystem that Los Angeles and broader California that we're seeing, will stay vibrant, stay livable for the generations to come. Thank you very much.
And now we'll show a short video highlighting the key recommendations of the newly released LABC Institute and USC MetTrans report, titled Navigating California's Transition to Zero-Emission Drayage Trucks.
In April of 2023, the California Air Resources Board issued a regulation that, among other things, will require that the entire trucking fleet that hauls containers to and from ports go to zero emission by 2035. 30 to 40% of all of the containers entering the US enter through either the Port of Long Beach or the Port of Los Angeles. Taking all of that truck traffic to zero emission is both a huge undertaking and also vitally important.
The cargo that traverses our facilities reaches not only every one of our 50 states, but each of our 435 congressional districts. 1 in 9 jobs in Southern California, more than 1 million people go to work every day with the efforts that emanate from this port. For every 4 containers we move, we create 1 job.
The benefits in terms of environmental cleanup would be huge. Thousands of premature deaths from particulate emissions that would no longer be happening. An 8% reduction from that part of the state's greenhouse gas emissions that are from the trucking industry. We really need to be sure that we've rolled up our sleeves and we're doing the hard work to do all the things that we need to do to be sure that this works.
The new ruling on the Clean Fleet rule, we realized was going to have tremendous impact on the port of Long Beach and LA, both from a health standpoint and an economic standpoint. So we engaged USC Medtrans to take a look at what this transition would look like and how to be successful in making it.
There were approximately 180 battery electric trucks serving the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach. By 2035, we estimate that there will need to be 35,000, all of them zero emission. In essence, what we are trying to do right now is to transform an industry, to create a new market, a market for zero emission trucks, and everything that would be necessary to support that market.
We don't buy the equipment, we don't run the operations of the port, and we certainly don't regulate it. But getting all 3 of those factions together to see how we can accelerate technology, find new funding and investment streams, and prove to the working community that these concepts will enable greater trade in the future is key to our success.
We feel confident we can do it. We have a volume of activity here that will make us the largest market in the world. We'll be the first ones to do it, and we'll show that the transition's possible.
We see the market opportunity in SoCal for zero emission drayage and overall zero emission freight as massive.
We want to be sure that the state is tracking developments, identifying bottlenecks so that those bottlenecks can be addressed. Infrastructure, secondhand vehicle market, monitoring and evaluation. Those are really the key high-level things that we are recommending need more focus.
It's like climbing a mountain 10 times in a row, yet our resolve has never been stronger. We need everyone at the table. Big ideas, new opportunities, and the capability to move forward every day with another advance. I like our chances, and I like the people that are with us.
And now, please welcome our next panel, Regulations Driving New Markets, moderated by Evan Halper, business reporter for The Washington Post.
Good morning, everyone. So as everyone in this room knows, transportation, it's the engine of the global economy. Vehicles transported 11 billion tons of freight, more than $32 billion worth of goods daily, and moved people more than 3 trillion vehicle miles in 2022, according to the Department of Energy. But almost all, 95% of the world's transportation energy comes from fossil fuels, largely gasoline and diesel. And in California, transportation accounts for a greater amount of greenhouse gas emissions than any other sector, responsible for over 40% of emissions. So the California Air Resources Board voted in 2023 to move forward with the Advanced Clean Fleets rule. It'll fully transition to heavy-duty trucks that travel across the state and buses which mainly operate within cities and counties to zero emissions technology by 2045. While trucks represent only 6% of the vehicles on California's road, they account for over 35% of the state's transportation-generated nitrogen oxide emissions and a quarter of the state's on-road greenhouse gas emissions. So this panel is going to focus on the rapid transformation in this zero emissions trucking sector taking place in California and the obstacles and opportunities in that conversion. It's a change that'll create an equitable opportunity for a carbon-free transformation in how we power our vehicles, move people and goods, and think about land use. But it's also, as we know, a very heavy lift. So we have on the panel here, to my left, is Marlon Bornett, who's the director of Metrans Transportation Consortium at USC. Next to him is Henrik Holland, global head of Prologis Mobility. Jason Rondu is the chief of staff for the power system at LADWP, and Gene Soroka, executive director of the Port of Los Angeles. We're going to start with Dr. Bornett, who is actually just putting out with the council a research report on what's involved here and how we're going to get there and the challenges and opportunities ahead. Dr. Bornett, can you start by outlining for us what these two rules, the Advanced Clean Fleets Rule and the Advanced Clean Trucks Rule, how they work and some of the deadlines and sort of how this is going to be phased in?
Yes, thank you. Let me talk about the Advanced Clean Trucks and the Advanced Clean Fleets. And the background on this, California has been working on regulations to clean the environment for a long time. And so while maybe the most recent thing feels new, of course, this follows on years and years of effort. In the late 2010s, the Air Resources Board enacted the Advanced Clean Trucks regulation. I like to think of that as the supply side. They are regulations on manufacturers to produce and sell particular target fraction numbers of zero-emission heavy-duty trucks each year. The Advanced Clean Fleets Rule focuses on what I like to think of as the demand side. The Advanced Clean Fleets regulation will require that in target years that certain fractions of medium and heavy duty trucks on the road be zero emission. By the way, I'm going to talk more about the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation. To my eye, it looks like that is more ambitious and will probably have an effect of, so to speak, superseding in a lot of ways the Advanced Clean Trucks. So let me zoom in on the Advanced Clean Fleets. The Advanced Clean Fleets kind of has two parts. One part is drayage trucks. Drayage trucks are the trucks that haul goods and containers from the ports back and forth to a next destination, to the warehousing complex. The ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach are the largest port complex in North America, so this is a big deal. The Advanced Clean Fleets regulation will require that in 2035, every drayage truck operating in California be zero emission. So that's also a quick timeline. There's a second part of the Advanced Clean Fleets regulation that looks at, for lack of a better phrase, the rest of the heavy-duty truck fleet. That regulation is a little more complicated. There's a few more options. There are some elements for exceptions. The target is to move large parts of that fleet to zero emission by 2042.
So can we just drill down a little more then on how many trucks are we talking about? How expensive is this?
Let me focus in on the drayage part. Right now in the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, there are approximately 24,000 trucks with access. I think, like I said on the video, as of December, about 180 of those in December were zero emission. Now it's around a little over 300. So one thing I tell people, this is running a sprint from a standing start. And I just think that we should be aware of that. In terms of cost, boy, I wish I had a single number I could give you. Although one of the challenges is that today, the zero-emission truck technologies, be that battery electric, be our hydrogen fuel cell, are in the neighborhood of 3 to 4 times more expensive than a new diesel truck. There are subsidies, by the way, but we are looking at a big jump in cost right now.
So I noticed in your report you said they could cost as much as $600,000
Yes.
for a single truck. So at the same time, these regulations are already phasing in, right? So there need to be, it's a very small percentage, but each year a larger percentage needs to be zero emissions. Are we at least on track of where we need to be right now?
This is early on. And let me mention one more thing. It looks to us like right this minute, the fleet serving the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach is probably a little bit oversized. And so we're going to have a couple of years of a little bit of slack, and then things are going to kick in fast. So you say, are we on track? actually a little bit too early to maybe know, but I will say by 2027, our estimates suggest that those two ports will need in the neighborhood of 3,000 zero-emission trucks. So things will have to happen fast, and one thing, there are large companies that have some resources that can do this. 70% of the firms that operate in drayage in the San Pedro Bay ports have 20 trucks or less. This is an industry that in very large part is small firms, and I think those entities have fewer resources to manage this.
Henrik, so are companies really starting to do this? Tell us about your company, the project it's built. You have 96 charging stations up and running near the Port of Los Angeles, if I understand right. And who are your customers, and who's actually making this transition already?
Yeah, so thanks, Evan, for the question. So the short answer, I think, is yes, companies are starting to do this. For those who don't know Prologis, we're a very large warehouse owner. We're the largest logistics pure play REIT in the country. In California alone, we have about 1,200, 1,300 facilities in SoCal. So the warehouses that we have that are really servicing the ports of LA and Long Beach that's about 500, 600 or so in the area. Perhaps to your point, Marlon, on the fragmentation of the drayage operator space, the real estate side is somewhat similar, where we're a very large player in that space, and then there's a lot of smaller warehouse owners that don't have the resources that a Prologis does to help customers with the transition. So what I do at Prologis, I run our commercial effort to support our customers with the transition to zero emissions. We service, think about anybody that's a shipper in the e-commerce space. Those are Prologis customers. And they are starting to embark on this journey in response to both regulatory pressures as well as their own sustainability objectives. We've all seen myriad companies come out over the last few years with net zero ambitions. So companies are starting to figure out, well, how do we get to that 2040 if that's the case, target. What we have done so far, you mentioned the one project we have up and running at Denker Avenue in Torrance, 96 charge ports, but we have multiple projects up and running in California already. And we have charged close to, I'd say, 6 million miles in California, and a significant portion of that is actually electric drayage related. So we've been quite public about our work with Maersk. They are a tenant of ours at this project in Torrance, and they are operating a fleet of more than 100 heavy-duty electric trucks right now. So yes, it is starting to happen, and I think that we're going to see a lot more over the next few years, but I would say that it is very early days and very much still a learning environment for the fleet operators that are doing this.
I want to ask you one more question before I ask Jason a question, because obviously one of the big issues here is having the energy you need to do this. This transition's happening at a time where electricity demand has surged well past sort of forecasts that were initially anticipated. There's other things going on in the world or in this country. There's onshoring of all kinds of industrial activity that's making energy harder to come by, and of course there's data center explosions and to power AI. We've been writing a lot about this at the Post, but this kind of surge in demand for energy wasn't really on everyone's radar a couple of years ago. Particularly with AI, it's all happened very quick. Is it becoming, you need to find zero emissions energy, if you want to be able to tell your customers, right, that this is a clean technology. So how much of a challenge is it as you need to get all of these charging stations set up all over the state to find that energy from the grid?
Yeah, so the simple answer is it's a significant challenge. So what we do is we invest in the infrastructure on the customer side, so on the warehouse operator side. We're not a utility, but we do invest in the site upgrades, and we pay for the service upgrades that are required to bring the energy to our location so that our customers can charge. So we do that investment so that our customers don't have to, and we make that infrastructure available to our customers at Prologis locations, non-Prologis sites, and we're also in the process of developing dedicated charging hubs in the area here. So we make those investments so that our customers can use the infrastructure so they don't have to worry about this particular challenge. But getting power to site, if we're looking at heavy duty trucking specifically, you're talking about multiple megawatts of increased load where a warehouse might normally use half a megawatt. And now all of a sudden you're looking at a need of 5 megawatts at a location. So it's a significant increase. You can't just hook this up to your existing panel. It's a huge problem in terms of cost, the time to get it done, and also knowing when it gets done. So not just the time, but having transparency about, well, when I work with my utility partner to do this, they're telling me 3 years. Is it really going to be 3 years, or is it going to be 2 years or 4 years? Because for our customers, the fleet operators, it really, really matters when that energy is going to come to site because they have to order trucks. So we are working a lot with utilities to solve that problem. We have the scale to do it. But we're also very keen on more distributed solutions, like at our project in Denver, where we're actually, whilst we're waiting for our friends at DWP to bring the power to site, we're generating our own energy. We have storage there to be able to buffer the generation and the charging, so it can be done. So that's really what I want to leave the audience here with today, is that there is a pathway to getting these projects up and running, to getting the energy to site, be it for a transitory period of time with distributed generation, or for a longer period of time. So there are definitely solutions to get this done, and I think we're going to need to see a lot more of that type of private enterprise investment in this type of distributed energy infrastructure to get it done.
So just to put that in context, the solution you had to turn to at the Port of Los Angeles, as I understand it, involves this microgrid, which also involves natural gas, right?
Yeah.
Which is arguably cleaner than burning gasoline, but in the climate press, there's been some questions. Okay, is California really ready for this? Why are we using natural gas in the first of these projects? I mean, would you prefer to be using a different fuel?
Absolutely. I think those are all fair questions. So for the audience, what we do is we use linear generation. It sounds a little bit like a flux capacitor. What really is that? But it is low temperature combustion of green hydrogen, RNG, or natural gas. So it's almost no NOx. As compared to running a diesel fleet, we are abating 97% of the NOx, nitrogen oxide emissions, which really causes the smog at that location, and the efficiency is very high. So from an environmental attribute perspective, that site is at grid or better. I would love to run another fuel. I would love to run green hydrogen. So we are in the process of working with green hydrogen developers that are coming to market come 2027, 28 with green hydrogen to be able to be fully net zero. Everything that we do and everything that we should be doing and as an industry has to be on a pathway to net zero. But right now, the choice is either no project for 3 years and having that 97% not abated, or running with this project with a technology that is beneficial and performs in many ways either better than grid or at grid.
That's a good point to pivot to Jason. So in terms of having the energy for this transition, it's a question I ask whenever I talk to utility executives. I have not talked to anyone at LADWP, so I'll be interested to hear what you have to say about this. But they always tell me, don't worry, we got this, because I'm covering all these problems we're having with all this energy demand and the inability to get projects permitted and build the grid out. Are you feeling confident that, considering how challenging it was to just get this energy for 96 trucks, there need to be the energy for thousands of trucks? And is it going to be there, and is it going to be there in the timeline that CARB wants it to be there?
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that we do really well, and there's a lot of things that we need to get a lot better at. I will take a step back and talk about what makes this work is if LADWP and other utilities provide clean energy. And we have a goal of 2035 of 100% clean energy, and that's 10 years. I think most of the folks here know that that's 10 years faster than the state of California has proposed it. To do that, and we've done a study, LA100 study, that looked at all the costs and all the investments that we need to make. We need to double all of the capacity that we have today. So if you look at all of the renewables, all the solar, the wind, the hydro, The coal that's going to be decommissioned at the end of this year or at the end of next year, and the reduced amount of natural gas that we rely on, we have to more than double all of that. So that's a really big build out of all of the different power sources, but getting it from those power sources to the city is another challenge in and of itself. We have today about 40% of our portfolio is renewable. That brings us to about 55, close to 60% clean energy. We've actually got a great new solar project. It's one of the cheapest and largest projects in the country that is coming online at the end of this month. Half of it will be the end of this month, and the other half will be early next year, and that'll bring us to 7% more. So we're going to be very close to 60% or even higher renewable energy. But again, that brings us to how do we actually get it to our customers. Before I touch on that, I want to emphasize that what makes this work, what makes this renewable transformation for LADWP and for many utilities work, is the increase in electrification. Electric vehicles, building electrification. If we don't see that, the cost of this transformation will be extraordinarily high. If we do see that, we can make this work. We can make this work affordably, and we can make this work equitably. So what LADWP, I think, is doing a really good job at is investing the dollars and the staff in our electrification strategy. So we are very fortunate to be a vertically integrated utility. We're governed by the City of Los Angeles, and we can very rapidly roll out initiatives such as rebates for affordable used EVs, rebates for fleet charging, like Henrik's project, and for actually building this stuff ourselves. So LADWP reaching markets or segments of the city that the private sector won't reach quick enough, so that we can provide charging for communities that otherwise would not have charging in the near term. So we have that great opportunity, and I think we've done an excellent job of actually investing the dollars and the staff time to it. But the other area where we have to do a lot better to make this work is to get folks interconnected. If you look at the imperative that LADWP has to do this right, it's not just electric vehicles, it's new housing. We've got a housing crisis in the city of Los Angeles. We have a transit renaissance here where we have a lot more light rail and electrification of buses, and we have heavy duty charging. So if there was ever a city or a utility that had more to gain from getting interconnections right, it's LADWP, and that's an area where we have to focus. We have a new CEO that just came on about 2 months ago, Janice Quinones, and one of her highest priorities is to make sure that we get this right. And so this is an area that's going to be a very high priority for us, and this will be where we have to invest time.
So looking at these timelines, because Henrik was saying, he needs a hookup, doesn't know if it's going to be 2 years, if the utility is going to say it's 2 years, or utility may say 3 years, but then there's issues with the queue. We're seeing this happen all over the country, right? And then suddenly it's 5 years for a project. And so do you suspect that what's going to happen is we're going to see more behind the meter solutions where companies just need to get these charging stations built and move this forward and saying, I can't wait for the utility? Or do you anticipate the utility is going to be able to catch up and lower those wait times?
Well, we're going to do everything we can to try to catch up and lower those wait times, and not just lower those wait times, to Henrik's point, have certainty around those timeframes, because that's similarly valuable. Having short timeframes is obviously very good, but to be able to plan these and sequence these, that helps us too, by the way. It's not just helpful for the developers. But yes, we do anticipate to see behind-the-meter solutions, but what we want those to be are renewable behind-the-meter solutions. We want them to be solar and storage, demand response, and those sorts of things. We would like to minimize or eliminate the need for having those stopgap solutions like fossil fuel-based solutions. The goal for us is to make sure that we do this clean and we do this in a sustainable way. And that gets back to the point that if we get this right, if we can get this infrastructure deployed right quickly and with time certainty, we can avoid those unintended consequences.
So, Gene, let's bring you into this. This is obviously a really big change for the port. This is a monumental undertaking. Tell us about the challenges you're facing, how you're meeting them, and what kind of changes are happening right now to prepare for this.
Yeah, Evan, I think we've met this debate before. A year ago at this summit, I said the table was set, and now we have to start focusing on the work ahead. We did that nearly a quarter century ago in partnership with the LADWP on developing and delivering shore power. As these big ships come into the Port of Los Angeles, they plug into the DWP grid and take out about 1,500 tons of pollution per vessel call. We then embarked on the first ever clean truck program. Had its issues, but generally speaking, really moved us ahead. Today, 2/3 of the trucks that we employ at the port are exceeding both federal and state of California standards, and they move about 90% of all the cargo that we have. And then we jumped into this space called a Clean Air Action Plan, which we tried to remove pollution from all source categories. And as we've gotten smarter, as we've learned and studied more, the biggest source of emissions are those ocean-going vessels, followed by the trucks, then locomotives, harbor craft, think of the pilot boats, tugboats, and ferries that traverse the port. And then way down the list is the cargo handling equipment, right? About 1% of California's greenhouse gas emanates from those 2,000 units of container and goods movement cargo handling equipment. So then we kind of move forward to 2017. And the mayors of Long Beach and Los Angeles resolved that we would become a zero emission port by the year 2030 with that cargo handling equipment, and 2035 for the heavy duty trucks. Yet as we've gone through all of this, there's not been an off-the-shelf design that we could pull together, right? We're doing this for the first time without a net in many cases, but we are learning from best practices across a variety of industrial sectors and see what we could replicate to an extent or what we could grow into our industrial setting. At the same time, we've got the best and the brightest who move all that cargo that can help us with the testing and the understanding of what equipment works and what needs more refinement. Sal DiCostanzo is here representing the International Longshore Warehouse Union. These folks have been partnering with us every single day to see what's possible. And of course, these are the people, the women and men that are in these machines breathing the diesel fumes. We want to get that clean as well for these great folks that work on the ground. So you're faced with a debate of nobody's done it before, you don't have enough of this or enough of that, it hasn't been invented. That's okay. Our resolve has never been stronger. But the advances that we've made, even in the past year since we all got together, have been outstanding. We just welcomed in last week the very first green methanol-powered container ship to the Port of Los Angeles by the Great Maersk Corporation. Based in Copenhagen, these folks have been looking at building ships that have two gas tanks, if you will. So let's put the test fuel in one gas tank, and if it doesn't work that great, we've still got the backup, so we're not leaving the crew in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. But at the same time, green methanol is, it's new energy, it's very refined, it's not available every place we'd like, and it's a little bit expensive. But we just proved on a 16-day transit time from Xiamen in Fujian province that we can power one of these ships. And it was 16,000 container units, 350 meters long, 53.5 meters high. That's the workhorse type vessel that's now in our Trans-Pacific trade. So it's possible. Now it's one out of about 2,500 ship calls a year, so we've got a long way to go. I think the industry now is asking us, can we provide green methanol here in Los Angeles and Long Beach? That's going to be another challenge that we'll have to meet with policymakers, legislators, and industry on the private sector side. But all of this is starting to take shape. We're a little over 300 trucks right now, as Dr. Bornett said. And we've seen some successes, some minuses. Marie Lloyd was just here. I think she stepped away. But Amazon has already deployed part of an order of 50 battery electric trucks made by Volvo. And they're working. We were driving around yesterday. We saw a bunch of them coming out of FMS. So they're working. We've got about $1.5 billion already appropriated in port money alone to expand some of these capabilities. First off is the work on what we call a ZEPIO project with the DWP. That's bringing about 190 megawatts of new energy down to the port and its marine terminals. We use about 119 megawatts today, so well more than double the energy is going to be created in this partnership. And just think of it, getting more energy down, putting it in the right places so it can be used at these marine terminals. And maybe we can kind of flatten out the distribution of the energy. Now, I'm a novice at this, but realistically, electricity doesn't come at you in a straight line. Surges, bottoms out a little bit. We've got to find a better way to have a power strip like you have behind your TV to kind of buffer that energy as it comes in and make sure it's delivered the right way. Because the risk is, if you get a little blip in the energy, it takes a long time to restart some of this electrical equipment. Think of your cell phone when it freezes and you got to reboot, right? It takes a little bit of time to come back around. Think of industrial equipment like these big cranes and the machinery. They take a long time. And what that does is it slows down the work of moving our cargo through the country, but it also slows down the work of the longshoremen and women. They're sitting around waiting for this stuff to reboot. So we've got to continue to look at what these opportunities bring. A resilience package as an example, right? And then getting into the locomotive space, we're testing out hydrogen fuel cell locomotives and battery electric switchers right now. So the progress has been really good, but it's got to get to scale. It's got to be financially possible for those that may not have the wherewithal, small trucking firms, et cetera. And we've got to be able to help speed this technology up. And I know many folks have said, okay, you got to have interim milestones. We got to know if we're on track, if we're moving in the right direction. It's kind of tough. It's like shooting pool with a rope. I don't know what the right number is this year versus next year, but progress is being made. And I think that next step of how we evaluate the work, including with some of the air regulators, is to kind of roll the dice a little bit. Let's say, okay, we do need to hit a couple of markers to see whether we got to push the dials in a little different direction.
Do you suspect this is going to lead to any kind of shakeout or change the trucking industry at all? In that, I mean, we're seeing really fierce headwinds from opposition. The small truckers are very concerned about this. Several states have filed a lawsuit, and they're citing the costs. Does this have potential to create consolidation in the industry, and the big players who can afford this wind up, taking over the little guys? Or do you think all the companies you're currently seeing do business in the ports, trucking companies are going to be able to get through this?
I'm really concerned about this because of case history. When we put in the first clean truck program back in 2006 and 2007, the ultimate effect is we wiped out about 2/3 of the truckers, because not only were the barriers to entry too high, but the barriers to maintain were difficult. Today, and we do primary research in this area, the average trucker is about 57 years old, makes $62,000 a year, and is typically Gen 0, Gen 1 American. They're building families and companies simultaneously. We don't want to disadvantage them, but there may be industry consolidation. There's going to be more freight, so we need these drivers to be able to move our cargo. There may be different ways to do it that are more sustainable, making sure that we can get the cargo. Today they get paid on a trip basis, right? The more trips they make, the better earnings they can derive. So maybe there's a way that we move cargo in these big chunks a little bit differently that focuses on speed as opposed to waiting in lines and draining batteries or hydrogen, petrol all the way down. So I think there are opportunities here, but we got to be super sensitive about this because of what we witnessed the first time around. And again, we can learn from things. Being the first, being a pioneer, sometimes, you got to pay the price a little bit. But that knowledge that we've picked up and the collaborative spirit that we've shown, I believe will help us as we go down line.
So, Marlon, this is a point you raised also about these smaller trucking businesses. Were there lessons learned that Gene's talking about? Were they taken into consideration in the drafting these regulations? Do they protect these companies? Are there safety nets?
Yep. Well, so first of all, one way to think about this, right now, we have the regulation without the industrial policy that we need. And that's not anybody's fault. I think everyone's been working in good faith. That's where we are at, but now we have to think, where do we have to go next? Drayage, by and large, runs on small firms using used trucks. And so many of those operators, their vehicle might be 5, 7, 10 years old. What that means is, per the regulation, that's going to age out in maybe 3 to 8 years. Our subsidies are focused on new vehicles right now. So one thing we have to think about is, how do we quickly provide support for a secondhand vehicle market? There may be some consolidation, and I will say, when we talk to small firms, that was generally not something that they welcomed. I don't want to try to predict the future, but many of these people were attached to their status as kind of owners of their firm. I think there'd be a lot of need for things like information resource hubs, providing information. How would a small entity track the transition. New infrastructure. We will see industry responding in some ways. We are already seeing what I call kind of bundled providers, firms that rather than selling you a truck, they basically build charging stations, they buy electric trucks, and they essentially sell you the opportunity to use that truck. You go, you pick it up, it's fully charged. We're going to see things like that arise. I think the thing that I would really flag, and I would agree with Gene on that, I think this needs more attention. I think there's a large sector of the industry that is going to need more information and more support. And so that's one of the recommendations that we're making.
That's a good point to move on to a question I have for Henrik. We were talking about this before the panel about, okay, is the technology there? Are the trucks being made? You know, your business has invested a lot in making sure the charging is there, and it's you need all the other pieces to fall in place for people to be using those charging stations for you to have clients. Are you concerned that these trucks are not being made quickly enough, that companies are not being pushed to make them? Marlon was just talking about, do we have the industrial policy for this? Does there need to be more of a federal nudge? What's going on in that arena?
Well, am I concerned about, like, will we get there? No, I think we will get there, because fundamentally what we're talking about here, I think, is from an engineering perspective, a fundamentally better mousetrap once it's at scale. Battery cost is the main consideration in all of this on the vehicle side. I think the infrastructure side, we're going to solve that too. Battery costs need to come down. But the other thing that needs to happen is that vehicle manufacturers need to develop a Gen 2 and Gen 3, bottoms-up EV vehicle platforms to get to economies of scale. There's just not that much in the market today that does that. So most of the vehicles that are out there today, especially in the heavy-duty space, are kind of pre-mass production type vehicles. So you're just not seeing the economies of scale make it through to truck cost yet. And that has to change before this is really going to get to rapid scale up. We're not going to hit the inflection point, I think, to do this massively until the economic, it's the policy and the regulation and the economics, but until the commercial value proposition of EV or hydrogen trucks is really there on par with diesel, I don't think we're going to see the spike that we want to see. And that means that, yeah, vehicle OEMs do need to invest in these new vehicle platforms. So I won't comment on, do I think that the ACT, to your point, I think, Brian, the ACF is more ambitious than the ACT. So I think that there's potentially something there. But that's what we need to see happen. The Tesla Semi is an example, and I don't want to advertise for Tesla here, but it's just an example of one of those bottoms-up vehicle platforms that is going to be put into the market. I don't think they're going to really, it's a little nebulous, I think, what's going to happen there, but probably not until 2026 before we see that come to market.
So it's interesting to hear Marlon say there needs to be industrial policy, because obviously the Inflation Reduction Act got passed, the Infrastructure Act got passed. There's a lot of federal incentives going on right now to move to zero emission technologies, to sort of fund electrification. Do you have hope that, but I'm hearing from this panel that there maybe needs to be more policy. Is that even realistic? Are there going to be more, as someone who's running a company that is invested heavily in people being able to make this transition, are you assuming that the federal government or the state government will be able to step in with even more incentives, or are we just gonna have to work with what we have at this point?
I think perhaps to your point as well, Jason, when you said, DWP needs to know that the vehicles are coming to be able to make the investments. I think that, like, on the capital side, the developer is well struggling with the same thing, is how do we de-risk our capital deployment? So the more certainty we have about the fact that this market is going to happen and the timing of that, the more readiness you're going to see from private enterprise to put capital to play. And of course, the mechanisms that are being put into the market to reduce some of that capital burden or to support it, that's going to help. And it is unlocking a significant amount of investment already, I think, in the U.S.
So, Jason, to make the investments in the power infrastructure that you were talking about before and make these changes and double the amount of generation that you can get to people, there needs to be a lot of stuff built, obviously. And one of the challenges we're seeing is that even with all these incentives and all these new customers who are wanting to buy more power, you're just running into headwinds of like, we can't build these transmission lines. Permitting is really tough, building transmission lines across states. Does getting where you need to be for this transition for electrification in transportation and trucking in particular assume that Congress is going to figure this out and pass some permitting reforms, or do you just have to move along and try to do this without, any reforms at all?
No, there absolutely needs to be reforms, and this is just one example of one piece of this overall transformation that needs to get addressed. One thing that we've seen with, one of the biggest challenges you alluded to is transmission. Is the reality is what we had said over the last several years is if the status quo on transmission permitting in California is maintained, we will not be able to build out or upgrade all the transmission that we need to be able to import the power that we need to import. And that doesn't mean that we won't focus locally. We are going to have to invest heavily locally in rooftop solar and local storage. But the reality is we have to do both. And to do both, you're going to have to upgrade transmission, build new transmission. And one of the things that we've said is we've tried to make it very clear that to reach our overarching clean energy goals, there are barriers, and those barriers require policy change. It would have been really nice had the original policymakers that envisioned a mandate for renewable energy also envisioned all those barriers and bundled that policy together. It would have made that policy a lot easier to pass, to say we're going to streamline permitting, but we're also going to pass the 100% clean energy rule. But the reality is we don't always know those unintended consequences down the line. I think what we have done, LADWP has done, is tried to get a lot better at being very honest about those barriers that are within our control that we are addressing, but also being very honest and open about the barriers that are outside of our control, whether it's policy change at the city level, at the state level, legislation, but also maintaining that we intend to continue down this path with a significant amount of perseverance and dedication, but we have to be honest about what those challenges are, and this is another example of what those challenges are. I'll wrap it up by saying, while we don't have direct influence over the manufacturing side of these electric heavy-duty vehicles, we are incentivized to make sure that we do this very affordably. I talked about the incentives as well. We are also looking at expanding our advisory services to fleet owners that don't have the expertise to actually build out electric vehicle charging. And we're looking at reforming our interconnection costs. A lot of the investor-owned utilities have done this. It's been a little bit easier for them to do that. But there is a business case for us to buy down that cost of infrastructure so that it is a little bit cheaper and it is a little bit more affordable to actually develop that. And we will make a return on that investment. We will have that energy source or that energy customer for a long time. And so I think to wrap it up, I think we need to make sure that we continue to be proactive in the areas that we can control and in the areas that we can't.
So you made a point before that I thought was interesting, maybe obvious to a lot of people in this room, but isn't always so intuitive, in that people need to make this. If you're going to make these investments in the infrastructure for electrification, there needs to be uptake of these technologies. People need to move into electric vehicles because you don't want to spend all this money on generation that then no one uses, and then the rest of the ratepayers wind up having to pay for it, and everyone's rates go up. And so this sort of all has to happen in tandem. And in terms of one thing that came up in the legislature, unfortunately Senator Skinner couldn't be with us today, but she was pushing bidirectional charging. Right? There's a new state law that says, okay, automakers or certain classes of automakers need to create technology or need to automatically supply this technology that you can use your battery not just to like take power from the grid, but to also to store the power and put it back onto the grid. When DWP looks at how to make this all work and how to make sure the system stays stable when everyone is using so much more electricity, how important is this bidirectional charging technology?
Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of things that you brought up there, and the first one you brought up was the chicken or the egg issue of do we invest in our infrastructure and do we spend those tens of millions and in many cases billions of dollars of infrastructure ahead of when that that new electricity comes. And the reality is we have to do that. We can't wait until there's a significant amount of electric vehicles here. We will have significant overloads of our distribution system. So the chicken or egg situation sounds really complex, but the reality is the electric vehicles will be coming. We need to invest, and if we have to change and sort of modulate our investment levels, we can do that. In terms of bidirectional charging, I think this is absolutely going to be a piece of the future. There's a lot of concern about the technology there, but the reality is that we can do things in the very near term, and we're starting to do that now. We just got a $48 million grant from the federal government as part of the infrastructure law, and in part of that grant is to put money into managed charging, which is a form of managing the load of the vehicles without requiring those vehicles to discharge. You get a similar effect to that. We also set up a program which was the first of its kind in the country for heavy-duty bidirectional charging. We did that in collaboration with LA Unified School District in anticipation of their eventual bus electrification, so that we could put those financial signals out there so that when they do end up procuring their vehicles, they can factor in some revenue that they would get from us for that bidirectional charging. And these things take time. We've set up the program, the framework is there. And obviously, that's a very valuable price signal for LAUSD. And again, I guess I'll wrap it up by saying we have so many opportunities while being in the city family with LAUSD, with Metro, with the Port of Los Angeles, that a lot of others don't have. And so we have some challenges, but the opportunity in front of us is huge.
So, Gene, this isn't happening in a vacuum. You're moving forward with multiple initiatives at the port to try to lower emissions, to try to lower pollution. There's federal money on the table. I think $3 billion in grant money is going to be announced for different, all ports, I guess, not just LA. But tell me about some of the other things that are happening there that are going on in tandem with this transition of the truck fleet.
Yeah, I think, Evan, that this is probably a moment in time that we'll look back on that is this true spirit of collaboration at the federal, state, local level, public and private sector interests. But the equation here is super nuanced, it's complicated. To shift this supply chain to a zero emission or zero carbon, net zero, well-to-wake concept, whatever you want to call it, some experts have estimated this is 80 to 100 billion US dollars. In our region alone. And not a lot have gone out on this ledge progressively like we have to say, I'm gonna follow you. Yeah, I'm gonna build up the ability so we can buy thousands of trucks at a time, so we can collaborate on power generation. We haven't even talked about being a hydrogen hub yet. We'll get to that in a moment, right? Super huge for us here in California too, because the technology, to Henrik's point earlier, is still in relatively nascent stages. Heavy duty industrial machinery that moves cargo. Still nascent. But is it battery electric in totality? Probably not. Is there a hydrogen play here? Yeah. We've just learned green methanol is real for the ocean-going vessels. So 80 to 100 billion US dollars. Interesting. Now we're on a 3-year run here, David Libatique, with earning nearly $400 million in federal and state grant monies. That's the best 3-year run in the history of the Port of Los Angeles, but it's just scratching the surface. We're putting our own money in. I mentioned $1.5 billion right now on the table. And hopefully in October, we'll learn the outcome of the Clean Ports Program grant application that we submitted for a little more than 450 million US dollars in partnership with the ILW, with marine terminal operators, the DWP, and others. But the scale at which we've got to get, based on the commercial pricing today, from infrastructure to power generation to the physical equipment, and we've got to train up our workforce. So for the guy my vintage that thinks, holy crow, this technology is moving at such a pace, I don't know if I'm capable of participating, we've got to upskill and reskill that person. We've got to attract the younger crowd, attract, recruit, and retain a younger crowd into this industry that we really haven't done a good job at in years past. We're hungry. We've got to get people interested in this business, whether you're moving the freight, coding the technology, or physically helping us design and deliver projects of this magnitude from an infrastructure standpoint.
I'm glad you brought up the hydrogen hub because that's a somewhat confounding topic. I mean, there's so much money in incentives going into hydrogen, the amount per kilogram, and what I see from a reporting standpoint is just companies scrambling to get at this money and fighting each other about what is green hydrogen and these three tiers of additionality and all of that. And some of them have motives that are less pure than they may seem because they're just trying to elbow each other out of the market. What I don't understand is is this ever going to be an economic fuel to use without massive government subsidies? What do you see this hydrogen hub doing? And 10, 15, 20 years from now, how does hydrogen apply to our economy and our shipping economy?
Yeah, I think occasionally we get criticized for talking about the hurdles, but the hurdles and the recognition of those areas are super important so we can learn and learn faster, right? Our resolve has never been stronger. We want to get to this zero emissions port complex, no doubt in my mind, but we got to be realistic, right? Whether it's commitment to leadership and under-delivering on those commitments, that's the last thing we want to do. To make sure that public policymakers have good information so they make good public policy is also key. On the hydrogen side, again, this is brand new. It's never been done before. So in Arches here in California, what do we have, 400 partners, something like that? Yeah, people are elbowing. Competition's good. That's okay. And we don't know what we don't know. So having people around us to try to share this information and see what we do is really important. There's a view right now, Evan, that if your cargo is heavier and it's got to go a longer distance, the hydrogen technology may be just a little bit better right now. You can fuel up in about the same time you can with diesel. You can go longer ranges. The cab is not as heavy as it is with a battery truck, so you're not displacing cargo, making more runs, et cetera. So, here again, we're the first in the world to try to do this. Electricity has its complexities, but we're making advances. Hydrogen may be even more complex, but we're seeing advances. The first truck of a ZE variety that we put out at the port 7 years ago, 8 years ago, was the Toyota Motor Manufacturing hydrogen fuel cell electric truck. Right? That was the first one. Then Toyota Tusho, a subsidiary company, is building yard equipment now off of that battery electric hydrogen design. So we've learned a lot that's now becoming a little bit transferable across machinery. So again, it's early days. We're not going to say this is a failure and that's a winner. But hey, create that competition. Let's see what we can refine. Cost is always something, because in the end, it's not about, hey, are we putting profits over people? No. But what we are doing is looking at what it costs to deliver to the American public. So if we become 3, 4, 10 times more expensive than a competing port, are we going to charge you that much more money at the local retail store or at the grocery? We can't do that. That creates inflation, right? There's been enough of that discussion in recent months. But at the same time, realistically, a kilogram of green hydrogen is roughly the equivalent of a gallon of diesel. Okay? Kilogram hydrogen, gallon of diesel. 6, 8, 10 times more, right, than a $5 gallon of diesel here. So we've got to find a way, because green hydrogen is represented only by 1% of world manufacturing of hydrogen. We got to find a way to increase the manufacturing capability, lower that cost, be able to distribute it better. And what way to do this then with the infrastructure we already have, right? Using the engineers and the scientists that we're working with right now. Leave you with this. Think of a third of our cargo goes out to the IE, to Ontario, Fontana, Rancho Cucamonga, right? You got all kinds of gas stations along that route, the truck stops, et cetera. Put a couple hydrogen fueling stations where these drivers normally go, where they have confidence they can fill up. Same thing with charging, right? We know, because of the change in federal law several years back, each trucker has an electronic logbook. So we know that they don't drive more than 11 hours a day, that they're safe, they're alert, and we know where they go. Now, not to take any privacy away from, no personal data, but let's see where these drivers are stopping. Let's see where they're fueling up, how long it takes, and let's try to replicate that with clean energy. We got a blueprint there that makes a lot of sense.
So, Marlon, as we're talking about, there's just federal interconnect in everything that's going on here right now, even as the state tries to be out front. And as often happens when California tries to take the lead, other states say, absolutely not. This can't happen. It's a tougher court environment than it was in the past, and I think we have 17 states suing to stop these CARB rules. At the same time, the Biden administration, which is usually a partner in this, has agreed to hold off on the EPA signing off. It's one of these, I'm not sure if it's a waiver, but it's one of these situations where the EPA needs to give the go-ahead. And there's concerns that the EPA holding off on signing off on this could slow everything down and disrupt the timeline that the state's trying to be on. What's going on there? Why is the EPA not signing off on this, and what kind of risks is that creating?
Why is the EPA not signing off? I don't know. I'm like the worst person to ask that question to. Let me try to turn it into what I can tell you. The Advanced Clean Fleets Regulation, CARB did request a waiver from the EPA to regulate beyond Clean Air Act authority. CARB believes they don't need that waiver, and I am not the best person to tell you yes or no. So I think there's some differences of opinion that is being contested. CARB's I don't know where this is going to go. I think in terms of California being out in front of the country, let me turn it to that. I think one thing that I always try to encourage people to remember, the ports in Los Angeles and Long Beach are the greenest ports in the world. And that is by a wide margin. That is not by a narrow margin. That's point number one. Point number two, we have a lot more work we have to do. I mean, we talk to people in the community a lot, and I can promise you, I walk into meetings in South Los Angeles where community members actually will say things. I was in the ER last night with my kid having an asthma attack. So we have to be able to hold both these ideas in our head at the same time. We have made incredible progress. We have to go a lot further. It would be wonderful if the federal government did more. I don't think that is the current environment. Our recommendations focus a lot on California and a whole lot on collaboration, on monitoring, on unsiloing. All of our electric utilities, real quick point to that, are all regulated by state entities, 2 different ones, as it turns out. Questions of permitting, questions of substation upgrades are going to touch on things like local municipal governments, on the regulatory of state bodies and ways they haven't, and we make some recommendations to try to coordinate that. And so I wish we had a better answer, but I think a lot of this is we're going to have to really get very serious about doing what we can in California.
So in terms of getting serious about doing what we can in California, there's been a lot of discussion about the energy mix we're okay with and not okay with here. We were just talking about hydrogen, or what is green hydrogen. And obviously we have a nuclear plant that was supposed to close coming back online, or getting extended. And I'm seeing in other parts of the country, when I cover electrification and data centers and getting that energy, there's just a lot of excitement about like small modular nuclear reactors. And could you put these someplace? I should tell you that there is one project that was supposed to get up and running, and it just the cost kept going up and up, and then it collapsed. It was called NuScale. Hendrik, as you're looking at like what kind of energy is going to, is going to fuel this, you talked about some of this before, but does the state need to rethink what's okay and what's not okay? Do you ever see an SMR, being set up next to a charging station, or is that just not make economic sense?
Well, I think the SMR conversation is a really interesting one, and one with lots of different opinions. I'll give you my personal view. I think a challenge with SMR is not so much the technical side. You mentioned the cost increases. With any new technology, that type of thing is going to happen, but I think it's really a softer problem. It's a societal issue. Like, do you really want an SMR next to your neighborhood? Do you want it next to the, a few miles from where you live? I think that is going to be the primary challenge with that type of technology. In terms of what I've already said, I do think that we need more generation type technologies at the grid edge. I love solar, so that's the first thing that we do. We have a lot of rooftops. We're the second largest commercial operator of rooftop solar in the country. We're significantly investing in that. But when you look at heavy duty trucking power requirements on site at that location we mentioned, we went with generators, linear generators, that can also ingest green methanol. We would have needed 100+ acres of solar to be able to do that, which is just not possible. It's a 5-acre site. So there is a need for more distributed energy technology that is green. I think we will get there. I think the green hydrogen It is 5-6 times the cost now of what it really needs to be compared to diesel. But as I mentioned, there are developers out there that are looking to secure offtake to get that down to like a $2-3 per kilogram delivered. At those rates, we can generate on site without time of use issues and demand charge. That's one thing we haven't talked about, is that the current day utility tariffs, there are some exceptions. There are specific EV tariffs without demand charges, but in a nutshell, half of your energy cost is the energy and half of it can be your capacity charge. Fleet operators can't generally decide if they want to charge a truck between 4 and 9, which could be 60 cents a kilowatt hour, or between 2 and 3 in the afternoon, which could be 20. So there's a asymmetry between some of these tariff designs and what fleet operators will be experiencing in terms of energy cost. And in order to get the benefit from EVs, you need to have lower operating costs. So there's a lot on energy management that needs to happen. So it's really awesome to hear that DWP got a grant to work on that. That needs to happen. I think we need more distributed generation and storage and load management technology. I do believe, I'm a Dutch guy who moved to the US 11 years ago, and I'm a naturalized American citizen, and with that have embraced capitalism fully. I do really believe that private enterprise has a role to play in getting this energy infrastructure out there. There are advantages to it. Like, we do it very quickly, we do it super efficiently, we do it in a very customer-focused way, and those solutions are there. So I know we're running out of time. So I want to leave the audience with, like, there are solutions there. To Gene's point, it is early. It's too early to pick winners, but boy, are we doing some amazing stuff already. And together, we're going to be able to get this to scale. But it's a bit of an all-of-the-above situation as it comes to getting our power.
So, Jason, with 2 minutes left, it's probably not the time to bring the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission into this. But I do want to ask you a quick question, because when you talk about transmission, being able to move power, particularly across state lines, if you're building a natural gas line, there's eminent domain, there's the Natural Gas Act. The federal government has all kinds of authority to help you. If you're trying to build a transmission line, it's like the states decide, there's a million entities, there's different public utilities commissions. And so the federal, FERC passed these new rules, and they said, we realize this is a logjam and we're changing everything. So now we're going to prioritize the building of renewable energy transmission. Does it really change anything? Does it help you get projects off the ground?
Well, first of all, the recognition both at the federal and the state level that this is a major barrier for renewable transformation is huge, because whether this solves the issue entirely it would be great if it did, but we will certainly find other challenges along the way. And I think the recognition that this is a barrier is the bigger issue. 3 years ago, when we started to bring this up at the state legislature, to share with them that we thought that this was a major problem, they said, this is a great idea, have you talked to so-and-so? And we'd go talk to so-and-so, and after 20 or 30 different legislators, we realized that this is something that they recognized as a problem, but nobody had the sort of courage or the bandwidth to really take that on. And then as it became more and more socialized, you saw that become embraced. So I do think that that we've come a long way, but in the meantime, we need to do things like we've got an AC line, an alternating current line that brings power into the southern portion of our grid. We have the opportunity, we've got the right of way, we've got the real estate to potentially upgrade that to direct current and get a whole lot more power into another part of our grid that we don't have it today. So we're not going to have to sit and wait for the regulatory conditions to be perfect. We're going to have to get really creative and build on what we have, and that's what we're going to have to do. We're looking at all types of different transmission proposals. We actually put out a request for proposal, an open-ended one, so that transmission developers can come to us with specific proposals for us to consider. And so we've seen things like, submarine cables that could bring offshore wind down to the southern, part of the state. We've seen, repurposing other, corridors that could eventually be, transmission corridors. So it's really going to have to be all the above. I will say that I feel a whole heck of a lot better today about the transmission situation than I did 5 years ago. And there's probably still a whole lot more to go.
Well, great. We are out of time, and I thank our panelists for a very insightful conversation.
And please welcome to the stage Mr. Bob Graziano, the chair of the LABC Institute.
Good morning. As they said, I'm Bob Graziano. I'm the chair of the Los Angeles Business Council Institute. I'm also the chair of the Los Angeles Sports and Entertainment Commission, and I serve on the 2026 World Cup, the 2027 Super Bowl host committee. So when Dr. Folt was saying this morning the world's going to be here in 2028, I assure you they're going to be here much, much sooner than 28. And I'm super excited about the work they're going to see when they come to Los Angeles regarding sustainability in this community. Shortly after I became president of the Los Angeles Dodgers in 1998, I met a young man who had just been sworn in as a member of Los Angeles City Council at the age of 26. I knew at that time that this young man was going to have a stellar career in public service, and that he has. So it's with my great honor to introduce that young man and today's keynote speaker, United States Senator Alex Padilla. Senator Padilla is a dedicated leader in the fight against climate change, driven by a personal commitment that stems from his upbringing. His experiences have fueled his unwavering determination to ensure that every family, regardless of their background, has access to clean air, clean water, and a healthy environment. During his 6 years as chair of the California State Senate Committee on Energy, Utilities, and Communications, Senator Padilla championed the development of the state's ambitious renewable energy and climate policies, now serving as a model for the rest of the nation. His leadership has only grown stronger since joining the U.S. Senate, where he has been a steadfast advocate for sustainability and climate action. In addition to co-sponsoring the Green New Deal, Senator Padilla introduced groundbreaking legislation to electrify our nation's school buses and protect over 1 million acres of public land of California. Senator Padilla has also taken decisive action to fortify California's infrastructure against the impacts of climate change. He secured $250 million for the solar and all program to bring clean energy to more communities in California, $425 million to expand offshore wind energy production in the state, and $500 million to enhance California's port infrastructure to support green, sustainable growth. He has led the fight against increasingly frequent natural disasters, securing critical federal funds for flood control and wildfire protection, and passing the Fire Act to modernize FEMA's response to wildfires. Through his legislative efforts, Senator Padilla continues to prioritize not only the protection of California's natural treasures, but also the safety and resilience of its people. Please join me in welcoming a true environmental champion and my good friend, U.S. Senator Alex Padilla.
Good afternoon. All right, thank you, Bob, for that very kind introduction. One of these days, I'm going to get a chance to introduce you at an event, given your success and extraordinary career. But thank you for reminding everybody that we met when you were with the Dodgers, because I think they've made the playoffs every year since. So good job. You laid the foundation. It's all you. It's all you. Good afternoon. You guys still awake? Need more coffee? Because we got a lot to talk about. We're working on a lot when it comes to sustainability, not just for Southern California, but for the nation. It's good for me to be back with the LA Business Council because I always get to see so many familiar faces. And when it comes to infrastructure and sustainability, I know I'm doing something right when Richard Katz taps me on the shoulder and he says, remember the time we started talking about this? And we're bringing things through to fruition. It's also great timing. Not only because kids are back in school, I love them, but thank God summer vacation is over. It's interesting timing because we're in yet another tremendous heat wave in Southern California and beyond. It's also great timing because football season is back. College football last weekend, pro this weekend. But it's also great timing because we recently celebrated a very important anniversary. Just last month was the 2-year anniversary of President Biden signing into law the Inflation Reduction Act. Guys, have you guys heard of that? And for me, on the Senate side of things, on the congressional side of things, I have my flashbacks to when only congressional Democrats, try as we might to make this one bipartisan, along with the Biden-Harris administration, came together to approve the largest investment in history to combat the climate crisis. Did I mention we're in a heat wave right now? California, in so many ways, is Exhibit A for the climate crisis. Yes, it is real. We're not in denial. And it's not some risk far off into the future. It is here. It is now. The Inflation Reduction Act was an investment of $370 billion in a number of categories, as you know, but let me cover them. Energy security, environmental justice, climate change programs. We're working to lower carbon emissions by roughly 40% by the year 2030. Now, some people say that's pretty ambitious. And I always get to say, yeah, but we're already doing it in California. We are paving the way for national policy and national success. We're improving air quality and water quality for communities all throughout the state while we're trying to combat extreme drought. Yes, despite a couple of relatively wet winters, we're still talking extreme drought, which we included $4 billion for Western states to address water supply challenges in the IRA. Now, these are historic transformational investments to save our planet and protect our environment. But as you all know, that the IRA, as big and as historic as it is just the beginning. Let me take us back, though, to August 16th, 2022, the day that President Biden signed the Inflation Reduction Act into law. That same day, the Los Angeles Business Council, under Mayor Leslie's wisdom and leadership, issued a statement. Not only did the Business Council express support for the IRA, you said something else, and I say you, all of you. You declared that the Inflation Reduction Act gave us an opportunity to, quote, prove once and for all that environmental stewardship and economic growth are inextricably linked, end quote. Think about that. That's a pretty powerful statement. For those of you who are part of national associations or trade groups, not everybody across the country that does what you do necessarily thinks that way. Certainly 10 years ago, that wasn't the case. But the LA Business Council gets it. You know, for the years, those of us who have tried to advocate for action on climate goals have been met with a lot of resistance, sometimes from climate deniers. Again, California's Exhibit A, it's happening now. Other times from colleagues in business who wonder what bold climate steps, this is too radical of a change, too quickly, what's it going to mean for the bottom line? Because at the end of the day, we have a fiduciary responsibility. That sound familiar? What we've been saying, not just with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, but with the implementation of the Inflation Reduction Act, what the LA Business Council summarized so well is that we don't have to choose between progress and profit. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Climate action is actually good for business and the economy. It's why, at the same time, over 40 large companies like Ford, IKEA, BP America, Shell, and others wrote to Congress urging us to pass the Inflation Reduction Act. As they said then, it's because the Inflation Reduction Act will, I'll quote from their letter now, quote, will unleash American innovation and ingenuity and foster the creation of millions of jobs as a result, end quote. So I get to be with all of you here today and take this opportunity to share why this monumental legislation has led to monumental opportunities. If you put the Inflation Reduction Act together with the infrastructure law, which was bipartisan, and I'm happy about that, we're proving that it's not only good policy from a climate standpoint, it is good policy from a business and economic standpoint. You know, when we tackle climate, the first question we ask, right, this is the engineer in me, well, what are the biggest sources of emissions and pollution that we need to tackle? First one, everybody knows, is transportation. So we have to begin with transportation. The question we begin to ask ourselves next is, how can we make zero emission options more economical? How does it pencil? Not just for consumers, but for industry. Well, we've heard a lot about electric vehicles, and I'll talk about that in a second, but how do we get into fleets and heavy duty and beyond? That's where I'm going. So from a consumer standpoint, over 2 years, the Inflation Reduction Act's electric vehicle tax credit has made it more affordable option for 250,000 of Americans. So taken together, their savings with these electric vehicles is about $1.5 billion. Put those credits on the purchasing side together with the investments we've made in charging and fueling infrastructure from the bipartisan infrastructure law, which includes over $300 million coming to California, it's making EV ownership easier and a better option for working families. But as I mentioned, it's not just about electric vehicles. That's important, but there's a lot more to do. We're also electrifying school buses and public transit, and offering a first ever commercial clean vehicle tax credit to the tune of $40,000. What else are we working on? That sounds like a lot. Just last week, I was with Governor Newsom. We went to the Port of Oakland, celebrating a new form of clean energy with the exciting potential to decarbonize our transportation industry. I'm talking about hydrogen power. And while the announcement was in the Port of Oakland, it's really for a statewide hydrogen hub. The bipartisan infrastructure law established a hydrogen hub here in California with an initial $1 billion investment to develop and to scale up clean hydrogen. This technology will help us decarbonize some of the hardest to reach sectors like heavy-duty freight and potentially locomotives. So as we continue to develop this promising technology, in the near term, we're making significant progress in other areas as well. In July, just a couple months ago, on a warm day, kind of like today, I joined the EPA and the South Coast Air Quality Management District to announce a $500 million coming to reduce emissions in Southern California by replacing dirty diesel trucks and outdated freight equipment with zero emissions infrastructure. Hi, Marta. And thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law, again, additional funding that we've secured, we're also bringing $300 million in transportation infrastructure projects for the region in advance of the 2028 Olympic Games. So for those who've been part of the movement, you know that while we point to the Olympics, this is not just for the Olympics. All these projects are permanent infrastructure, and the people of the region will benefit before the Olympics, during the Olympics, and long after the Olympics. We're going to continue to see progress from LA Metro's Purple Line extension to the East San Fernando Valley Light Rail Transit Project. Actually, I just came from an announcement with LA Metro and the U.S. Department of Transportation announcing another $900 million in federal funding for that project in the San Fernando Valley. Long time coming. I'll take it. So I know I'm throwing a lot of facts and figures out at you, but it's to make a point. It's quite a time to advance this vision, this agenda that we've had for many, many years. But as we are working to make these long-term and historic investments and reduce emissions, improve public health, create more quality, good-paying jobs, improve transportation options, and bringing more business to the region, this is our rising tide. This is our moment. And in a state as big as ours, right, California, you all know this, the 5th largest economy in the world, soon to be the 4th largest economy in the world, we know that California needs to explore every option to diversify our energy portfolio and increase reliability. Another false choice. We don't have to focus on reliability or diversity. We can and need to do both. And today, California has been a trailblazer in this space as well. In the clean energy transition, thanks to the ambitious goals that California has laid out, ambitious but achievable. One area where California has enormous potential to continue to push the envelope is in both wind and solar energy. You may be thinking, that's nothing new. Let me tell you what is new. Back in the fall of 2022, I welcomed the Biden-Harris administration's announcement of the very first offshore wind energy lease sale on the West Coast. I'll take applause every chance I get. The sale represented the potential for 1.5 gigawatts of a clean energy, enough to power 1.5 million homes while creating thousands of jobs in the process. Now, earlier this year, we announced over $400 million for offshore wind infrastructure in Northern California, thanks to the bipartisan infrastructure law. So with the help of the administration, we're both facilitating the sale of offshore leases and incentivizing even more investments by making it easier for companies to assemble and transport wind turbines here in California. So just like we've done with electric vehicles, we're lowering the cost of entry for companies to be involved in this space. Now, when it comes to solar power production and energy storage, California, again, has been a leader because we've answered that question. What if the sun's not shining? What good is solar? Well, storage has to be an important complement. We have benefited in California by the amount of solar we put out there, coupling it with storage to address the intermittent issues. But the truth is that to date, for all of our success, it's only been wealthier communities and higher income families that have benefited from this. The challenge is how do we make it more broad and more affordable, more accessible to medium and lower income families? To get the environmental benefits, we really got to scale it up for everybody's participation. So as we work to implement the Inflation Reduction Act funding, I'm continuing to fight for the inclusion of multifamily housing in solar investments. And not if, but when we do that, we'll slash energy costs for low-income communities while continuing to create more of those good-paying jobs and help stabilize our grid. So we're not just reducing carbon emissions, we're not just creating jobs and cutting energy costs, we're diversifying our energy portfolio and increasing the reliability of our grid in the process. And it's in the spirit of that one that I'll brag about one of the very first bills that I introduced in the Senate. It became known as the Power On Act. And at the risk of going over my time, I just gotta tell you the story behind it. I was sitting in the Senate one day, a couple months literally into this new job. And do you remember the ice storms that took out the grid in Texas a couple of years ago? So I went over to the one senator from Texas that I can work with, Senator Cornyn, in case you're wondering. And I said, John, I see what's happening in Texas. I'm not here to give you a hard time because I represent California. And it's only a matter of time before wildfires are raging and our grid is under threat. There's got to be something that we can do together, that we can do on a bipartisan basis to tackle the threats to our grid and improve our grid reliability. So we had the audacity to suggest, well, let's invest $1 billion, work with states and utilities to upgrade the grid. As long as you don't call it climate change because we're reducing emissions, then I'm with you. Deal. Let's just get the language right. So we started pitching our colleagues. The good news is they loved the idea so much, it got woven into the bipartisan infrastructure law, but they had an issue with the $1 billion ask. That should give us $5 billion. And so it got signed into law by virtue of being part of the bipartisan infrastructure law. And as we're modernizing the grid throughout the country, we're working, it's going to have the effect of preventing blackouts and shutoffs by investing in more resilient transmission lines and other elements of our grid infrastructure. And because of all that, again, we're just hitting all of our goals, including increasing reliability of the grid while we're incorporating all these renewable energy projects. Which brings me to my final point. I was listening to the previous panel from backstage when they were talking about permitting reform. Right, if we're going to advance these projects and advance them more quickly to achieve all the goals that I've spoken of, we have to be able to approve them and build them out in the near term. And so we're not going to do that without some common sense permitting reform. We're still negotiating, we're still navigating through Congress, but I can tell you as a newer member of the Energy and Natural Resources Committee, we did vote out on a bipartisan basis such a reform package just last month and a half ago in the Senate. So we'll be pushing for action on the Senate floor and hopefully by the House before the end of this year to, again, accelerate our goals in all these projects. So that's what's at stake. That's my report of what I've been up to contribute to the LA Business Council's sustainability objectives. We've done a lot. We have a lot more work to do, but we've come a long way in the last couple of years. And I know that if we continue to work together, not just to dream big dreams and envision what the future of the region should look like, but by working together to pass the legislation, create the public and the private sector investments, we're going to make it happen. Los Angeles is going to lead the way. Thank you all so very, very much.
And now, please welcome Yana Garcia, Secretary for Environmental Protection at the California Environmental Protection Agency.
Hello. Good to be here. Didn't think I would be following the senator. Tough act to follow between the senator and your lunch, but always good. Always good to be back in LA. A place where obviously innovation and creative solutions thrive under the right conditions. And thank you to the Business Council for creating those conditions for all of us here. I'm going to start with a quick personal note. Those of you who know me know this already, but I am from Oakland, although I cut my teeth here in Los Angeles as a young lawyer, working on getting Exide shut down, working on refinery safety issues, land use requirements, representing Southeast LA communities, from environmental justice communities specifically, not only here in LA, but in statewide policy. It's always good to be back here, and one of the things that I learned during that time is that especially in LA, don't you dare try to build a solution without all stakeholders at the table, without every voice in front of you early on. And that is a lesson that left an impression on me, particularly as a young lawyer, and something that I carry with me today. It also taught me that litigation is a blunt tool. It's good at points, but collaboration gets you much further. And so I'm really proud to be able to do the work that I have done and that I get to do today with that experience. Now, I know you've heard a lot about the investments, the federal investments we've had, the several billions of dollars in ARCHES, IIJA, and IRA funding. You heard from the regulatory panel some of our work on advanced clean trucks and advanced clean fleets. I will touch on some of that, but I want to spend my time on a couple priority areas for us where there are still challenges that need to be addressed and challenges where we all need to come together to work towards solutions. And I want to share some of the work that I'm most proud of in those respects. So first, in the water space, California is preparing for a hotter, drier future where we are expecting to lose up to 10% of our water supply by 2040. Addressing that reality means that we must expand and diversify our water supply to sustain our people, our ecosystems, and our local economies. Late last year, the Water Board took an important step in this direction, adopting first-of-their-kind regulations governing direct potable reuse. This has really created a new space to allow for expanded investments in modernized water recycling, which I'm incredibly excited to see move forward. And the governor's water supply strategy for a hotter, drier future also explores desalination and conveyance, as many of you know. And we know that voluntary, creative, and collaborative partnerships are critical to achieve our environmental and water supply goals, but so is simply better managing our existing water system. Now that includes modernizing that system. And it may or may not surprise you all that in government, we do not have the most modern technology, and some simple tasks may be a little more challenging for us, but I'm really proud about the state's work over the past year to rebuild our over 100-year-old water rights data management system. We've digitized millions of paper records. We've developed user-friendly platforms for easier reporting, data management, and information analysis. And most importantly, we have started to collect real-time diversion data through pilot projects, and this is extraordinarily important for our work. But when it comes to securing a safe and sustainable water supply, at the end of the day, we have always known that we are an arid state, most importantly. And we must reduce, especially here, our most excessive uses of water where we can. This summer, the Water Board also adopted a nation-leading regulation to promote more efficient urban water use statewide. And combined with the actions already underway by suppliers and businesses, many of whom are right here in Southern California, that regulation will yield enough water savings to supply more than 1.4 million households per year. Now that further benefits our critical work to advance the human right to water. Climate change, as you all know, is in particular with this extreme heat, is straining our existing water infrastructure, including drying up wells, and that matters especially for well-dependent, vulnerable communities all across our state. While 98% of Californians have access to safe, reliable drinking water, 2% still don't, and that should remain unacceptable to each and every one of us. Since 2019, we've seen a net gain of nearly 900,000 more people with access to clean drinking water where they previously had none. And this is a direct result of investments from the State Board's Safer Drinking Water program, which since its inception has delivered over 2.5 times more grant funding to disadvantaged communities than was provided during the 5 years prior to its creation. Now we have to continue to build upon this work, and I share this here because we have to ensure that our environmental and conservation goals do not become conflated with or cause detrimental impacts to our most vulnerable residents, including in the form of costs. In this regard, I'm particularly proud of the state's arrearages payment program, which in large partnership with DWP, distributed over $880 million to clear water debt for wastewater bills for over 1.3 million households and businesses, representing 4 million people, many of whom are right here in LADWP service territory, who were financially impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Utility payments, including water, should never be a driver of housing instability, and that is something that we are deeply committed to at CalEPA. Now, second, despite improvements in the past 50 years, 7 out of 10 of the most polluted cities in the United States remain in California, which is why, again, some of the panels that you heard from this morning are so important. So improving local air quality as we move toward decarbonizing our economy and reach carbon neutrality is another key priority of mine, as I know it is for so many of you. For vulnerable people, including our children, air pollution translates directly into negative health impacts like asthma, respiratory illnesses, emergency room visits, premature births, and deaths. And these impacts only grow as climate causes more frequent and intense heat waves like the one we're living in right now. Our advanced clean cars regulations and our incentive programs, as well as our advanced clean trucks and clean fleets, leverage the power of vehicle transportation to clean our air. And in 2023, CARB released a report showing that truck manufacturers in particular are exceeding their targeted ZEV sales 2 years ahead of schedule, which we hope to drive even further. Just a few months ago, I was proud to join Amazon and Volvo to deploy 50 zero-emission heavy-duty trucks at the port, and I hope to see so much more of this investment. But while California can incentivize the market to move through both carrots and sticks, we need to do more to ensure our success. For starters, we need federal alignment in the form of Clean Air Act waivers. We need these to enforce our emission standards, and we know we cannot succeed without key industry partners. That's why we are committed to working together and to deeply embed the movement to zero-emission transportation and logistics across our economy, and to do so no matter who is in the White House. And for this, I want to thank our Senate leadership, including Senator Padilla, for being as committed to this as we are. The truth is that in California, we've proven that protecting human health and the environment while maintaining our storied economic strength is possible and allows us to thrive. In fact, is necessary for us to thrive. Businesses get this. So do voters. So do people here in this state. And businesses also get that climate risk is financial risk. And I'm very proud of the work that our state legislature and that the Air Resources Board will be undertaking to ensure that our climate risk disclosure is thorough and that businesses are able to make it work. The point here that I want to stress to you all is that we do not have the time to waste challenging in courtrooms or administrative proceedings the pathway that we know we are all on to get to zero. Whether that's in heavy duty, whether that's in passenger vehicles, whether that is in disclosing climate risk or emissions data and reporting. We are all in this together, not only because we have one planet, one atmosphere, one set of resources, but because our bottom line is the same. We want to see this economy continue to grow and continue to thrive and be the hub where collaboration, like the Arches collaboration that we celebrated last night, can continue to find a home. Now, third and finally, I want to talk a little bit about the fact that we have got to dramatically reduce the waste that we produce and catalyze investments in a truly circular economy. In California, we fill our landfills with an astonishing 40 million tons of waste per year. That's more than a ton of trash per Californian. Packaging makes up 50% of this trash, and 70% of that is plastic. In addition to generating significant emissions and polluting our land, our water, and the air that we breathe, this affects our land use and our ability to redevelop, build housing, and healthy communities. What we are doing today, in addition to managing via regulation the presence of things like PFAS and microplastics and other emerging pollutants, which at the end of the day cost a lot of money, by the way, is really looking to transform our economy from a disposable economy to a circular economy. And here we are in nascent stages, maybe where we were in 2006 with where we wanted to get to today in zero-emission vehicle deployment. But our ultimate goal is to create an economy where every product and resource is designed to last as long as possible, and at the end of its use, cycled back into the system for valuable new life. Our circular economy concept is based on 3 principles: to eliminate waste and pollution, circulate products and materials, and regenerate nature. We believe that our transformation could cut over 300 billion tons of global climate emissions by 2100 at full implementation. And in California alone could create $142 billion in new revenue streams and 128 green jobs. Over the last few years, we've also taken groundbreaking steps toward a waste-free future, including within Cal EPA, Cal Recycle moving full steam ahead on implementing SB 54, a historic plastic and Packaging Reduction Act that sets the world's toughest rules to cut single-use plastics and packaging waste, and for the first time hold producers, not consumers or sellers of plastic, accountable for their production of these products. They will be required to pay into a $5 billion fund that the state will use to address plastic pollution and aid overburdened communities. Make no mistake that making a dent in these pollution burdens now, today, will pay dividends into the future for our children. We can also never forget that part of building a circular economy is reducing, in particular, the hazardous waste we create. A large part of that comes from reducing our reliance on toxic chemicals. For the past 10 years, DTSC's Safer Consumer Products Program, and I have to say DTSC does not usually get kudos, so I gotta give them some kudos here, has been used to drive innovation and advance the design, development, and use of products that are chemically safer for people and the environment. We've compelled changes in beauty products, cleaning supplies, construction materials, and we're looking forward to looking at changes in tire production and more. We're also looking to drive investment in sustainable pest management, agricultural, and food systems production. We want to move away from our over-reliance on chemicals that can cause irreparable harm to our environment, to our health, and in particular to the health and environment of our farm workers. We know we cannot do that alone. We need to continue to drive the type of visionary innovation that we've seen, in particular throughout the transportation sector and our electrification progress. But now we need to tackle these new frontiers of innovation to create the solutions we need to build a better tomorrow. Now, I want to say that we not only need to do this for ourselves or for the nation, but for the globe. Nations are looking to us, to California, to lead by example. And again, this is notwithstanding who is in the White House. Through the door of one administration, we will be the leaders in climate action. Through the door of the next, we have to continue to step up to the plate to also lead and show them our support. Now, I had the great privilege of visiting China earlier this year to carry forward a delegation that the governor led, really carrying forward a legacy of partnership that has shown great improvement in air quality because of the partnership that a national government, a significant one at that, has with the state of California. Because of the exchange that the Chinese have had with the Air Resources Board, they've been able to improve the air quality in Beijing by slashing their air pollution by 67% since they started their exchanges with us. Make no mistake, we intend to continue leading by that example. And again, I want to thank you all for the drive you have to get us there. Our collective, collaborative innovation and drive is actually our most precious resource. And again, I'm particularly proud to be back here in LA, where I get to see so much of the progress we've made. We're now on a draft Superfund list. Again, thank you to our Senate delegation leadership and others to get Exide to become a Superfund site, to get an influx of new funding to clean up, at long last, an environmental injustice affecting far too many Angelenos. When I was here in my youth, working on setbacks, working on oil and gas restrictions, I would have never thought that we'd be at this place where we are, in fact, implementing and moving toward a 90% reduction in consumption of fossil fuels here in the state of California. Historically, a fossil fuel producing state. And the last ask that I'll leave you with is that we maintain our commitment to equity, to leveraging the multitude of benefits that come from each and every action we take. Over the past few years, we've surpassed our target of investing our climate investments up to 35% in disadvantaged communities, and we've actually met over 70% here in California, many across Los Angeles. And we need to continue to see that happening. We also need to continue to leverage the multiple benefits that come from our affordable housing projects, transit-oriented development. We need to bring down redevelopment costs, again, through reducing our reliance on chemicals and our production of hazardous waste. And we need all brains, all minds, all stakeholders at the table to get there. I want to thank you all again so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here with you all. I hope to see you all soon. And cheers to the work ahead. Have a good lunch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will now be taking a 10-minute lunch break. If you haven't already, your box lunches are available in the courtyard. Thank you. Please welcome our next panel, Southern California and Regional Clean Energy Goals, moderated by Rita Campbelath, Chief Sustainability Officer of Los Angeles County.
Can you all hear me? Oh, yeah. Okay, great. Good afternoon, everybody. I hope everybody's enjoying their lunch. Thank you all for being here today. So I'm very excited to be joined today by this amazing panel to talk about this very minor challenge of meeting our regional clean energy goals. I'm sure many of us in the room today, we've been thinking about this more and more. Lots of great conversations about this today. But just to provide a little bit of framing, we've set some incredibly ambitious goals for ourselves, both as a state and as a region. The state, of course, has had a goal of achieving 100% renewable energy by 2045 and 60% by 2030. And the city of LA has gone even further and set a goal of 100% by 2035 and 80% by 2030. So we know that in order to achieve those goals, we will need tremendous investment, not only in expanding our supply of clean power, but also billions of dollars in new transmission capacity. And at the same time that we're making those transformative investments and those huge leaps, we really want to make sure that we're not leaving anyone behind. So that means not only meeting those technical needs, but also, really taking a thoughtful approach to workforce development, shoring up community resilience, and addressing current inequities in our energy system. So lots of big challenges to tackle and lots of different angles and expertise needed. So I'm grateful that I'm only here to ask the questions today and excited to introduce our fantastic panel here. So today I have with me Ted Bardicke, the CEO of the Clean Power Alliance, Richard Katz, the board chair of the LADWP, Mark Milius, the co-founder and CEO of Volta Energy, Ryan Pfaff, executive VP of Grid and Distribution, Scale Power, EDF Renewables, and Fumi Williamson, Senior VP of Customer Service, Southern California Edison, and relatively new to LA. So give her a great big welcome on this very hot day. So,
Thank you.
All right. So Ted, I'd like to start with you. And no bias, not just because you have been so instrumental to us at the county meeting our own very ambitious goals. But the Clean Power Alliance has procured significant amounts of utility scale clean energy. But of course, there's also a real push to develop local resources. So I was curious if you have thoughts, if you can share them on how you think about that balance between, utility scale versus local distributed energy resources.
Yeah, so there's a theme up here is we got to do it all. And I'll continue that theme is we have to do it all. So we, as you said, we have, you heard Cary up here talking about the pattern wind energy. So we're the largest off-taker of that project, which is the largest renewable energy project ever built in the United States, bigger than the Hoover Dam. So we have thousands of megawatts of utility scale solar here in California, almost 1,000 megawatts of batteries, grid scale batteries that are operating again across California, some of it which is in Los Angeles County. So just because we say, oh, something's utility scale, doesn't mean it can't be local. We have a couple of hundred megawatts of batteries and almost 100 megawatts of solar scattered throughout in the Antelope Valley. Then at the sort of smaller scale, it's great you had Prologis up here. So we have 14 rooftop solar projects with Prologis using their infrastructure, which is big warehouse rooftops. And we specifically use those projects, the energy supply of those projects, particularly to serve low-income customers on CARE and FARA, at a bill discount. So we provide them 100% renewable energy at a 20% bill discount from those local renewable energy sources. And then finally, we have under development 11 sites where we put in solar and batteries on critical municipal facilities. So that's fire stations, libraries that double as community, as cooling centers. Really important today, as you hear, you see on Twitter, cooling center open, cooling center open, cooling center open. Well, if the grid went down, the cooling center wouldn't function. And so what we're doing is we're expanding a lot of our local stuff to providing an additional resiliency benefit in addition to the clean energy and sort of climate change bit. Now, what makes, when we think about how, what to invest in, what are we developing, there's three things that we consider. Obviously, first, price. We are in a competitive market overall in the wholesale business, and we both compete with and partner with Edison in the provision of electrons. So we have to think about price. Those smaller scale local projects are 3 to 5 times more expensive than what we can get at the utility scale. That's just a reality. That's where government incentives can really, really, really help and buy down that cost so that we can remain competitive and still bring those benefits. So that's the first thing. The second is, what are we getting for the extra money? So are we getting something above and beyond just the megawatts? Because we're going to spend the money, we want some additional benefit. And one of the things that we know, like the resiliency centers that we're helping to build, is that resiliency for people is not priced into the benefits, unfortunately. But we'll say, okay, well, we're going to absorb that as a mission-driven organization. We'll absorb that cost, but it also means that we're unlikely to just do a local project just because you can see it as a customer. We need to find what is that other benefit, even if we can't monetize that benefit. And then the third thing we're looking at is this going to help in a lot of what we heard today about some kind of load management, some kind of shifting of demand, that the DER discussion or the distributed energy resources discussion is no longer about just the local, but what's the connection between that local and the customer? And does that allow the customer or us in some cases to control that resource in a more micro scale than because it's locally sited and there's a more holistic interaction with the customer. So I would posit today that the question of the local and the DERs has shifted a little bit. It used to be, it was just like, let's build local because it's good jobs, it's good reinvestment. Now it's, can we bring the customer into that DER? Because if you look around the room, every single one of you is a DER, okay? Every single one of you is a distributed energy resource because you go home and you decide whether to turn on the lights or run your dishwasher at 7 p.m. or at 11 p.m. You decide. That is you are a distributed resource. And so what we're trying to do with the local projects that we build is say, what connection can we have to the customer so that when you make those decisions, the decision has an impact above and beyond whether you just decide to run the dishwasher or not. So that's kind of how we think about this utility scale versus local and bringing it all together.
Yeah, appreciate that. Fumi, I'd love to jump down to you next. So, Edison has done its own analysis of the pathway to achieve those huge goals in your Countdown to 2045 report. And that notes almost a doubling of total electricity usage. I was curious, can you kind of give us a sense of the scale and scope of what needs to be done from your perspective in order to get to those goals?
Sure. First, before I answer that question, we'd just love to say that the comments that I make today may pertain to matters that are pending before the California Public Utility Commission. So if there are any CPUC decision makers here today, please let me know at the end of this panel so we can make sure that we take the right steps to comply with any ex parte rules regarding sessions like this. And so to your question, Rita, I would say the scale and the size of what we are trying to do is pretty massive. It's unprecedented is the word that comes to mind. And just really want to thank LABC for putting together this event so we can have this really important conversation. At SCE, we're really proud and really committed to doing our part to help California reach carbon neutrality and net zero. We have a countdown to 2045 white paper that really talks about what it's going to take for us to get there. So I'll start with the dollars. We're talking about $370 billion of investments from generation to transmission to distribution. I mean, that is a lot of money. And then when you think about the speed that we're going to need to build, we're going to need to build transmission 4 times as fast than we have done historically. We're going to need to build distribution 10 times as fast than we have done previously. And so it's going to need us to work in new, innovative, and ways that we've never done before. And it's going to require significant partnerships across many, many sectors. It's going to require just an economy-wide partnership. And when you think about the times that we're having to do this, not only is the scale pretty massive, but we're having to do this at a time where we're experiencing the impacts of climate change. So I moved here and I was promised 75-degree weather days. And last time I checked, it's over 100 degrees out there. So I think we're living through it right now. We conduct a climate risk assessment every 4 years to really help us, to inform us on how we're going to get the grid ready so that we're managing the impacts of climate change. And as we make these investments, and we're doing them in such a way that are going to be able to withstand things like rising sea levels and things like extreme heat, which I know you're all aware of. The other dimension to this is getting $370 billion invested in this space and in this sector. We're going to need a workforce that is able, a workforce that is ready and capable of doing this work. And sometimes that's often overlooked as we talk about the investments, but we're going to need to focus on that as well. And then I would also add supply chain. We're going to need a very robust supply chain, one that is more capable of just really not getting disrupted easily as we saw the last few years. We're going to need to have companies that have the relative scale that's required to meet the demand that we're going to have to use to build out the grid. And so when I think about all these different things, it's exciting, but it's also very scary when you think about what needs to happen. And I will say that that's why it's going to take all of us, right? It's going to take every single person in this room and in this industry to get, to the right solution for all of us.
Thank you for that. Ryan, so I'd love to jump to you. We've kind of talked about just this broadly what needs to be done. EDF is, of course, one of the largest renewable energy developers. You have a huge part to play in us getting to our goals. Can you speak to just recent challenges that are facing utility scale developers today and maybe impacting your ability to kind of play that part in achieving this goal?
Happy to, and there are no shortage of challenges, so I'll be careful not to talk for the rest of the panel session. So, being in this business, you often meet people, and when you tell them what you do, they say, things must be great in your industry right now. You have all these tailwinds, you have the IRA. And the reality is we have an industry on the utility scale side where the levelized cost of energy, the price of the power had been declining continuously since like the 1990s. And then starting around a little bit after COVID, it started going back up. And what we've seen on the utility scale side, and I'll reference solar specifically, is that in many parts of the United States and other countries, the busbar price of solar has doubled from its low point to post-COVID. And there are multiple factors that have played into that. And by the way, I will say it's starting to stabilize and maybe come back down a little bit. But we had gotten to, I'm going to mention multiple data points, but maybe in Texas, pricing in the low 20s, in New York, pricing in the 50s, and California, pricing in the low 20s. And suddenly those numbers doubled over the course of 4 years because there was a shortage of labor and the cost of labor went up. There's honestly not enough skilled workers to fulfill the IRA, even though there are great provisions in the IRA to help create that labor pool and train that labor pool. And so it'll come through an apprenticeship requirement in the IRA. The other thing that really hurt, which hurt a lot of sectors, not just renewables, is the increase in the cost of capital. So as interest rates spiked within 18 months from short-term rates of almost nothing to 5%, suddenly the return requirement for these projects went up a lot, and that flows right into the cost of the power, the price that you need to sell at. We've also seen, partly because of COVID-induced inflation, but just other factors too, like some of the trade policies which have been volatile, tariffs, no tariffs, the tariffs get revisited, they change. We have had some anti-dumping and countervailing duty cases that have been publicized where there was a view that Chinese module suppliers are dumping basically and selling modules in, and that US suppliers can't compete. So those cases are open from time to time, and that creates a lot of stop and start of the module supply chain. And I'm going to come back to one more positive aspect of that. But all of that has flowed into a much higher cost to build these projects. And so when your price goes from 20 to 40, your customer doesn't just immediately come with you and say, I'll pay 40, right? I mean, it started out as, hey, nobody else is saying this. Why are you raising your price? And then you would hear more people are saying this, but there's also a limit to how much you can accept. So in California, and Ted may feel a little bit differently, but the price is up, but it's still reasonable in the US landscape. But in New York, if you're bidding $90 for solar, maybe that doesn't work, right? You have to look at the economics of it. And so it's different than what some of the procurement agencies had planned for when they started, right? So it slows things down. So the price is one. The second is that we've had a lot of delays. And so starting in COVID, and for multiple reasons, the lead time on some of the components is incredibly long. So we used to buy main power transformers and HV breakers, and they'd have a 52-week lead time. Now, you may not even be able to buy them because they're sold out, or some of the manufacturers actually have a 200-week lead time. So if you have a project that could interconnect in, say, 2027 or 8, but it takes you 4 years to get your electrical equipment, you have to buy now. And if you're not ready to buy now, and you're bidding to like Ted at CPA, by the time you sign in a year, it doesn't come till 2029. So the reality is that's a real constraint on the sector right now. Two positive things I would mention. One is that as a result of all the turbulent trade policy and the IRA, we are seeing onshoring of manufacturing. So the modules are coming back to the US, trackers are being built in the US. One of our partner tracker providers, I think, has built 11 factories in the US using US steel to build those trackers. We are in a long-term module supply agreement with a supplier that built a new facility in Texas. And they're also building that's an assembly facility, and they're building a cell manufacturing facility in Indiana. So we'll have a US-made module, a US-made tracker. That's really positive. And that also gets you away from the trade uncertainty. And the other thing is that despite everything I mentioned, I do feel it's starting to stabilize. It's really helpful to have interest rates level, so at least there's not a view that this is going to continue. So I think it'll get better, but the last 4 years have been hard, and now the good news is the industry has a lot of projects that it's able to supply as things settle down.
Yeah. Thank you for that. A lot of diverse challenges you've raised there, and if Senator Stern had been able to be here with us to bring that sort of policymaker perspective, that would have been great to hear. So, but I'd like to kind of pose this question to the group, if anybody is able to just talk about, thinking more broadly about those goals and some of the challenges that you faced. Do any of you have thoughts on policy or regulatory changes, either at the federal, state, or local level that might kind of help address some of the challenges you've seen, or even just help us achieve these goals?
I think, to point out the obvious, which it's obvious but doesn't get talked about in polite company as much as it probably should. You were talking a minute ago about the instability that we've seen over the past several years. Let's wait about 6 weeks and see what happens on November 5th. Because if anything defines instability, it's the potential for what happens on Election Day. And all of the stuff that that's aspirational, that we're building and we're proud of, is either going to get a big lift or chaos, or both. So that's what, in terms of the immediate, it's impossible to answer in the sense until we know the answer. And if you know what's going to happen on Election Day, let's go to Vegas and bet some football games, okay? But I think that's one of the hard challenges for people, particularly in this business, where things are changing quickly. Yeah. At LADWP, we're very proud of the fact that the J.D. Power survey of public utilities rated us the #1 utility in the country with SMUD in Sacramento in terms of, we have somebody from Sacramento here? No. Somebody who knows what SMUD is. That's but in terms of all the public utilities, #1 in sustainability, and that is a tribute to the men and women who deliver every day, all 10,500 of them at LADWP, as well as the leadership that's come out of the mayor's office and the city council and the commission. But it takes people making a difference and a commitment to doing it. And we have seen areas where we can do it. We have some other projects, and we can talk about it when we get a little more, into it. But I want to talk a little bit about IPP in Utah and what that means. It's going to be one large hydrogen facility in about 12 months. So we'll talk a little bit about that. But again, if you make the commitment, we can make the commitment and go forward. We have to also, the other piece that I think we need to do a better job of, and it's not for a lack of trying by everybody in this room, it's really hard to explain to the individual ratepayer how this is going to benefit them. It's going to keep your air clean. Okay. But what does that mean other than I'm paying more each month? And so that's part of our job that we need to do better on.
I'll just add on a couple of policy things. The first is to recognize that policy makes a difference. Is to just sometimes we don't. Former legislator here, you did your work, but it does make a difference. And let me give you a couple of examples building off what Ryan said. Ryan said, one of the things that's happening is we're onshoring manufacturing for panels and cells and trackers, which is big, huge amount of from a project development perspective, that is reducing risk.
Yep.
But the reason that's happening is not because everybody got together and said, we need to reduce risk. It's because there's a big tax credit in the IRA to onshore manufacturing. That was a policy decision that was written into a law that Congress passed, that the president signed, that had a direct impact. That's one area. Second thing you talked about is, we're having a little workforce challenge right now, but that's going to get better. Why? Because in the IRA, there's a provision that gives you an additional that says you can't take advantage of any of the tax credits unless you essentially hire union labor. Mm-hmm. And when you hire union labor, you're buying into an apprenticeship system, which is really positive for the development of that future workforce. And we at Clean Power Alliance, we help fund apprenticeship programs for IBEW Local 11, which builds most of our projects, at least the local ones. So the first thing to do is this is not abstract. These things are real and matter. So what are a couple of things that we might do for the region? I think the first thing that we have to recognize is there's an affordability challenge. And for any of you who follow the press, there was supposed to be this big electricity affordability package in Sacramento that had 7 bills, and it was all sort of bundled up together. Well, lo and behold, we got to the end, and only 2 of those bills passed, and they were the 2 most inconsequential of the 7. Okay?
Which is why they passed.
Right. Well, we need to. There's a lot of really good ideas in those. There were a lot of really good ideas in the 5 that didn't make it across the finish line. I'm hopeful that, including some things that have not really been talked about in the state for at least a decade, and I'm hopeful that the failure will spur people to pick up those conversations around affordability, because that's, the 2 greatest challenges from my perspective to the clean energy transition are reliability and affordability, right? Because if the lights go out, people are going to say, well, no more. Okay, we seem to have gained some traction in reliability, a lot of batteries on the grid and other stuff. We haven't yet dealt with the fact that, bills have doubled in the last decade. And so I think we're going to have to deal with that. The long-term projection is that things will get better as we use more electricity, which was what, SCE really put out in that. But I think there will be more that we can do at the legislative level around costs.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit more to the policy conversation, I think one, I mentioned how much build-out we're going to need to do right between now and 2045. And one that continues to be a bottleneck is permitting and how long it takes to get things built, right? And so when you think about building transmission 4 times as fast, distribution 10 times as fast, and right now, greenfield transmission sometimes takes up to 10 to 12 years to build. And maybe even from a permitting perspective, could be 4 years before you even move dirt around. And so the math just doesn't work. It is impossible for us to meet the scale of build out that's going to be necessary with the existing permitting process that we have. And so we're going to need, the timelines reviewed. It'd be great if they were standardized across the board where there's a little bit more consistency, minimizing things like agency handoffs or redundant reviews that keeps happening between different agencies. And also just making sure that we're optimizing that timing, you're minimizing the number and the frequency of interventions that can happen in that timeline. Because again, if our eye is on getting to net zero, it's gonna take us to build out the grid at a pretty massive scale. And to do that, we're gonna need to move really, really fast. And the current construct just does not enable that to happen.
That's absolutely true. Some of the lines you hear about today, so I don't want to speak for pattern, but the concept of getting a line from New Mexico to California, it's like a 20-year-old concept. And the same with the line that comes from Wyoming to get to Nevada to send wind in from a project called the Anschutz project. That's a 20-year-old concept, so we don't have time to have those happen every 20 years. The other point I wanted to add was back on the policy point. Ted, you made a really good point about policy mattering. And the point about the manufacturing incentive was one of the positive things I was going to mention, but I forgot in my long-winded answer before. The duration of the IRA matters a lot as well, because one of the reasons that nobody would ever come manufacture is, one, it's more expensive. You don't want to come here and develop a product you can't sell outside the US. And so the tax credits help with that. But secondly, the production tax credits always expired every 2 years, so no one's going to come to a market that might end. So having that 10-year plus runway was essential to attract that manufacturing back to the US, and also essential to us to developing a workforce, right? Because they'll get into a business where they can see they can work for 10 or 15 years, not 2 years. So that piece of legislation is absolutely essential to everything we're doing right now. Agree with that.
I also think that as we talk about policy, you look at some things that are happening in California right now, specifically with the community solar program that's been kind of moving through, ruling with the PUC and how that's going to impact the entire state. Everybody's talking about the timing that it's taking to get renewables online, but the one thing about rooftop solar, specifically Los Angeles has done a very good job of that, is the permitting time frame is a lot less. We can deploy a lot of renewables on all of these open rooftops in a timeline that is less than these utility scale type projects because they are allowed by right. You know, they don't need a CUP. You can get these things built. And as we look in, you know, California as a market dynamic as a whole, the city of Los Angeles has one of the best programs in the country in the fact of covering the rooftop feed-in tariff program. The entire country was looking at California and the policy that was going to be happening in community solar, thinking California that was going to lead and going to be the next biggest market in community solar, where there's going to be infill development on rooftops and seeing all that's going to happen. Policy is going to drive that through the rest of this year to see whether or not we are going to be able to fill up the rest of these rooftops, not just in LA, but in all the surrounding communities. Because, you know, when you look at some of these industrial buildings and warehouses, commercial buildings, we only need to cover 30% of that roof to 50% of that roof to cover their usage. We have all this extra space right here, right in the urban areas that can power everybody's homes, right? Or a portion of it, right? You know, you think about having 100 buildings that we can get a megawatt on, that's 100 megawatts right there. We can get those things online in a time frame of, you know, depending on interconnection review with the utility, everything else, as little as 18 months, could be as quick as 24 to 36 months. You know, when we were at some procurement conferences earlier this year, conversation about this was on a utility scale side, maybe that's going to be 2031 or 2032. So we can get a lot of solar deployed quickly in the state of California, but it's going to matter about policy and the decisions that are being made around community solar and other rooftop programs.
Yeah.
So.
Thank you for that, Mark. Yeah, and actually, just to stick with you, so you started talking a little bit about you know, your work with these infill solar projects. Do you want to add anything just about how you see the role of those DERs in terms of meeting our goals, and just also you know, some of the community impacts? You talked a little bit about that, but I just wanted to see if you wanted to.
Yeah, I think the biggest aspect of community impact is, let's take in, for example, let's fast forward to the Olympics that are going to be here. And the impact of people flying into LAX and looking down as they look out the windows and seeing all the rooftops that potentially could be empty or they could be filled with solar, right? Same thing as when you're flying into Sacramento or when you're flying into San Francisco or Oakland, you look down and you see all these rooftops that are empty. Why are we not filling them up? And the reason is policy, right? There needs to be a way to have those things be filled up, to be out there part of a community solar program or a feed-in tariff program, you know, et cetera. I feel that we all collectively have a responsibility that 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we have pushed to make sure that, you know, our kids and grandkids, when they're flying into these cities, that they are going to look down and say, oh, that makes sense. Why aren't these rooftops filled? You know, so there is importance there. You know, I think one of the big aspects is we're also going to be creating jobs as we're building these projects on the rooftops. It's going to be, you know, as part of IRA and everything else, it's going to be high-paying jobs, prevailing wage. You know, you're going to have engineers, electricians, you know, installers, et cetera. And those are going to be people that are going to be working right here in the LA area or, you know, throughout California in these urban centers. And that's important because we're creating high-paying jobs and, you know, creating a sustainable future for all of us. And also you look at, you know, the things that Ted was talking about with resiliency and everything else. We're producing the power right where it's being consumed. There is going to be, you know, with transmission coming into these cities, there's going to be a gridlock of electrons. And if we're producing it here, we can reduce that need to pipe so much in.
Yeah, thank you. Well, we've talked a lot about this. Oh, did you?
Well, no, I was going to mention something because Ted and I had the same reaction a couple minutes ago when Ryan was talking about feed-in tariffs and why that's happened here. And the reason it happened in LA largely was LABC. And Mary Leslie just being somebody who you don't want to ever say no to because she never stops. But I'm saying, but in other communities, but that's what drove it here in the beginning. And, you know, DWP, when David was there and others, you know, has taken that up. But it really was grassroots up driving the policy. Yep. And so, you know, maybe we need to be giving lessons in other parts of the state about how to do that. Yeah. But LABC was a big piece of that.
And I'll just add to that, having been involved in the feed-in tariff very early on, and to your point about what's happening in November, elections matter.
Just a little.
And one thing that happened just strategically around the feed-in tariff was it was just getting off the ground during a mayoral election. Right. And, certain candidates embraced it as a part of a talking point. I'll just, be blunt about it. And it had follow-on because then you had candidates making promises, and then they got elected, and then they had to fulfill them. And that's, in terms of the where we're going to make a dent on the policy space, these every 2-year or 4-year elections, matter both for advocates as well as for voters in the country.
Thank you. Commissioner Katz, we've been talking a lot about this city and some specific things, but also just these huge ambitious goals that the city has. I was hoping you could talk a little bit more about your planning process and what DWP has kind of observed or concluded from that process.
It's a work in progress. Our long-range plan is a living document, literally.
Yeah.
And going through review right now that we expect an analysis of what's already been done to come before the commission and at the end of this year in a draft form and then next year for adoption. And starting on the next one about the same time. So it's an ongoing process because the world is changing. Mm-hmm. And in that regard, I had mentioned earlier IPP, the Intermountain Power Plant that we own and operate in Utah, along with a bunch of partners in Utah who have been very cooperative and good people to work with. But there's a plant there, and our new general manager and I, Janice Quiones, took a trip out there about a month ago. And we were looking at the plant, which had 4 units originally. 2 have already been taken down and are being rebuilt because it was a coal-operated facility. The coal pile is just about gone completely. Though I'm not sure they'll ever get it out of the sand and the soil and everything else. But that's going to be a hydrogen plant next year, and it will be up and running next year. And at build-out, that's about 840 megawatts of based on green hydrogen. And we don't talk a lot about it, but we are going to be, because for everybody who's been cynical about doing stuff like this, we're going to prove to the world that you can do it, and that's what LA does. We built a city on that and a state on that, and so we're very proud of that plant out there. We have a couple thousand employees out there. The workforce is almost 50% women in the construction side, and we have last 3 years, 0 days lost to accident record. So it's something we're very, very proud of. And you'll be hearing a lot about it, and particularly when it comes online.
Great. Well, thank you for that. So, just hearing from all of you, I'd love to just hear kind of talk about, again, we've talked about distributed energy and utility scale and all these different elements that need to come together. Where do you see the greatest opportunities for sort of coordination and regional collaboration?
If we knew the answer to that.
Doesn't need to be the right answer, but just some answers.
Yeah. Let me. So one of the very strange things about the Southern California region is that the city of Los Angeles is its own balancing authority, right. Just in terms of and it's not really. There's a couple of points of interconnection between the DWP Balancing Authority and the CAISO system, but pretty much it's independent. It might as well be in another state or country or continent.
We get accused of that a lot.
Yeah, right. That's right. In terms of these big system-wide things, it can be hard sometimes to coordinate. In ways that maybe with water, where MWD is DWP is part of MWD and all of that, you see in the water system the ability to regionally coordinate a little bit better. So what I really think about in terms of regional coordination, and I think about this a lot also with Edison and our relationship with Edison, where we can't deliver our green electrons without their wonderful work delivering those electrons. But where I think we can really cooperate is actually in spurring each other on, in being competitive, actually, about the cool customer programs that we all start to develop, and then, ooh, look at what they're doing. Ooh, look at what they're doing. That could be cool. So I'll give you an example. DWP has a rebate for air conditioners for low-income customers who are suffering from heat.
Especially this week.
Especially this week. And that, there are, statewide, there's like $10 rebates for an efficient air conditioner. But DWP went out on a limb. They've got $200, $300, $400 rebates. We looked at that and we said, we at the county has got a lot of the same problems. So we're going to do something similar. That's an effort of regional coordination that didn't require any MOUs. It didn't require like big things. It was just like, ooh, what are they doing? With Edison, Edison's about to develop a dynamic rate pilot where people are going to be charged based on actual real-time prices in the energy market. See how much people would start to respond to very severe price signals, which is like prices increase 10x over a period of 4 or 5 hours. So we're right now evaluating whether we as CPA are going to participate and sort of jointly design this thing with Edison. So I kind of think it's like, oh, what are other people doing? How do we look around and do it rather than saying, oh, we're going to connect all the wires, and because we're not going to do all of that.
But you know what else has changed, I think, also, and I think a couple of you mentioned this before, it's as this whole area changes, which is this whole field changes, we don't necessarily view, and maybe we never did, it just seemed like we did, but the competition as the enemy. Because there's more than enough need to go around here so that we don't have to hurt you to protect what what we're going to encumber. So, I mean, I think that's been a change that's evolving at this point, but that will lead to better cooperation, and we'll see that in things. I mean, State Water Project delivers water based on a cooperative basis, sort of, but most of the time. But the areas don't have to. We don't have to take it out of the Central Valley's hide in order to make it work, and vice versa. And I think that's something we'll see in power. I mean, the grid needs to be upgraded. Everybody acknowledges that, and even though it may not benefit my ratepayers because we have our own system, it's in our best interest that functions.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Ryan, I was curious too if you want to address that, given your sort of national view and the different projects, if you have any thoughts on like opportunities to coordinate or collaborate.
I do, and it's going to sound a little bit like what I said last year here on a panel, but so for utility scale, transmission is one of the biggest delay factors and obstacles to meeting our objectives, whether it's California, whether it's the US, PJM, different areas. And it takes a long time to build, and it's very difficult to line up the amount of plants that are real, that actually need to be interconnected, and develop the transmission to plug it in when it gets there. And what I mean by that is, I don't know the number exactly, but one of the later Q clusters in California had like 342 gigawatts of proposed projects, which range from totally non-viable to the most viable, and it's impossible for system planners to figure out what's the attrition rate going to be, how many of these can be permitted, and what are the most viable economically, right? And so I think one area where there's been great cooperation between the utility scale community is with California ISO and trying to figure out how to balance not having 342 gigawatts, which means nothing ever gets built, because how do you plan for that? Because what will happen in the first study phase is 342, then it drops to 252, then it drops to 150, and you restudy, and you know at the end you're going to have 10 gigawatts or something, but it takes forever. But trying to balance not having that large of a Q cluster with knowing that a developer that can't connect for 10 years can't spend $50 million on a project to prove that it's viable. So threading that needle is some of the work that's being done right now between the development community and the California ISO to ensure that viable projects make it through, and that you don't have to, for example, sign a PPA 10 years ahead of time at a price that's hard to predict 10 years out. So that's one opportunity for collaboration. I think it's going to help the state build transmission in the right areas for the right projects. It's going to help off-takers to know that the right projects will have deliverability when they come online. But it requires really being transparent both ways so that the right projects make it and the state can hit its goals and the transmission is there. So a lot of words there, but I think that's a very important piece of the transmission puzzle so we don't overbuild, underbuild, and it doesn't take too long.
Thank you for that. So just kind of following up on that, before we have to wrap up here, I know we've talked a lot broadly about transmission and the grid, and maybe Fumi, I'll start with you on this one, but can open up to anybody. If you can just talk about what challenges you see in terms of making sure that the grid is ready and just obstacles as well.
Yeah, so we do have a ton of headwinds, some of which we have talked about already today. I think one of the areas that is a headwind, but also a pretty significant opportunity, as we talked about collaboration, is what I would call integrated system planning. And doing that in a way that connects the dots from all the way from generation to getting those electrons, to our customers. And doing it in a way that's a little bit more detailed, but also for longer. We can't do 5 years or 10 years. We've got to be looking out 20 years or more and making sure that we're all coming to the table to have a plan that's actually executable and that we have all the elements and all the stakeholders kind of working towards that single plan. We've already talked about permitting, and I think, that one gets a lot of head nods because everybody, sees it and knows. The other challenge that I'll bring up is we've got to move from a just-in-time grid build-out to what I would call a proactive grid build-out. So it takes years to even get a substation online. And so by the time the customer needs it, it's too late. And so we've got to figure out a model where we are able to build out and invest early on so that by the time the customer needs it, we're there. And so that we're mitigating some of the impacts and adverse impacts of delays and not being able to be ready for our customers, for our communities, and our businesses in a more expedient manner. And when I think about challenges, it's all of those things, but then there is a ton of opportunities as well. The level of investment is going to create tons of jobs. We're already seeing it today. It's going to create tons of investment opportunities. I know we talk about clean air as if, it's just this other side benefit, but when you think about the disadvantaged communities that have the more adverse impacts of poor air quality, we're talking about lives here. We're talking about, longevity here. So there's really significant benefits to our communities as well that I want to make sure we don't underestimate. And then for all of our households, we've in our Countdown to 2045 study, we emphasize the fact that our households are going to see about a 40% reduction in their energy expenses when you combine, what they're using for residential use as well as transportation by 2045 if we're able to make all of this work. And so it's a big if, right? But these are challenges that I know that, we have a lot of folks who are ready and able and willing to tackle, but also a lot of tremendous opportunities for our customers, for our communities, and everyone in this room.
It's a good target to aim for.
Yeah.
We're very good at doing aspirational planning.
Yeah.
But the one piece that you touched on that's under attack, that underlies all of this and will be a challenge for all of us going forward is the equity piece. There was a ballot measure that the Supreme Court in California took off the ballot for November that would have eliminated our ability to dynamically price and to use that as an offset for areas that don't have the revenue that other areas have. And LA is filled with communities that need that kind of help. And if we lose that tool, then we will never get anywhere close to equity. And the impact on cities is going to be massive and not good.
Thank you.
I'll raise a challenge in a different space. I think you heard, I can't remember if it was Darcie or Elliot up here earlier talking about the 7,000 megawatts of sort of untapped in demand response or load shifting resources that are out in California that are not tapped into every single day. And I think this is one of the challenges. I mean, the 7,000 megawatts, that's, just about 20% of, a peak demand day. So it's a lot of resource that we as a society, and it's not so much policy, we as a society haven't figured out into how to tap into the decision-making frameworks of ordinary customers and regular people. And I think that's a real sort of challenge that the state needs to grapple with. I both have the positive viewpoint and then the downside on this. We've actually done really good as a state in this realm around water, right? So think about it. When there's a drought, people will take shorter showers. When there's a water shortage, people will water their yards less. This is actually, we've been very successful in demand response and having customers be co-managers of the water system. You see it in the data. It happens. It's ingrained into our psyche as a state, as water consumers. We don't do that on the electricity side. So maybe why not? Why don't we do that? So there's a couple of things that I think is going on there. The first is the demand kind of shifting that we need in the electricity space is not seasonal or annual, it's minute by minute or hour by hour. So it's harder, okay? And so we need to have a different view of customer behavior, customer psyche between water and energy. But again, we could tap into it. The other big difference is when you need to shift hour by hour rather than just the shorter shower over periods of weeks or months is we're going to have to rely on automation more. It's just the passive action taking is only really going to work in an emergency when the governor texts everybody, right? On a massive scale. We have a program where we do just text people when prices are high and say, hey, reduce your demand, and if you reduce your demand enough, we'll send you a $25 gift card. Okay? And it works okay, but it's not something that we can really depend on. What we're going to have to get comfortable with is a little bit more of automation, and that means having machines help us make decisions a little bit more than we're used to. So maybe the solution will be like after we get self-driving cars, when we're really like comfortable with the machines having taken over, that the machine will then, the dishwasher will just turn on at 11. It actually won't turn on before 11.
It'd be nice if the machine could also just get my laundry from upstairs. And put it in. Yeah, I would love that.
That's right. But it's going to take a little bit to overcome this challenge. It's going to take a little bit of different thinking about the customer behavior. But my positive nature on this is we've done it in water.
Yeah.
And we can have that sort of daily interaction with the customer that we need to unlock those resources.
Great, thank you. If you could find a way to shame people based on, like you do with water usage, see those green lawns and clean cars, just put that out there too.
But you were right about urban water use, not rural water use. Different ballgame, but a good point. Yeah.
All right. Well, before we have to wrap up here, just to end things on a positive note, we're obviously have heard there's no shortage of bad news when it comes to climate, but also, a lot of reasons to be hopeful. And I think some of y'all have talked about the great opportunities and the great work that you're doing. Just real quick, round robin, can we just go down the line? Tell us why you're hopeful. let me start at the end here.
Yeah, I'm really hopeful. One, we've just seen a tremendous level of support, federal, state, local level, for doing the right things for us to meet our goals. We've seen customers surprise us with their demand, wanting to electrify. We've seen greater EV adoption than we thought was possible 10 years ago. And so when I think about all of the things and all the headwinds, I'm like, yeah, but we've done a lot of these great things before, and I'm pretty confident that we'll be able to do this as well.
Thank you.
I am hopeful because despite what I talked about with the prices doubling, the demand is still mostly there, right? So there are some people that fall away that were on the edge when the prices, double, but the demand is solidly there, and that makes me hopeful. Also, when you were speaking, Richard, about the hydrogen plant going online next year, I almost wanted to start clapping because that made me really hopeful. And, things like that, areas where Los Angeles and also California are taking the lead, give me a lot of hope that we can get a lot done.
Thank you. Mark?
I think there's a number of things. I think, one thing that, brings a lot of the, I guess, hope out is knowing that we have a policy in place now with Inflation Reduction Act, and we have a runway. I rewind 15 years ago when I started the company and where I thought this country was going to be in the next 10 years, we didn't get there. But we now have an opportunity in the next 10 years that we can, right, because of Inflation Reduction Act and the things that are going on there. And I think the other thing that gives me the most hope is I have younger children and a daughter who's in college, and all these college students being here at USC, they care. And they're going to care by the way they vote. They're going to care about the way they, their habits. They like electric cars. That's what they want, right? They care about those things. So I think the younger generation is what gives me the hope as well, because they believe in what we're doing, and I think that's one thing that we just have to foster that. We're creating jobs, apply for those jobs that are out there, get in our industry, because the one thing that we all know in our industry is we do not have enough people now to accomplish all of this. It's going to take all of you, the younger generation, to say, we want to be in clean energy so we can change the way this country produces its energy, and California in general is going to lead in that respect.
Thank you for that. Richard?
I get hope listening to everybody who's on this panel, because frankly, if we weren't all optimists, we would do something different with our lives.
That's true.
But we have to believe, or we couldn't do this day in and day out. And in terms of making predictions or whatever, I'll wait till November 6th, then we can talk about it some more. But I mean, I take a lot of hope, by the way, in terms of what you're saying about the new generation and the involvement that we're seeing this year that we've not seen before or in a long time is what gives me hope. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll pick up on that. I think, I have hope in our customers because pretty much universally, even folks who might, doubt climate change or think this is, a big waste of money or what, when you actually start talking to them about like how this all works, people are interested.
Yeah.
People want to know how this works and how this transition is going to take place. And I think that gives us a basis of maintaining, at least in California, the political consensus for forward-looking policy and forward-looking investment. So I'm sort of put my faith in our customers and in them being willing to support us and go along and be interested and understand what this transition is going to be all about.
Great. Well, thank you. On that note, thank you all for joining us. A big round of hands.
Please welcome our next panel, Energy and Infrastructure Investment, moderated by Mick Dalrymple, Chief Sustainability Officer at USC.
That's where I like my
Hello,
notes.
It's like we're looking into the sun.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever had this bright.
Somebody hooked me up. You want me to use that instead?
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Do you hear anything?
The only panel's not worse than this.
In the speaker? Okay, sorry, I can't hear myself. So I'm good. Okay, good. There we are. Hi, everybody. Okay, we're in the 7th inning stretch here. I know we got the kind of post-lunch coma going on, a lot of socializing and everything. Just like everybody to just stand up really quick and stretch. 7th inning stretch. If anybody wants to sing a song, please do. All right, get a little energy. We've got a big panel here with a really interesting topic and lots of really good experts. So we're going to try and keep our responses short and kind of ping pong a bit to try and keep the energy level up for everybody. So I know that we're on a tight schedule as well. So, the clock just started. So we're going to go ahead and get started. I'm Mick Dalrymple, Chief Sustainability Officer for USC. And what we're going to do first is have everybody go down the row and just introduce themselves, their name, the title of their organization, title and their organization. And then we're just going to dive right into the mushroom ciabatta sandwich. So let's start with Stan.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. I'm Stan Tran with United Airlines. I'm a senior manager and also lead our investments in the aerospace and technology verticals for our corporate venture capital fund. So I get to work on really exciting, innovative aerospace technologies.
Jonathan Silver. I chair the sustainability-related investing activities at a private equity firm called Apollo Global Management. We've got a target of about $100 billion to invest in space between now and 2030.
Hi, everybody. Matt Kazmarek. I lead sustainable investing for the private debt team at BlackRock. Private debt at BlackRock is an $85 billion business that has about 30% of our assets are in sustainable strategies. So I help investors understand where to find sustainable investment opportunities in that market. I also lead BlackRock's Los Angeles office.
I'm Mark Hillhouse. Thanks for having me. I'm with Wells Fargo on the sustainable finance team within commercial banking. I'm pretty fortunate to have accumulated a lot of perspectives over the past year or so since we launched the team, meet with business owners all over the country to help them think about sustainability and what to buy, what to build, what to change in their strategy.
I'm Jason Barrett. I'm a senior vice president at GAF Energy. We're backed by a private company called Standard Industries, or one of the operating verticals. I'm on their tax equity investments team. I'm one of the founders of that business, and now I run our strategic accounts business.
I'm Walker Wright. I lead Western policy at Sunrun. Sunrun's the largest solar and storage company in the U.S. We recently passed 1 million homes going solar. Looking out in the crowd, I see a number of friendly faces. I remember when we were celebrating Sunrun getting to 10,000 homes back in 2011, and people were thinking, oh my God, that is insane. So many people have solar at this point. And really happy to be in California, especially in Los Angeles, which really is an epicenter of some of the leading conversations on policy. And I want to thank LABC for really continuing to push forward for the consumer-led revolution in renewable energy. So this is great.
All right, great. Thank you all very much. So, as you probably have guessed, this session has a financing and investment and incentives theme. So this is all about how do we how do we finance this transition, this rapid transition that we need to make? So just as a little bit of framing, and David Fink actually just pointed out to me that we have not done this type of a track here at LABC before, so you're seeing it for the first time. And just as a little bit of framing, David Nahai this morning mentioned some of this. In November 2021, the Infrastructure and Investment Jobs Act was signed into law, and the following year, in 2022, we got the Inflation Reduction Act and the CHIPS and Science Act. And in addition to those federal expenditures, over $500 billion in clean energy investment and over 160 new manufacturing facilities or facility expansions have been announced by the private sector over the last 2 years. So together, these investments have catalyzed clean energy in the U.S. and brought renewable energy projects and or clean energy manufacturing to all 50 states in the U.S. With 55 gigawatts of clean energy capacity, and one estimate forecasts that 3.2 trillion of clean energy investments will be made by 2050. So our expert panel this afternoon is going to look at those expenditures and how they are shaping energy markets, funding new technologies, and providing new financing tools and cost savings for consumers. So how are investors, utilities, and clean energy companies thinking about where to invest, the types of projects to invest in, and both the short and the long-term trends that are shaping decision-making? So, so we're going to start, actually, we're going to flip the script a little bit, start with the group questions. And just get a little bit of conversation going. So the first question for our panel is, we're currently experiencing these historic levels of investment by the state of California, the federal government, and the private sector, all for solving climate change. Will it and the markets that it catalyzes, will it be enough? Is it going to get us to where we need to go? And if not, what else is needed? What other financing tools are needed that don't exist right now? So anybody would like to start?
Yeah, sure. So first, at United Airlines, I think we're incredibly grateful for the IRA and, of course, some of the recent initiatives in California with the hydrogen hub. We've certainly benefited, and the team that I work on has benefited as well. We launched a fund called the Sustainable Flight Fund, which is purely dedicated towards investing in SAF and carbon sequestration technology. We've also seen many grants come through to modernize and electrify our ground service equipment at LAX, at SFO. If you're talking about either converting carbon dioxide or hydrogen into sustainable aviation fuel, and that's something that's never been done before outside of dinosaurs in the ground and 65 million years of time passage. So we're hopeful that the policies that have been enacted today, with expirations, call it a decade from now, can continue beyond that decade expiration.
Do I think we'll get there? Yes. That's not really the question. The question is, what are you prepared to give up to get there? And so the trade-off is between how much we're willing to spend and how much pain we're willing to absorb for the speed with which we deploy. The estimates out there now are between $5 trillion and $8 or $9 trillion a year between now and 2050 needed for sort of this global transformation. So if you are willing to spend that kind of money, we'll get there. If you're not willing to spend the money, then you've got to ask the question, what are we prepared to give up, and or what are we prepared to suffer through? We have all the tools we need to get there, in my opinion, as long as you define getting there as deployment of what we already know how to do in order to buy ourselves more time at the back end to develop the innovative technologies we will need. It's not an either or, but if you just deploy what we have now, you can probably solve 50, 60, 70% of the problem, but you've also got to come up with the financial resources to do that. And the goal here seems to me to be to push 2050 to 2070 to give the innovation just sort of S-curve time to develop. If we're not willing to do that, then, and it appears to me that we're not willing to do that, then you've got a totally different configuration. We're spending far too much money on innovation. We're not spending nearly enough money on deployment. We spend far too much time thinking about the political ramifications of this and not nearly enough time thinking about the innovative tweaks to deployment that would solve a whole bunch of the political problems. So I won't go on and on, but I think the answer to your question is yes, we can get there. Yes, we have the tools to do it. Yes, we know what to do. Do we have the will?
You know, Jonathan just made a point about deployment, and I'm not trying to go out of sequence, but you know, I was making a comment earlier that when you fly, first of all, Mary, thank you for inviting us here. Mary Leslie, LABC, you guys do a fantastic job, and LA is leading the clean initiative. By the way. So my comment earlier was when you fly into LA, you see a bunch of real estate. People are like, what do you mean real estate? Your roof represents your real estate, whether it be a commercial roof or a residential roof. So when we talk about deployment, if we can create more programs like the feed-in tariff, obviously LA took a leading role in that. We were one of the principal investors there. You can utilize existing infrastructure to offset your carbon footprint. And so small steps like that, instead of using these large ground mounts and things of that sort, why not use the embedded resource that we have, which is the roof over your head, and utilize that in a way, whether it be state incentive, be city incentive, or federal incentive. I think that's a way that can help with the deployment.
All right. So, do we have does every dollar matter? Yes, but this market is moving regardless, right? So at BlackRock, we invest on behalf of our clients, and many of our clients are large institutional asset owners, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies that take in premiums and need to invest it until they have to pay out claims. And we surveyed our institutional clients each year about their investment themes and priorities, and 75% of our institutional clients have set a net zero target and are investing and trying to figure out how to decarbonize their portfolio. They're seeking these investment opportunities. 50% of those clients are looking for year-on-year emissions reduction gains in their portfolio. So there is a deep desire to find investable opportunities. Now, we invest in the infrastructure world in very long-term capital. So investment grade lending could be 10 to 12 years in duration. High yield could be shorter than that, anywhere from 5 to 9 years of duration. And so we need commercial opportunities to be commercial regardless of temporary policy interventions. So subsidies are good, they help accelerate commercialization. Demand boosting is good, it temporarily helps to create a market, but unless those commercial factors are sustainable over the long run, then it doesn't help us as much as some more catalytic forms of public investment. So if I had to summarize, what is it that we're looking for as investors? We are looking for demonstrated technology that we can deploy at scale where we see proven demand. And so any public sector intervention that can either help to demonstrate that the technology is commercial, can help us enable the environment to be able to deploy that at scale, right? As your charging network ready for an EV mandate? Is your port ready to accept electrified ships? All of that public investment is very catalytic. And then what can they do to help prove the demand? I think those are really useful public interventions.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I would agree with everybody on deployment. It's the tricky part. There's not a lot of glamour in deployment. It's venture funding with banking returns, or it's banking returns with venture risk. It's a tough bridge to cross. We see it happening pretty frequently. For instance, Occidental with their direct air capture program has kind of jump-started a little bit direct air capture as a technology that banks are interested in now. B of A just did a big investment in a direct air capture project recently. We haven't done our first, but we're comfortable enough with the technology to do so. So there's a lot to be said for the deployment effort. And then kind of the other part of your question, it's hard to know how we're going to do with meeting the commitments and whether there's enough money out there, because these commitments were developed at a time when the energy usage curve was a complete horizontal line. And that's not what's been happening these past few years. And in the energy industry, I mean, you think of 20 years of of having horizontal demand. That's a lot of people. That's the most impactful part of most people's career. So it's pretty So people are figuring out kind of what to do, and strategies are different all across the country as well. If you go kind of deep in the Northeast where land's expensive and there are some other factors, a lot of the utilities there aren't particularly interested in adding more power or capability. They just want to decarbonize what they have. You go to Georgia and all they want to do is add more power because there's been $17 billion of investment from the IRA and lots more private investment on top of that.
Just one quick thing on that. You're also beginning to see crowding out effects. There's a big project called Project Bison in the direct air capture space that just actually put a pause on its development because it's competing for power from data centers that are now sucking up and cutting one-off deals, et cetera. So you're beginning to see some competition between the technologies themselves.
And just to follow up on some of the themes, I want to highlight a comment in the earlier session that said, every one of you is a DER, right? And just a show of hands, if you have solar on your roof, you participate in a demand response program, or you have an EV, right? And so, we try to look at it, on the policy team at Sunrun, we talk to our shareholders all the time. We're a public company, and believe me, it was also said an hour ago that policy matters. Yes, it really matters. The questions come in hot and heavy all the time. What's going on in California? What's happening in New York? What's this new rebate program? Let's understand, is that program going to get cut? But when we look at the power of the consumer, it comes down to individual decisions that are really taking place at the kitchen table. And it's consumers becoming more educated on their bill. So when we talk to customers in that kitchen table conversation, this room is full of energy people, right? Most people do not differentiate between their rate, their super peak rate. They say, how much am I paying Southern California Edison? Was it $200? Was it $250? It's why. Most people don't understand or think about the difference between wholesale prices and retail prices, right? So I got up really early this morning. I was over at that Starbucks. My cappuccino was $5.99. That's what I paid for it. I have no idea what the wholesale price of coffee was today, right? And we need to think about it from the consumer perspective. Now, Sunrun, when we look at different markets, we're in 23 states. I spend a lot of time studying international markets, understanding electricity pricing, tariff structures, that kind of thing. But it's very different in New York, New Jersey, Texas, California. But at the end of the day, the consumer has a bill every month, and they're making energy decisions about when they use their power, when they turn their dishwasher on. And the question is, can that consumer be part of this revolution? What I love in terms of being on the policy team, and I think Mary Leslie has seen this, and many in this room have seen this, Craig Lewis has seen this, is that we have seen over the last 15 years here in California and across the country that in any legislative or regulatory proceeding, by far the most participation happens when it has to do with DERs. Because people like being involved in this revolution. They can touch it. So I would encourage anyone to go to a school that is putting on solar and storage and EV charging. The kids are engaged, they like it, they're studying it through STEM programs that are part of the school. That is what is driving all of this forward. You can feel it, you can touch it, there's an emotional attachment to this clean energy revolution. But again, it comes down to what are the policies that lead to that electricity bill looking the way it does, and how can, from our perspective, we allow that consumer to participate more. So now it's really gone from rooftop solar to rooftop solar plus storage. We're now installing 91% of our systems in California with batteries. The question is, on a hot August day at 6 p.m., this came up in a few of the panels, what are we going to do about it? From our perspective, this is already happening. Imagine a situation, the term VPP came up a few times. Imagine a situation where 10 or 15,000 batteries that are all around greater Los Angeles are all injecting power into the grid at 6:30 p.m. That is extremely good for the society. It's really good for the grid, and the individual customers are also saving. And it's also providing that investor feedback, which is the loop that is necessary, that this DER revolution can leverage non-ratepayer funds. It can leverage the IRA to continue to move the ball forward.
All right. Well, this is taking a big turn. We got a bunch of finance people here, and they're talking about individual behavior and solutions that already exist and things like that. So I wasn't expecting that, but this is actually, for me, this is the real thing, that we already have so many of the solutions. Our challenge has been, how do we get people to adopt the solutions that we already have? And certainly first cost is a big part of it. And part of that is because we don't incorporate all the co-benefits in our financial analysis. We aren't necessarily always able to quantify them or allocate them properly, who's actually getting those co-benefits. And then we also don't incorporate all the externalized costs. So something that ultimately does make financial sense may not appear to make financial sense to somebody, but individuals don't make decisions just because it's in their own best interests. They make decisions because of how their father told them that they say they pronounce their last name wrong when they were a kid, or anything like all sorts of, and behavioral psychologists know this, and artists know this, and advertisers know this. Madison Avenue knows this. So how do we get behavioral messaging, and in addition to finance tools that overcome this first cost hurdle? So getting back a little bit to the financial side. So when you talk about incentives, federal, state, local, and I ran a program that ran on incentives. So we ran into this consistently. There's got to be a Goldilocks point between using taxpayer money efficiently and effectively to create market transformation, but at the same time creating incentives that the private sector, companies and consumers can actually use without huge hurdles, 16-page applications and then if you want an affordable credit as well, you got to do 2 years of tax returns. It just isn't going to happen on the consumer side. So we've got all these different things. We've got rebates, manufacturer buy downs, tax credits, interest rate buy downs, supply chain interventions, direct investment, grants, loans. In your experience, everybody here is pretty much on the private sector. Jonathan's worked both, right? I don't know if other people as well, but different tools for different purposes. But what is your general experience about what is the Goldilocks solution for how to make sure to use taxpayer money efficiently, but make it something that actually works that the private sector can use?
So since you asked, I did work on both. I ran something called the loan program at the Department of Energy, which was the pool of capital that the federal government first deployed to try to get some of these technologies off the ground. And so I think the way I'm going to answer this question briefly is that the incentives that guide federal policy programs and private sector investments are totally different. And they shouldn't actually be compared. One is watercolors and the other is, oils. It's just totally different. So the goals of the DOE loan program and most of the others are to create new industries, to demonstrate to the private capital markets that various kinds of technologies can in fact be supported, be underwritten, be backed by investors. The goal is not a return on that investment. There is a modest return on the investment, but that's not the goal of the investment. The goal of the investment is the policy to get this stuff launched. So that's the first really important distinction. The second is that the way these projects are underwritten is totally different because one has a policy lens and the other does not. However, and this last part here is, it's actually harder to underwrite these projects in the public sector, not because they are more innovative or because they are more complex, but because you're using taxpayer dollars, right? So when Apollo makes an investment, if it fails, we lose, our investors lose, but it's a big boy, big girl game. If we make an investment in the public sector that fails, taxpayers have lost money. They haven't lost a lot, and that program has made money, and in fact made lots and lots of money, but if you put the overlay of the politics of this around it, you get into kind of odd dimensions. So there is a finer level of scrutiny that goes into public investing than in private investing.
And I think on the policy landscape, you've got, government needs to be very clear, who is the target of the policy, whose behavior are you trying to change, and in what direction are you trying to change it? And the best policy interventions on that list are the ones that answer those two questions very carefully. I think the two things that the public sector can do very well One is market development, where you're spending money that the public sector would have spent anyway. Think fleet electrification, building energy efficiency, things where you're doing the business of government, but you're just using your market power to create a market. And the other is influencing producer and consumer selection. And I think that one you have to be much more careful with, because an electric vehicle subsidy is $1 out the door, $1 of change behavior, right? If you think about your private capital mobilization ratio from a ratio perspective, where you think for every dollar of government spending, how much private capital am I actually mobilizing or catalyzing or influencing that is bringing investors behind that decision, I think you can have a much more catalytic impact on the development of some of these markets. Public-private partnerships in the US are like 1 to 2% of overall spending on infrastructure. In most countries in the world, it's like 20% of spending on infrastructure. And that's where you get the public sector, you get the stakeholders around the table. We've talked a lot about stakeholder engagement and buy-in over the course of this day. You get the investors at the table, and you can build a package that includes a limited amount of finite public resources, to your point about exposing taxpayers to losses, and a significant amount of investor capital who know the risk that they're taking and have signed up to take that risk.
There's one more thing to point out here about why it's so difficult for Dewey to get loans out, which is that Matt was at the Treasury Department when I was at Energy, and getting stuff through him and his guys, he's super smart. Very hard, very difficult.
My job was to say no.
I want to piggyback off of the public-private partnership comment too, because I think I've seen it in the aviation sector. Boeing and NASA have collaborated on the X-66 program, which is going to be this brand new innovative airframe supposed to save considerable amounts of fuel efficiency for the airlines. And I think that's a great success story. There's over $1 billion being funded into that program. It's done out of Boeing's Palmdale facilities and their CO Beach facilities, so right here in Southern California. So again, really exciting, impactful to the local economy, and hopefully airlines and consumers can benefit in, going back to my earlier comment, in a decade and a half.
Just kind of at
oh, sorry, go ahead, Mark.
Kind of at the opposite end of the big, public-private partnerships and the DOE loans that we've been talking about is one thing that's been really interesting to me to watch is the development of transferable tax credits. There were, before the IRA, there was no way you could resell your tax credit. It really has unlocked capital. I mean, it's early days, but it's unlocked quite a lot of capital because institutions like banks that invest tax equity, they're able to sell that, not necessarily just invest it in projects. And then you look at all these solar developers, solar racking manufacturers, other kind of advanced manufacturers. Capital's not easy to come by. There may not be startups, but they're not super mature companies. And being able to sell those tax credits to somebody else has been pretty helpful to them as far as kind of developing the capital that they need. It's been incremental, but incremental is always helpful.
I've seen the direct benefit of that because I've invested in. We're a private company, so I have to be a couple of $1 billion of enterprise value of projects, and I spent north of a couple $100 million in LA as it relates to your feed-in tariff. And what I would say is transferability allows you to magnify your investments by, let's call it 5x, 6x, because what you're basically doing, not to bore anyone, you're basically selling the tax credit and you can now basically keep the depreciation on your balance sheet, and you can basically, you're basically recycling and refinancing your capital. But one thing I wanted to just mention is when we think about renewable energy, we think about solar, we think about wind. Let's focus on the customer, which is what you said. And the customer is, and when you think about customer, let's think about equity. I go back to, as a kid growing up in the Bronx, New York, could my mother afford solar? And the answer is no. But the problem is you have a lot of subsidy that's not going to the folks that need it the most. And so, one of the key things to me is make sure you have a product set. I'm not here to push my product, but I'm not. But make sure you have a product set that is affordable, number one. Make sure you have financing that's easily explainable, number two. We were just talking about that earlier, Jonathan. And the other thing about it is make sure the homeowner understands the risk. And I just want to, because we talked about this in our panel prep. When you put solar, for example, on top of a roof, and you take anywhere between 100 to 140 lag bolts, and you pierce the roof. And if you put it on the wrong roof, you've now created a deleterious outcome where that homeowner, the solar is going to generate power, but now you have mold, you have leaks and things of that sort. So whatever we do when we have public-private partnerships, we have to make sure that we have the innovation and the technology that puts the customer first, and then fundamentally make sure that we have an affordable product set that the customer can benefit from. Because if not, what happens is you effectively create an outcome where the people that need it the most are the ones that are left in the dark.
I think throughout the day there have been some really good points made on the IRA and the unlocking of markets. I do want to focus on the other types of government programs that historically have driven markets. So, and we spent a lot of time looking at different states, like I mentioned, or different countries. In my mind, a well-constructed program is going to push the envelope and push competition in the market to the point where that program doesn't need to exist anymore, right? And there's also the other side of the coin. So if you look at Spain, 2007 through 9, Greece, Italy, Hungary, if they had a really high feed-in tariff, for example, that was so high that it created a rush to the market. So in that time period, some of these countries were offering 50 to 60 cents per kilowatt hour. There was a giant rush to the market. Everyone built, and then there was a taxpayer revolt, right? And the public said, let's end this program. So what does that do to investment in the Spanish rooftop solar market? It says, I'm not going back to Spain. The government just changed the rules 3 years after they put a program in place, so it wasn't well designed. But if you look at other programs that will say this is going to be the rebate on a per kilowatt hour basis, California Solar Initiative, for example, 2007, the rebate went down over time as it encouraged competition within the market. So I saw a lot of hands for rooftop solar. The average person who's going solar and now solar plus storage is going to talk to 3 to 4 different companies. And I also just want to make sure everyone in the room is aware that 90% of the people who are going solar right now in California are doing it with a loan or a PPA. So this idea of affordability, people aren't not going solar today because it's not affordable. They're not going solar today because they have a bad roof. They're not going solar today because there's trees all around their neighborhood. They're not going solar today because they don't feel like going solar. They want to do something else, with their time. But the reality is that they're looking at the options of what they're going to do with the roof, and some of them may do so. And they're doing it basically because they feel like there's a value proposition where instead of having a Southern California Edison bill, they're going to have a Southern California Edison bill plus a Sunrun bill, and those two bills combined every month are going to be less than what they were paying to Southern California Edison before. But that's how much the market has changed just the last 10 years. 10 years ago, we had FICO score requirements. We had lots of customers saying, we can't go solar, and that was the reality. But right now, there's other realities that are leading to why people aren't going solar. I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page there. And it goes down to the customer value proposition, and are there rebates and government programs in the background that are there? And from our perspective, we want to be focusing those rebates and government programs on low-income customers. In the end of 2023, 33% of our customers in California were care customers. And that definitely surprises people when they hear it, but that's just the reality because they have a value proposition now. Even care rates have gone up significantly the last number of years. So it just comes down to, are they talking to people? Are they educated on their options with their electricity usage? And is the government designing programs that essentially means that the program doesn't need to exist after time if there is enough adoption?
Can I just make one comment about that? I agreed with everything Walker said up to that last sentence. And that's not because you're not right. He's not right about the logic of a government program sunsetting when it's done its job. But if it's actually constructed properly, it should never sunset because there are an endless series of technologies along a technology S-curve that are reaching potential commercial viability that are legitimately available to and should be supported by government programs. So a well-established utility-scale solar program, should meter out at some point because we now know how to do it. We know how to do it effectively. The returns are, in the 6% range, and essentially it's a commodity. But that's not true for hydrogen. It's not true for long-duration battery storage. It's not true for, and as each of those come up the technology S-curve, we ought to have a program in place that mirrors the best lessons learned from what we did before.
Agree. Yeah.
Okay, and for those of you that actually work with end consumers, solar on rooftops, things like that, nonprofit organizations. Has anybody yet encountered a direct pay situation with the new IRA provisions? And has that changed who you're seeing from a market? Has it opened up a new market? Nonprofit organizations, houses of worship, other museums, things like that. Are you seeing more activity in that area because direct pay is there, or has it just not really hit the market yet?
We have a big government business and nonprofit business, and we've gotten a lot of interest. It, for whatever reason, hasn't kind of gone all the way to closing, as far as I know. It may have in a few isolated situations. A little bit of it is having to adapt kind of our documents, particularly to the way that government funding works versus the way that commercial funding works. But a lot of it is also, getting the various people who approve that funding comfortable that, this is the way to spend the money and this is the loan to enter into and stuff like that. It's new to everybody, and we're seeing kind of a lot of hanging around the hoop, I guess, but not a lot of kind of final, we're going to close something now. Okay. But I think we're getting close to that.
We're about to do something actually along those lines. There's a transaction I'm working on now where the fastest segment, people think of housing, there's two types of housing. There's site build and there's modular. Modular homes that's where you build a home in a controlled environment and then you ship it over the highway, et cetera. That is the fastest growing segment of U.S. housing. And that's a segment that has affordability. And you can go into a modular home and you're like, wow, you think it was site built. And so we have developed some financing technology that allows us to actually provide a lease on a modular home because our product can actually ship. It can ship across states, et cetera. So we're literally in the process of developing that. Hopefully next year, if I'm invited back in this panel, we'll talk about, because again, that is the single fastest growing segment of housing. There's a dearth of housing, and that's you're attacking affordability directly with that consumer base.
We probably should have explained direct pay. Do you want to explain
No,
direct pay?
We definitely anticipate, as the IRA continues to roll out, with communities that were not seeing that value proposition that I mentioned, they're now getting beyond the finish line, and we definitely anticipate a large uptick across the U.S., especially in the different low-income provisions of the IRA, which is fantastic.
Okay, great. And thinking about this as well, referring back to something that Matt mentioned, so when we talk about efficiency of taxpayer investment, there's evidence out there that for investor-owned utilities, energy efficiency is the cheapest form of new energy, right? Because you're using a little bit of incentives from the utility to encourage a customer to invest money in energy efficiency. So you're getting a big bang for your buck from the investor perspective. There's different ways to calculate return. And then interest rate buy downs are a fairly inexpensive way to use resources and leverage a lot of private capital. What other methods do you all see from an incentive system that, or even on those, that are effective ways to essentially just be enough to tip the scales for consumers or private sector to take action rather than paying for the whole thing?
I'll give you two. One is credit guarantees can be a really powerful government tool because you're setting aside a pool of assets for losses that may or may not materialize. You're not actually making the end investment, but you're mobilizing a lot of private capital in order to do that. The other, and the state does this very well, is public financing authorities, where you're basically borrowing on the credit rating of the state, and you're able to get lower cost debt, and then you're on lending that for specific policy priorities. And I think we did a lot of work with that in about 50 years ago. I think there's probably more we can do on sustainability today if the state is able to maintain its debt capacity.
Okay. All right, excellent. So move on a little bit to just ripped from the headlines market news. SunPower, the big gorilla in the solar panel world, is filed for bankruptcy. Has that impacted your company's behaviors or things that you've seen happen in the market at all? Everybody here has got a different angle on what part of the market that they play in. Stan?
Yeah, sure. I think we've seen it in our investing world ourselves. There's many companies in the venture-backed space that are running out of capital. I think we didn't mention it, but the most powerful tool for investing is zero interest rates. Say jokingly, of course. So a lot of these startups got capital, in kind of that 2020, 2021 timeframe. They've burned through it, and they're coming back to market today, and they're just finding that it is a much more challenging environment to raise capital. We at United Airlines Ventures, we want to invest in SAF technology and aerospace technology, but it also has to be a well-run company with a disciplined operator in a market that has plenty of viability. So, it's a challenging world out there. We're going to look to deploy our capital across many different investments because we are a venture investor, and that's kind of how you have to win at venture investing. But it's certainly a challenging environment out there, and hopefully, where it's interesting for UAV is, we have the power of United Airlines and that direct-to-consumer aspect of our business, and we'd love to build a coalition like we did with our Sustainable Flight Fund and how we've partnered with some of our biggest customers and vendors to build that coalition to get folks interested in technologies that will decarbonize aviation.
So Apollo is not a venture investor. The smallest checks we write are probably around $100 million. But I was a VC for 10 years in this space, so maybe I can make a couple of observations. What we all collectively got wrong in version 1.0 of this is that by and large these investments are capital intensive, basically illiquid, and have essentially bounded returns. All three of which are sort of anathema to venture capital investors. So that makes it hard to play in the space. Part one. Part two is the risk reward for investments in heavily regulated sectors is disproportionate to the risk across your portfolio as a VC. So you got to take super risk at the tail end of your portfolio in order to balance your risk across the portfolio. That's also not a really great thing to do. So one of the things you've seen VCs do over the last few years is to go pouring into software, data analytics in this space, battery management systems, things that are, I don't want to get too hard on this, but essentially asset light, right? They don't require the heavy infrastructure. And where we're really suffering is not there. It's on the industrial manufacturing side and the hard to abate industry side, which still is capital intensive, illiquid, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a bifurcation in the space right now. And one of the reasons VCs have been reluctant to invest in companies over the last couple of years is a bunch of money went in making the same mistakes we made in version 1.0, but in these still illiquid capital intensive businesses. So that's still a process that's being sorted out. The good news is that there is a tsunami of capital across the capital stack here for everything we could want to do. So what we really got to do is think less traditionally about which bucket of capital goes to what kind of investment and invest sort of along a continuum in thinking about how we finance these things.
Yeah, that's right. The flip side of what Stan said, in that anybody can raise money in a low interest environment, is that everybody wants to invest money in a high interest environment, which is what is going to make this a golden age of infrastructure. So BlackRock, earlier this year, we announced that we were acquiring Global Infrastructure Partners, one of the largest infrastructure equity investors in the space, and we expect that transaction to close later this year. And we have high interest rates. We expect them to stay above trend for a long time. We have high levels of public indebtedness. The amount of public spending that can go into infrastructure is severely constrained right now. We have a need for private investment in infrastructure, and we have the rates and the return levels to support that. Now we just have to figure out what to do with that. And I think that's going to sustain for quite a while. And there's going to be, as Jonathan said, this wall of capital that's out there across the capital stack.
Yeah, I would agree. I think SunPower is a little bit of a dark spot in a pretty bright world, but even SunPower is, there are ameliorating factors that there wouldn't have been 10 years ago. I mean, I'm not often complimentary about tariffs, but they have set a floor under solar panel prices. So the historic kind of this with solar panels is probably not going to happen as a result of SunPower, and it also makes SunPower's manufacturing infrastructure more valuable because it's all onshore. So I think that's going to be helpful as well.
Yeah, I think the two beneficiaries, and I hate to say this, wherever there's turmoil, there's opportunity of SunPower are probably the two people sitting towards the end of the panel. And I say that in that SunPower, they were the best of breed. Let's just be very clear. Nobody wants to see somebody go out of business. And now there is a risk premium associated with renewables, whether we like it or not. And what I got to say, having spoken in this panel for the last 5-6 years, this is the most impressive panel I've ever been on because we're not just a bunch of policy wonks. There's like a real capital up here. So, Mary, great. But so that's created a void in the market, and I think we're trying to use our own balance sheet to take advantage of that void now. I would like others to follow suit. So not only us, not only obviously I can't speak for Sunrun, but that's clearly an opportunity for us. But if we can get the folks like the BlackRocks of the world, the folks like the Apollos of the world, et cetera, I think coming into that space there's an opportunity. Also, you said GIP. Adebayo Ongolese hired me at Credit Suisse, and he's the founder of GIP. So when you said that, I had to smile.
Yeah, I'll look at it from a different angle because we've had some great guests here throughout the day, including California public officials, right? And I've gone on a few of the trips with delegations of state officials to Japan and Europe, and the California story in clean energy and what California is known for is the innovation that many countries have been trying to emulate for a long time. We know that. And look, SunPower, similar to Sunrun, many years later, SunPower came out of Stanford. It initially attracted, Sand Hill Road type of VC. And that story, is what makes California special in a way. And part of that story, and I asked this audience, about, how many bids you're going to get if you're going to go for solar, is like ruthless competition in our market is sort of what leads to the tech success, right? That is out there. Like, people in different countries, they don't understand how people who work in Silicon Valley will jump around different companies. Companies get funding, they go out of business 2 years later. Like that ecosystem is actually really special. And from our perspective, we have worked very closely with SunPower on policy, and especially in the early days of rooftop solar, they were pushing the envelope in California across the country, and we're all competing like crazy in the marketplace, and that's really good for consumers, by the way. Competing like crazy in the marketplace is really good for consumers as we are trying to find the next way to provide those savings to the customer, and that's what makes California special. So we just look at it like, let's also recognize that these companies that grow, Sunrun also came out of Stanford in 2007. It was just an idea. Can we make solar financeable so that you don't have upfront costs? You literally drive across the street, you're getting VC funding, and then 10,000 customers I mentioned by 2011. We're now above 1 million homes today. Like, that story is not possible elsewhere, that type of growth, unless it's in California. So we need to just embrace it and recognize that this ecosystem is a positive thing, right? And again, it's positive for who? It's positive for end consumers. Imagine, look across tech. If we didn't have the competition we have in tech, where would we be in software and cell phone technology, that kind of thing? So we need to think that way in energy. And you're absolutely right, Mr. Silver. Like, yes, Sand Hill Road lost a lot of money in early investment in renewables because you can't scale in a way in the energy sector where every state has different rules and it's highly regulated in the way you can in the tech sector. But at the end of the day, there still are customers at the end who want the product. And as long as the companies are competing amongst themselves to create a better, cheaper product, that's a good thing.
Just to give you a sense, we as a business, GAF Energy or GAF, there are about 5 million re-roofs a year. There are 4 million asphalt shingle. We have a third of the US market share. Whenever somebody has to get a roof, the best time to get solar is say, hey, would you like sprinkles on top of your ice cream? That's it. So we're not like beating people over the head because you don't need solar, you need a roof. Solar's a nice to have, and I'm not saying it because I run our solar business. I'm not saying it to be self-deprecating. But Jonathan said something I want to come back. It's deployment. If you go and you look at some of the fatal flaws with some part, it wasn't their technology. They had fantastic technology. They had great people. It was the CapEx associated or mismanagement thereof of the deployment of that, and that's what that led to that negative outcome.
Yeah, Sunrun's greatest contribution to decarbonization is creating a financial model and creating an example for others to help create financing models of their own for their own assets. And one other thing I meant to mention too is the venture world is doing pretty okay right now. It's software is down 60% software investment, whereas climate tech oriented stuff is down about 30%. And one of the reasons for that is there are a lot of firms out there that are, in addition to the normal set of LPs that you would expect, they have a lot of backing from utilities. Energy Impact Partners is an example of utility backing, and they go to those utilities and say, what are the problems that we need to help you solve? What are the technologies you're seeing? How do we help you learn more about them? And there's Fifth Wall with buildings. There's and then there's a lot of people who have their own venture arms too, like Prologis has one where they also have a kind of trial before you buy for their tenants in their various properties, so they can learn about these technologies. Those sorts of corporate and corporate-ish venture capital models, hopefully they do well. But the jury's obviously out, but they've done well so far, and could make they seem to be making a big difference as far as deploying this technology at a much faster pace, which is great to see.
Great. And so I've heard also here from you all that point solutions or temporary incentives at 3 years or something like that that don't necessarily have a glide path to the thinking about, okay, what does market penetration, what does market development look like, and when do we exit and all that. That sort of stuff that sometimes it create more disruption than necessarily benefit, or it doesn't work entirely. And then Jonathan, you mentioned that what we need is a continuum. It's not these necessarily point solutions, but a continuum of incentives and an ecosystem of support that guides things through. That sounds more like a policy act than it does a private sector investment act. Is that true, or can the private sector pull this off themselves?
Well, it is a policy act, and in fact, the Department of Energy has moved in that direction. Back a zillion years ago when I was there, we started ARPA-E and we started the loan program, and there was nothing for pilot projects or demonstration projects. Now there's an entire office of pilot and demonstration projects. So you carry through these efforts, these technologies, these efforts, from sort of cradle, hopefully not to grave, but from cradle to end, to exit. Yeah, I mean, there are ways to do it. The BlackRocks of the world, less so Apollo because we don't take technology risk, but there are larger financial institutions that have various sleeves of capital that allow an entity to get capital from multiple sources. But as a general matter, I think the thing that's most challenging with these startups is threefold, actually. The first is that although there's a lot of capital in the market, and I say this with great respect to everybody in the audience who might be doing this, there's an awful lot of what I'd call tourist money now investing in this space. This is actually heavy tech, and I think that the most successful investors in the space are people who either have incorporated or are bringing heavy tech, deep tech expertise to the investment decision-making process, which is not historically what venture capital firms have done. That's part one. Part two is there's a new sleeve of financing, particularly in industrial manufacturing, which comes from a totally different set of sources, which are strategic customers, right? And that's a very different way of looking at what kind of return you're looking for. Because there, to your question, you can get preferential, most favored nation status stuff. You can get discounts on your bulk purchasing, 100 things that are not policy driven, but are directly related to the investment process. And then the last part is, I think, is that we're still betting on technologies, even in venture, that are too far away. They're too far over the horizon. There's a huge amount of money that's gone into nuclear fusion, for example. I'm not a nuclear expert. I wouldn't begin to guess as to when it happens, but I can imagine several things. One, we will spend a huge amount of money on it. Two, it's not ready for prime time anytime soon. And three, we may spend so much money on it that by the time it is ready, we don't need it. And so I just think that we've got to take the money and telescope it a little bit more. And when you do that, then different pockets of money become available.
And I think what's exciting about the different perspectives we have on this table is there's a lot of innovation going on in the capital markets too. And I say that as a former policy person that I'm drinking my own Kool-Aid now in the private sector. But banks are becoming smaller, so the traditional role that banks play in dominating the lending to corporates is being reduced. Banks will continue to play that really important origination role, sourcing the opportunities and then either syndicating them out or bringing more investors in. There's more actors like Jonathan and I who have capital from private investors who sign up for the risk that they're taking. There's a lot of really interesting securitization that's happening in the market. So Sunrun has done like these large residential solar securitizations. We've invested and been a big investor in those, both on the liquid markets, things that are publicly traded as well as private placements. And then there's public market innovation going on as well. And I think that policy is a really important role to play here in catalyzing this development, but the capital markets innovation is really exciting also.
I can say one thing related to that, because you're 100% right on everything. Here's how you know we'll have gotten there. When we stop calling things like green bonds, and we just call them bonds. Yeah. Okay. Right now, we're still making it unique. It's not unique. Nothing about this is unique. It looks like every investment cycle since the beginning of time, with the exception of the fact that we're confronted with an existential risk at the other end. Absent that, it looks like every investment cycle ever. So we need to make it and communicate that it's not unique, it's not odd. You don't have to be special to get involved.
Okay. Great. All right. Well, we've got time. We're going to do a lightning round here at the end. But first, I just want to thank everybody because we certainly did not follow the script here. I appreciate everybody going with it, but it's just so fascinating to hear the conversation and the expertise. So our little lightning round at the end, we got about 30 seconds apiece, is what is the project, technology, or new company or region that has come to the market in the last couple of years or that will come in the next couple of years that you're most excited about? You're using your seer perspective, and you've got a very strategic look.
I'm really excited
If you
to talk.
say anything other than SAF, you're going to get fired.
I guess I'm going to get fired because I guess I'm privileged and I get to be, boys with toys. I get to go out and look at cool new airplanes. Like, how exciting is that? And one of them is hybrid electric aircraft. I think there was a recent Wall Street Journal article. I did not seed that article, FYI. But where United is invested in a company called Heart Aerospace. They're based out in Sweden. They're building a hybrid electric regional aircraft. And I'll just point this out. In 20 or so years ago, SkyWest, which is an affiliate of United, used to fly LA Ontario, LA Oxnard. They still fly LA Santa Barbara for us. But all of these little regional markets that are not in operation anymore can come back with these hybrid electric aircraft because of a couple of things. The direct operating costs of these hybrid electric aircraft are going to be lower than your traditional aircraft because there's less pressure and demand on the engines. On the topic of engines, the really nice thing about these aircraft is the most demanding aspect of flight is takeoff and landing. When you're powering that aspect of flight with batteries and then charging the batteries at cruise, where your traditional engine is most efficient, there's a compounding effect of efficiency there. So really exciting. I know that was more than 30 seconds, but I couldn't help myself.
Worth it. All right. Jonathan?
Well, in keeping with everything I said before, less dramatic than that, I think that's very cool, and I look forward to that. Transmission, we've got to build redundancy into the system. We know how to do transmission. When I say transmission, I'm including undersea cables, I'm including interconnectors, all those kinds of things. We're essentially, while nobody's paying attention, creating a global unified transmission network undersea and with these interconnectors. This is basic construction, it's basic cabling, it's capital intensive, it's not hard to do, but it's transformative.
I am so excited about battery storage because it's a triple win. It has a social benefit in helping people have reliable energy. It will allow us to fully utilize renewable generation, and it will help us adapt to the physical aspects of climate change.
I'm just thinking a lot about hydrogen these days. How does, like the crowding out example Jonathan used earlier, I mean, what is the highest and best use for our electricity? Is it sending the electricity directly to the grid to power houses and businesses? Is it to make hydrogen, which then by the time you run it through a fuel cell to create the same electricity that you started with, you've lost like 20% of the original electricity. But in trucks, like we were talking about earlier, it definitely seems to have a place. So I'm really interested to see how that evolves, and I think I'm a little bit concerned that we don't have the crowding out problem, that we don't build more hydrogen than we need at the expense of electricity that would be cheaper and easier.
For me, it's nailable solar. Can solar be installed like a roof shingle? It's a business that we've invested in, and it's rolling that out. And I was talking to Mark earlier that we actually did a project. We completed it 2 weeks ago in a Wells Fargo branch.
That's cool.
And rolling that out and getting more lift from something like that.
Definitely going to echo the statement on battery storage. Energy storage truly is bacon. It goes well on everything. And I think that as we look at the next 5-10 years, we're all looking at our cell phones and recognizing how far we've come in terms of the ability to quickly do banking or whatever. The smart consumer who has solar and storage and a heat pump and an EV is going to become much more intelligent shortly, just looking at their phone and understanding their home usage in a way that we can't even comprehend right now. At the beginning of this talk, we talked about how most customers don't understand their electricity bill, kilowatt hours versus tariffs, rates, et cetera. This participation in the clean energy revolution is going to lead to that education for the first time, which is great.
All right. That's fantastic. I'm just going to throw my 2 cents here. I love your Walker, yours, because the whole idea with heat pumps and things like that of using a small amount of energy to move energy and move heat from where we don't want it to where we want it is a biomimicry aspect where it's negentropy. You're actually taking disorder from entropy and you're putting it back to usefulness. So, but mine is actually climate solution content in entertainment from Hollywood. I think that it's happening now, it's starting to happen, and I think that's going to create the behavior change that we need when people see it in front of them. So I want to thank our wonderful panel very much. It's been a great afternoon. Thank you very much. Okay.
Give Keely my best.
And please welcome our final panel of the day, Southern California's Water Future, moderated by David Nahai, Chair of the LABC.
If it doesn't, then you can use this. Oh, yeah, they have another handheld, I think. Oh, they do? Bring it up. So they might
Hello?
bring it up.
Okay, hello everybody. We give you a chance to come in, sit down, take a load off.
Got super dirty while we were waiting.
Okay. We're the final panel for the day, and we're standing between you here in this beautiful air-conditioned room and the searing heat outside. So if I were you, I would sit down, take it easy, enjoy yourselves, and wait for the temperature to cool down a little bit. And I just got a text from my home that our power went out. And I looked around, and all of the LADWP people who were here earlier, they're all gone now. So I don't know who to talk to. Well, that's right. Well, you are now, Evelyn. I hereby appoint you head of the power system.
We're on the job.
Well, all right. So I think you heard Secretary Garcia's presentation earlier today, and Secretary Crowfoot's presentation earlier today. And Secretary Garcia said that the expectation is, in fact, the prognostication is, that we're going to have substantially less water here in California throughout as a result of the impacts of climate change. That's a reality. And it's a reality even more so for us here in Southern California because we're still overly reliant on imported water. And I think, unless people really don't want to know, most people do know that we've had a drought in the Colorado River for many years. They do know that our shipments from the Owens Valley here to the city of Los Angeles have been up and down, we'll put it that way, for many, many years to come. And that the State Water Project has delivered a lot of water last year and the year before, but virtually nothing before that. So we had 3 years of intense drought, followed by 2 years of intense precipitation. This is the climate whiplash phenomenon that we've been talking about. And so the question for us here becomes, well, it's not a question, it's a mandate. We have to learn to provide for ourselves. We can no longer think that, water is going to come cheaply and abundantly from the State Water Project or the Colorado River or the Owens Valley. And if we're going to do our part in terms of the water shortage in the entire state, we will do exactly that, lessen our dependence on water from other parts of the state so that other parts of the state can benefit from that, and actually so that nobody can point a moral finger at us and say that we're using too much because we have swimming pools. I've heard that before, and I don't want to hear it again. So I want to be able to say, no, we're recycling our wastewater, we're cleaning up our aquifers that are contaminated, we're capturing whatever rainfall we're getting, we're conserving in a way that we can actually hold our head up and say that we're conserving. Those are the tools that we have to employ. And that is really what it is that we're going to be talking about on this panel. So our panelists here this is just a stellar group of panelists. We were going to be joined by Senator Pavley, but she is indisposed and couldn't join us today. But I'll go from my left, Director and General Manager of LA Sanitation and Environment, Barbara Romero. She deserves a round of applause. See, I'm going to have them clap even before you say anything, right? And hopefully they'll clap at the end of all of this too. We don't know, maybe not. And next is Tracy Quinn, who's the Los Angeles Director at the Metropolitan Water District and Director of Heal the Bay. Tracy Quinn. Joe Nahai has a very long title, but he is, I think, to shorten it, the Vice President in charge of of water at HDR. I think, do we have your whole thing? Yes, there you go. VP Water Business Group Manager HDR Inc. Did you want a title of that length?
I have no idea, David.
Anyway, Joseph Nahai. And Evelyn Cortez, who's the newly appointed Chief of Staff for the Water System at the Los Angeles Department of Water and Power. Evelyn Cortez. Okay, so having done that, what we're going to do is I'm going to, well, what we've agreed is that the answers will be limited to 4 minutes each. So we've made that agreement between us. So I'm going to pose the first set of questions to the panelists, and then a second set of questions, and then we'll have some group questions for everybody to discuss. So the first question I'm going to pose to Evelyn and Barbara. May I go by first names rather than, okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. This makes things easier. A joint question to the two of them, and this is about an essential initiative and program here in Los Angeles, and it's called Pure Water LA. It used to be called, if I may, Operation Next by LADWP and Hyperion 2035 by Sanitation and Environment. And the idea there is that the wastewater that goes to the Hyperion treatment plant is going to be recycled in large measure and reused within the city of Los Angeles. So in other words, what we've been doing so far, which is treating that wastewater to a very high degree to secondary treatment levels and just dumping it in the ocean, instead of doing that, we're going to treat it before that discharge happens and reuse it here in the city. So that requires a close collaboration between two very different agencies. One's a proprietary department, one is very much part of the city of Los Angeles. And how is that partnership going, and how are we doing on Pure Water LA? So this is a question to both of you. Decide who goes first.
I'll chime in first, and I really appreciate the context, David, on the entirety of the water situation that we're facing and the level of collaboration that's required at this point between partner agencies, between industry and the ratepayers and our NGOs and environmental community is at a whole other level than perhaps it was in the past. So to that point, we have really begun to turn a corner within the city of Los Angeles to look at these comprehensive investments in our water future together. And one of the things that we're particularly proud of in the merging of the two parts of the same program is to look at a unified target, set of goals, a unified mission, a unified vision, and to work on those collaboratively as we move to implement this massive investment in infrastructure. And so one of the things that I wanted to share, because we know that the mission and vision needs to be joint. And one agency cannot go forward without the other. Both of these really are two parts of a whole. So I don't want to get it wrong. This is rather new for us right now. So I'm going to just share with you the vision and mission of our Pure Water Los Angeles program. The vision is to increase and optimize the city's local water supplies and support the transition to 70% local water by maximizing the production of purified recycled water from not only one specific plant, but everywhere as part of a diversified water portfolio in an affordable manner so that we can mitigate risks to climate change and ensure an equitable and resilient future for the region. The mission is to partner across this region to build and operate a world-class advanced recycled water system to replenish local groundwater basins, but also to look toward the future to direct potable applications where they may be appropriate. And I wanted to see if Barbara could share the goals with you.
Sure.
Before I share the goals, though, I have to say, before I share the goals, I do want to say that I wasn't here last year, and I intentionally wasn't here last year because I wanted to make sure that one of our two deputy mayors that are tasked with, overseeing the vision for our new mayor, had an opportunity to be here, because at that point I didn't know what I was going to say, quite frankly, because I wanted to hear firsthand from our mayor and our deputy mayor. But I was here the year before and the year before that, and I'm here to to say those couple times, if you look back, I talked about a lot of we talked a lot about the challenges. I feel like looking at just that we came up with a name, a collective name, is an example of how we are working together. Because those of you who work in branding and what it means, and it's a lot of like Google Doc, and it's a lot of work getting that done. So I just want to say first, thank you to our new leadership, because we do have a task force that we're meeting monthly with both the deputy mayors, Deputy Mayor Sudley and Deputy Mayor Winston, but it also includes members from both commissions. And that is really, and we have one commissioner here. Two. Oh, yeah, we have two DWP commissioners here, Mia and Yuri, as you got, and also we also have exec leadership from both the departments. So I think what they have held us accountable to is creating milestones, and the city, we know how to do that. But so I just want to say thank you for the leadership, because unless you have a deadline to get it done, and making sure that it's one program, because I as you all know, it speaks volumes that we're all working towards one common goal now. And so I want to share the goals that we have come up, and there's a lot of authors that are going to go down in history one day for these goals. So we do want to take the time to read them to you. Goal 1, maximize reuse of wastewater effluent from Hyperion Water Reclamation Plant to create a new and sustainable local water supply. Goal 2, construct new and upgrade existing city's infrastructure in a cost-effective and responsible manner. Goal 3, urgently implement water strategies to diversify LA's water supply portfolio. Goal 4, increase the resiliency, reliability, and sustainability of the city's wastewater and water supply systems. Protect Santa Monica Bay and enhance ecosystem health across the LA Basin. And Goal 6, provide community and equity benefits. And with that, what I want to close with is, in talking to the mayor, part of the big goal here is we have a two system, and our goal is how do we integrate those two systems towards these very ambitious goals.
So I need to follow up though. You talked about milestones. Do we have milestones? Do we have deadlines? Do we have dates by which parts of this program are going to happen?
We're in that, we're in the challenges and what are those wins stage of those milestones. So not yet, but we are getting, obviously we have the 70% goal for the city. So yes, we have that big goal there, but in terms of us working together and identifying, getting through those challenges, those nuances, and holding, so we're not there yet, but we're actually moving in that direction as we speak.
And the one most immediate thing that we have coming in a few months will be the completion of the Pure Water Los Angeles master plan. That is something that we are working in partnership with LA Sanitation and many other aspects of the implementation of the program, the conceptual basis for how to proceed, and to allow us to move into the environmental evaluation and environmental impact report in 2025. That is right now the rough timeline of where we are in the early planning phases.
Okay. All right, thank you for that. Tracy, let me turn to you and your role at the Metropolitan Water District. So So it is, I think, the largest water wholesaler in the United States, I think.
Yeah.
Provides water to whatever, 20 million people, to 26 agencies. And it obtains its water from the State Water Project and the Colorado River. And with respect to the Colorado River, recognizing the drought on the river and the difficulties of getting water there, Metropolitan had to enter into negotiations with other states that also rely on that water. And there was took a long time. At some point, the federal government, threatened to step in and all that. And magically, quite quickly after that, an agreement was reached. So can you tell us about that agreement? And also, what steps is Metropolitan taking in order to enable it to meet the cutbacks that Metropolitan has agreed to for Southern California?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, the Metropolitan Water District, we are the primary wholesale water provider, the biggest water district in the country. And it was really important for us to take a leadership role going into those negotiations with the Colorado River Basin states. And, you know, what we did under the leadership of Metropolitan was to agree to reduce our demand. You know, I think a lot of folks look to the 19 million people we supply water to and think like there's a big area to cut. And then, you know, those of us who are water wonks, we know that urban water use is only a small fraction of water use, but there is still huge potential for us to use water more efficiently in our urban communities. And so, you know, we made the commitment to start with non-functional turf. And, you know, there's a lot of important work that has to be done to build new supplies. Pure Water LA is one of them. Pure Water SoCal, the Metropolitan Recycled Water Project is another one. But, you know, those projects are going to take years. Water conservation and efficiency is something that can happen today. And so one of the things that Metropolitan did was we co-sponsored, along with Heal the Bay and NRDC, two organizations I am familiar with, legislation, AB 1572, which will ban the irrigation of non-functional turf with drinking water. So, you know, we're pumping this drinking water hundreds of miles from the northern Sierras, from the eastern Sierras, from the Colorado River, and then we're putting that highly treated drinking water on lawns. And we realize that that's wasteful, and also, you know, with 70% of our water being used to irrigate lawns, it's a huge place for us to start. And so it's really ambitious goals. And what AB 1572 does is it recognizes that ensuring the reliability of our water supplies in the face of climate change does not fall solely on our water suppliers. Adapting to climate change helps mitigate risks for businesses, and there's an important role for the private sector in closing the gap between supply and demand. So reducing demand will help to stabilize our water rates. As you can imagine, it's hot, we use a lot more water, it's wet, we use a lot less water. It's really hard to forecast demands and set rates based on that. So, you know, using water more efficiently, particularly outdoors, can really help that rate setting process. And it keeps water in storage for future droughts. So both of those things provide incredible financial benefits to the private sector, to the businesses in our community. And also, you know, saving water saves money directly. So there are a lot of benefits to businesses. And Metropolitan can be a great resource for our business community in helping to take steps to adapt to climate change. Metropolitan has had a long-standing commitment to water efficiency and conservation. We provide education, audits, and incentives to help businesses reduce water waste. For nearly 30 years, Met has incentivized the replacement of non-functional turf. And so, you know, that might be a new term for some folks, non-functional turf. I think the easiest way to define it is if the only time you walk on it is to mow it, then it's not functional. And we've got a lot of non-functional turf. You know, to date, Met has replaced more than 220 million square feet of grass in Southern California and has saved enough water through that to provide water to 68,000 households annually. Despite that, as I said, there's still 70% of all of our drinking water and the urban environment is going to watering landscapes. And, you know, it's going to take a lot more, as it gets hotter and drier with climate change, it's going to take a lot more water to keep that grass alive. And so I see we've got, you know, Mia up in the front. You know, no one knows better than Mia about the changes that we need to make. And so, you know, we're really lucky in Southern California to have a lot of really great resources. You know, and for all those reasons, that's why the Met Board has committed to reducing non-functional turf in our service area by another 30%. That's a commitment we made to the Colorado Basin states and a commitment we've made here. And for those of you that have to implement AB 1572, the local government and public agencies will have until 2027 to stop watering grass, non-functional grass, with drinking water. Businesses will have until 2028. And you can comply with it by removing the turf and replacing it with climate resilient landscapes, things that are going to help us adapt to climate change in a number of ways, help address extreme heat, biodiversity loss, flood protection, pollution in our oceans and coastal waterways. And you can also use recycled water. So that's recycled water that can be municipally supplied or recycled water that you're capturing on site and reusing for that irrigation. To support Southern California businesses and public agencies in this effort, Metropolitan has added an additional $1 per square foot to its turf replacement program base incentive. So if you're a business in the CII sectors, you can get $3 a square foot, and public agencies, you get a little boost, you get $4 a square foot. Folks like LADWP will add another $1 on top of that and have really incredible programs as well. So, if you want to learn more about the things that Metropolitan's doing for water conservation efficiency and the benefits and incentives that you might be able to access, you can go to bewaterwise.com.
Thank you. And I think one should add, though, that the city of Los Angeles has done very well in terms of water conservation. I know that the city, LADWP, talks about the fact that we've grown by 1 million people, and but our water consumption has not risen since was back in the 1970s and stuff. And
it's less.
Yeah, but I mean that was also done really by a series of things, changing infrastructure to begin with, like toilets and low flush toilets and so on, and then the shortage year rates, which made water more expensive to use, and then the ordinances that prohibited wasteful watering and so on. So these kinds of things with a public education campaign do work. They've been seen to work. So okay. Did you want to add anything to that, or did I say everything you wanted to say?
You got it just right.
Okay. Jonah, let me turn to you, and I want to go back to Pure Water LA, and you are our private sector representative on the panel. But HDR has an involvement in that program and has seen it evolve and develop to the point where there's this closer collaboration with one name identifying what the program is. Tell me about HDR's role and what it is that you're doing there and what your thoughts are on it.
Sure. Yeah, thank you for having us on this panel. And as you said, it's amazing to be up here with you all and listening to what you're sharing with us. And I guess what we're doing is we're working with both agencies, the city, in developing a study through the Water Research Foundation on what we're calling One Water program management. Program management is the delivery of projects that are interconnected in a cohesive manner, rather than just delivering projects one at a time. So being more efficient, cost-effective, and allowing agencies, utilities to get their programs done on time, on budget, and continue to deliver the water the way they need to. So what that means is that we're working with several agencies from around the world, actually. We're tapping into agencies in the UK, Canada, and elsewhere to get their experiences. We've surveyed them, we've talked to them, we've conducted workshops with them to gather their experience and their expertise, their best practices on how they've been successfully delivering their programs and how that could be applied to anyone, really. It's a study that's available to anyone. But of course, the focus, as it is facilitated research by the city, is to look at Pure Water Los Angeles as the case study. And how can the framework, we're developing a framework for how programs can be structured and organized, and then developing a toolkit. So tools that can actually be used by agencies in implementing their programs. So using Pure Water Los Angeles as the case study for how can that framework be applied, how can those tools be best used, and allowing the city to move forward in a positive way. So we'll be facilitating some workshops in the near future with the city to help get that moving. So I think it's fantastic to see the collaboration within the city and a unified name. I think that's a huge step forward in allowing that program to move forward in a unified way. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Evelyn, let me turn to you next, and I want to talk about PFAS, about forever chemicals. And as you know, I serve on the Regional Water Board, and we had a presentation made to us not so long ago, that the presenter said that the EPA has identified 6 classifications of these forever chemicals, 6, but that there are actually something more like 50 to 70,000 such chemicals out there. And I think one presenter, much to my dismay, said something like, well, to be human is to have PFAS in our bodies. And I found that a little I wasn't happy to hear that, because I don't think we should accept that, quite frankly. But even with the 6 that have been regulated, it does place a burden on our water supply agencies to decide how this is going to be dealt with. And I know that maybe a well that DWP has may have been affected by this. And there was a finding that stormwater, as we try to capture it all, may actually be carrying PFAS as well. So it's like no matter where we turn, there's another obstacle to deal with. But tell me how DWP is looking at this. What kind of strategies are being deployed to try to deal with this? Because we have 6 classified, but more are going to be, and they'll be regulated. So tell us a bit.
Of course, and this is such a challenging set of questions because we...
Sorry about that.
No, I mean, this is the reality that we're in today, though. We don't know where the next set of contaminants is going to come from, how they're going to affect our supplies, how we're going to manage it. So one of the things that we have to be very cognizant and intentional about is making sure that whatever infrastructure we are investing in is nimble enough so that we can address, particularly with treatment, any potential changes in the future. Something like PFAS is obviously extremely challenging because we don't have a lot of information from the regulation standpoint beyond the 6 that have been regulated. LADWP has been proactively testing groundwater since 2013. We've tested hundreds of samples to make sure that for the little that we knew, that we have access to accepted testing methods, because not every testing method out there is necessarily going to be acceptable or reproducible or consistent and give us results that are statistically significant. So we want to look to the regulating community to make sure that we have access to whatever the latest approved testing technologies are, approved testing methods. What we have found is that although, like you mentioned, there was one well that where we were able to detect PFAS, one of the strains of it that at the introduction to the distribution system where the drinking water goes to customers, that was not detectable there.
Oh, okay.
So although we want to make sure that we are testing the sources where we can, anything that implies or involves the collection of stormwater now, we have to also be intentional about how we manage and test and make sure that if we have a way to protect those sources, that we do. But in a lot of ways, there's very little that we might be able to do with source protection with what we know now. But again, it's about being nimble and making sure that we are proactive and really lock arms with our regulator community, support the ability to explore innovative solutions with our regulators, pilot new technologies where it's possible, support studies, and that's what LADWP has been proactively doing because we know this is going to continue to be a concern.
And that's very true. LADWP has been proactive, and this is a huge challenge for water agencies throughout the nation. I don't know if anybody wants to add anything to that. A stony silence, I hear. Okay, all right. Well, from PFAS, we'll go to another happy subject, that of rates. Well, we have to entertain after all. So. I don't want to upset anybody, though. Well, look, it's my firm belief that both on the power and the water side, if we're going to meet our responsibilities, we have to talk to the public about rate increases. It's just that we have to do it in a way that spares folks who can't bear that burden, and the rest of us who can should bear a greater share. For me, that's the hallmark of a civilized society. But I know for LA San and Environment, you are considering a rate case or resuming rate increases that were paused during COVID. Can you tell us about that, and can you make the case for it? Tell us why these rate increases are necessary.
As the director and general manager, I feel like it's my responsibility.
Oh, right.
Darn it. Oh, sorry.
I could hear you just fine.
I know. You could hear me. As a general manager for the city of Los Angeles, I feel like it's my responsibility, and it's because of the regulatory requirements and with our aging infrastructure. That is something that I had to, isn't popular, but I had to bring it up to the new mayor, to the new administration, and to city council for a couple reasons. Because we, with climate change and the aging infrastructure, we cannot afford to not invest in our infrastructure. And the last time we had a rate increase on sewers was done 2 mayors ago, actually under Mayor Villaraigosa. And that was a 10-year rate case that didn't anticipate a pandemic, didn't anticipate, just the way the economy went in during 2008, during that recession. So we were already behind the curve. And so it is important that we bring it front and center. And even just from in the last 4 years, if you look at at Hyperion to treat our sewer system, the chemicals increased by 78%. And that's something that we have to use. We can't, it is just the cost of doing business. So, and one of the things though is like with insurance, none of us want to pay for it until it's an emergency. And I just, wanted to do a new cool barbecue area for summer. And in February, December, January, when I was talking to people, they're like, have you seen your roof? And I hadn't. And so I ended up investing in my roof that I didn't want to do because it's not sexy. It's something you don't see. But yet, then we had that huge storm, and I was so glad because I saw the holes and the damage it would have done to not only my house, but everything stored in my garage. So, but this is and then as a mother, it's a public health responsibility to ensure that we, our 6,700 miles of pipes, most of them, like 80% are, past its lifetime. Our treatment plants, the last time, if we want to do, Pure Water LA and, at Hyperion and the work we're doing even at DCT that's in the works with DWP, we have to invest in resilience, especially when we have, storms that, how do we, when we know that our sewer system, we can't, the way we designed, we're basically living in our grandparents' infrastructure. And so in this new reality, we need to not only address the aging infrastructure, but also address it in a new way. Because, you know, if like some of them that are 100 years old, they're massive. With conservation, that means we have to spend more money on chemicals because they're, you know, if there's not enough flow and we're dealing with sewer, what's going to happen? It's going to get a little sticky, you know. So we need to. So then when we have, you know, spills, it's because, you know, those kinds of challenges. So as a resident, I think it's of the city of Los Angeles. I think it is. We and as a parent, we need to make sure that we're on the cutting edge of this, and it's going to cost us, you know, some money. And, you know, if we want to spend, you know, billions of dollars on, you know, the fun, sexy, pure water LA, we got to make sure we're, you know, our facilities is ready for it, it's prepared, and it's responsible.
Yeah, and if we don't do it now, they'll be hell to pay later on, and it'll be a lot more expensive. And you used a key word just there. You know, you said you referred to it as an investment, and that's how we have to think of these programs. You know, people use the word cost. Well, if we only thought about cost in all of our decisions, we would never get out of bed in the morning. You know, in every individual decision that we think of it in terms of an investment. And as a city, I feel like we need to lead, even when it's hard, even when it's going to cost us something. Because one of the things that I shared with people especially with the decision makers, and when I was trying to get support for this, was seeing a graph. If you look, and I can share it with those of you that are interested, I have a graph that shows every time we had a rate adjustment or increase has been after some kind of lawsuit. And so it's always on the defense. So we need to be proactive and be on leading, not only for the city, but for, you know, the country and the world, that, you know, we in LA, we should be doing the simple stuff, but also the hard stuff. Thank you. Thanks for that. Tracy, let me turn to you. You mentioned Pure Water SoCal earlier, and we've talked about climate whiplash and all of the challenges that Metropolitan faces in connection with that. Again, dealing with all of these different agencies, some of which are, I think, proactive and responsible, others perhaps less. So how is Metropolitan thinking about the challenges of climate change and less water in the system, and also the fact that many agencies are trying to lessen their dependence on Metropolitan, including Los Angeles? So I know that Pure Water is one initiative program, which is not what Metropolitan has traditionally done. Traditionally, it's been an importer.
Yeah.
So tell us about some of the programs that are going on there.
Well, first I would say, you know, I think it just doesn't make great business sense to rely on a supply that is becoming less and less reliable. So it makes sense for Metropolitan to diversify its portfolio to include things that are more reliable, like recycled water, like stormwater capture, like conservation and efficiency. I guess maybe before I jump into this question more directly, I just wanted to kind of add on to what Barbara was saying about the LA sanitation and the rates. You know, so much of LA's economy depends on a healthy coastline, and we need to make those investments. We're seeing the impacts of aging infrastructure and climate change on the quality of water reaching our beaches. And so I think with this audience, I just wanted to make that pitch that it is imperative that we make those investments so that we can protect the economy in Southern California and the 50 million people who come and visit our beaches every year. So just had to put my Heel to Bay hat on really quickly. But getting back to your question, something also that Barbara alluded to, you know, you often hear in the water world, we've got, California has 19th century water laws, 20th century infrastructure, and we have 21st century climate realities, and those things don't comport. And so one of the things that's really interesting, and I'm really glad that Liz Crossan has left, because talking about someone's program in front of them is always really challenging, but Metropolitan is so incredibly lucky to have Liz Crossan taking the lead on our climate adaptation management plan for water. We call it Camp for Water. It's so much easier. And it's really, a decision-making tool. As an engineer myself, I can admit that, engineers have kind of got us into a lot of the trouble we're in now. We didn't have the data 100 years ago, and we certainly didn't have the technology to be able to forecast. So we made some decisions that led to some unintended consequences. And so we want to make sure that we avoid that in the future. We've never had better data. We've never had better technology. We've never had better forecasting models. And so this Camp for Water process is going to help us lead to a decision-making tool that allows us to take into consideration, how can we weight climate resilience? How can we weight the environmental benefit of this project? Like looking at the multiple benefits and the multiple potential harmful impacts of a project and being more strategic, as Joe talked about, thinking about things in a larger picture. How are each of these individual projects going to relate to one another? And I think, that's one of the things that we haven't done well previously. I think in the water sector overall, we approve water projects as one-offs, and we don't think about things strategically. And it's really exciting to be in the water industry at a time when we are being much more strategic and thinking about how one project impacts another. And really, I think this might come up later, but also really interested to see how the Safe Clean Water program starts doing that a little bit better.
Yeah, we'll talk about Safe Clean Water in a second. Actually, talking about investments, Joe made an investment when he bought those socks, which goes to show that some investment decisions are good ones, some maybe.
I like them.
Maybe
I
not.
love my socks. I love my socks.
You love these socks?
I love these socks.
Okay,
these
all
are
right,
my favorite socks. I wore my favorite socks for you, David.
Yeah, and I appreciate it because it gave me a chance to talk to the audience about it. I hope you don't mind.
No.
All right. But actually, my next question is for you, and it's actually a very, very serious one. And
you don't want to talk about my shirt?
No, your shirt's all right. That was a good investment decision.
Right.
And your jacket, beautiful, pants, socks. Yeah. It's just the socks. That's all. Right. I won't ask about anything else.
Yeah, you don't want to know about the rest.
Sorry about that. All right. Okay. So a private sector involvement with the water arena, right? I think again, as a society, we've managed to do public-private partnerships with the electricity side of the house, right? With renewable energy, especially. Not so much yet with the water side, and there are a number of reasons for that. People view water as a public asset. They're concerned about private ownership of water and so on and so forth. But I think beyond that, there is a bit of a disconnect about how to do business with government, right? A lot of private sector companies just have no idea how to do. I mean, I'll give you an example. Not very long ago, a client came to me and wanted to do something with an agency, and they said, and you know what? And this technology that we have is going to help the agency cut its workforce. And I said, okay, you seriously think that it's a selling point to go to a public agency and tell them they're going to be able to fire a whole load of people? You think that's a strong thing to, right? It's because they don't have any idea how to do business with government. And I think, and vice versa, government often doesn't know how to properly leverage the private sector. So I think for water, especially as we look at all of these changes that have to be made, this becomes a crucial factor, and I wonder if we can have your insights on it.
Sure, absolutely. Well, I don't want to give away too many trade secrets to other companies, but But no, I think the main thing working in the service industry is that we need to be more collaborative, more part of the team, build partnerships with the public agencies. I think less and less and increasingly the agencies are looking for that partnership and not just buying a service. Hey, go design us that and go away and then come back when it's done. It's got to be done in a collaborative partnership environment with the agencies. So we really strive hard to do that, where we're working with agencies more of as an extension of staff in a lot of cases. We're seeing a rise in hiring what are called owner's agent or program managers to help deliver a lot of large projects and programs where the staff of the private sector can be essentially that staff extension for the public agencies as they're facing staff shortages and staff retirements. A lot of retirements are happening, and there's a gap in that staff that we're seeing. So I think that partnership is crucial. Another way is through relationships that we can help. Recently I was at lunch with a large Southern California agency that we work with, and he was describing some of the challenges that he was having within his utility. And I said, you know what, that sounds very similar to a utility that I worked with in the Central Valley. So I connected those two. I think that led to a good dialogue. So I think there's value that we can add in the relationships that we bring, which goes back to that study that we're doing and those relationships that we have from around the world that we can bring to bear their best practices, their experiences that can help the local agencies do the best. So I think that's.
And what about the way government looks at the private sector? Is it, what can be done more in terms of government agencies to try to bring private sector companies more into the water sector? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think it just goes back to viewing us as part of that community. That can help. That we want to partner. We want to be part of the team, and we have a different spin, and that we're obviously for profit, but at the end of the day, it's a very, very small water world, especially in Southern California, and so. We live here, we raise our families here. The water future for Southern California and Los Angeles is just as important to us as it is to everyone else.
There's nothing wrong with making a profit doing something decent.
Yeah.
So, okay, I have.
Can I add to that?
Of course.
For example, for the sewer rates, I think one of the ways that the private sector and the cities and the public agencies could do a better job is quantifying what we talk about the economic benefit that we need depend on for our coastline, but it's also the amount the capital projects that are out there, the consulting. Like if we're saying we're going to spend a couple billion in capital projects, we're not going to do them alone. We're going to how do we accelerate getting that work out in the street? And so all these different kind of partnerships and ensuring that we have either not only the technical, the resources that private sector could play plays a very critical role. We just don't talk about it enough because and that is my job to take the heat. But it's also, if we have those numbers of how much of those, investments we need to do is going to go directly back into our economy, that part of it, we don't do a good enough job. So we need the private sector to help to calculate that because, I think not being gun shy about, we're for profit, but how many people, at HDR, are being funded by that and how that trickle down effect of that. So I think I think we need to all collectively do a better job.
Thank you. So I'd like to move to some questions for all of you. And the first one is about, and we heard Secretary Garcia talk about direct potable reuse earlier on, and you mentioned it as well. So far, we've been talking to the public about indirect potable reuse, right? The wastewater gets treated and treated to a very high degree, then it's transported to spreading grounds, it's allowed to filter through the soil for additional cleansing, then it's extracted and cleaned again, and and Orange County subsists on that water, and everybody, last time I was there, they looked very healthy to me. They did. So there's absolutely nothing wrong with water. My question is, do we need to have a fresh conversation with the public about direct potable reuse?
Yes, 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 yes. I'll answer. I won't answer for everybody. I'll just say 5 yeses for me.
Oh, is that it?
It's it's a must, because when we start, even for setting the groundwork for our Pure Water Los Angeles program, we were conceptualizing this program before direct potable reuse regulations were available. They were in the process of being developed. And we wanted to support all of that, but we had to move forward with a planning process that did not include or envision direct potable reuse because we didn't have the regulations that supported it. But we are nothing if not nimble. We have to have now some acknowledgement of what that potential future is. That doesn't mean that we're going to go with direct potable reuse out of the gate, but we have to have a planning process and a design process that is able to incorporate possibilities in the future if necessary, and that our treatment, when we go forward with Pure Water Los Angeles, has the ability to meet the direct potable reuse regulations as needed. And the reality is the amount of investment we're talking about for Pure Water Los Angeles is in the vicinity of $20 billion, depending on the alternatives that we end up selecting. And this is not lost on us how large that investment is, but if it's possible using the vehicles provided by the regulations to maybe achieve some of that earlier, to partner with different agencies along the way differently because of the regulations, then we're obligated now to consider that. I don't know if Barbara wants to build.
Yeah, I'll build on that. I mean, we have to demonstrate how it works. So we have to, a lot of us are visual, so we have to demonstrate how it works. So a lot of our demonstration projects need to happen. But we also have to, and my dream is that we're gonna have a pub, like in utilizing this, just like Orange County, they use the water. It's like you need water, and how do we create those kinds of educational campaigns to bring in folks into that this is necessary. I mean, we look at on the electrification side, but we also have to look at it from an affordability perspective. Mm-hmm. How do we ease into it? And that is going to be one of our biggest challenges. But if we don't do it, if we're scared at the number, the cost of not doing something is even greater. Yes. So and that's where I keep thinking about that we have to, invest now to make it affordable in the long term.
Yeah, I would just add, I think it's really important. We need to start building trust, right?
Yes.
I think because of our aging infrastructure and our history of sewage spills, there's going to be some hesitation in minds. And so I think it's absolutely crucial that we start having those conversations now. We start engaging the public. We start rebuilding trust by investing in these systems so that they are working the way that we intend them to all the time. so that when we transition to treating that water for drinking water, that we are that the public is with us. And I think that's absolutely crucial. And I think that, DPR really opens us up to the ability to be more innovative and to do things differently. Evelyn talked a little bit about, we're not going to go straight to DPR. And I think one of the things that I'm really excited to explore more at Met that we've been talking about is, the idea of the most cost-effective way to do recycled water is the right treatment for the right use. And so, DPR is going to be more expensive, right? The requirements of DPR regulations are more expensive than doing the IPR. And so the way that Met's thinking about it is, let's do IPR, and we'll do spreading grounds like they do in Orange County. But we know that climate change means that we're going to have dry years and then we're going to have wet years. So those years when it's wet, when our stormwater is being diverted to those spreading grounds, then Met can do DPR. And having that flexibility, because we know we can't turn on and off those membranes, right? You can't let them sit. And so having that flexibility to go to IPR to DPR, I think is going to be absolutely crucial for us to allow for that operational flexibility. And then I think, obviously the thing that we're all doing that's helping with affordability and getting things out there quicker is scalability. So, scaling these projects. And those things are going to help us to do this at, more affordably and quicker.
Joe, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think, when you start talking about direct potable reuse, and yes, the treatment processes themselves, you're adding additional barriers to the, purify the water. But what you're also doing is potentially offsetting that with reducing the amount of pipelines that are being built. Because when you look at the cost of these programs, Pure Water Los Angeles building a pipeline all the way into the San Fernando Valley, that's probably the most expensive part of the program. So if there's a way to reduce that to some extent, the cost savings will be enormous. And also, I think, the schedule. So when you look at these programs, we did some back-of-the-envelope calculations on escalation of the projects, and you're talking about a $20 billion project. Every month that goes by, you're adding $3 or $4 million to the cost of the project. Yes. So just think about that in the sense of, if you're talking decades to do these things, the cost can be reduced by reducing the timeline, and potentially, direct potable reuse will be a big part of that, I think. And I think some of the agencies are looking at, really that flange to flange. I mean, we're talking to some smaller agencies that are going to pilot, looking at how can we do the treatment and then put it directly into distribution. Yeah.
Great. We have 2 minutes left. Okay. Safe Clean Water Program, right? Great gift. $270 million a year into the water system. The voters of LA County 2018 voted it. Just had its biennial review. How did it do? Okay.
I'll go. Putting my Hewlett Bay hat back on. Look, I think it's a great start, right? It's in the first phase. We're figuring things out. And, we were able to fund 126 projects. I think we completed 12 of them, capturing a ton of stormwater. I think I have the number here somewhere. But the biennial report is meant to, be that check-in of how can we do better. And we can do a lot better. I think a lot of us who were reading the report were hoping for specific recommendations for the next phase, and I think a little bit disappointed to see it as more of a plan to plan. But I think, there are a lot of folks who are engaged in this process, and, I think a lot of us, we really want to see more specific metrics. How much new stormwater are we going to capture? How much hardscape are we going to replace? And I think, we want to see more multiple benefit projects, right? We want to see more green space in poor communities. We want, and we want to see those metrics laid out. And I think that all of those things are going to help to really improve what we get out of the Safe Clean Water Program.
Barbara?
Yeah, so I 100% agree with you on a lot of that. But as the responsible party for our, NPDES permit, and and a former person that I worked on multiple benefit projects for 10 years, from half an acre to 10 acres with cisterns, and this biennium is working on this has shifted my perspective, and part of it is that if we're going to have metrics and be held accountable for and have those being delivered, we have to do a little of both. We have to do some very specific projects that are measurable and that address our water quality issues, that address what our supply issues, and then we have some that do a little of everything, but they're not going to meet the goals. So we either do one or the other, and as a member of the ROC, I've been saying this, but I'm not getting any traction. And it's because we're at a phase that we want to do everything for everybody. And even though it's a lot of money, it's not enough. So I think we need to, for me, what I wanted to really see is how do we create, we have regulatory obligations, but we also have community, responsibilities. And those two, if we try to put the goals together and the metrics, they don't align. So that's why we keep going in this direction. We're never going to meet what the expectation out there is. So how do we create, if we want to hold, cities accountable to meet our regulatory, obligations, we can't depend on the source.
Yeah, but I'm going to push back a little bit because I think we can do both. We just have to be more strategic. We have to understand how one project is impacting another, and we have to have a plan. And I know they're embarking on a plan, and but
that's why I think it's at a.
We need the science to be more infused.
I think if I may.
Yeah.
The next time we meet, I'm going to devote a lot. No, because I've got my own issues on it, and the regional board views on it, and all this kind of stuff. However, we are out of time. We are.
We'll stay in debate.
We'll stay and debate this, but I think what we need to do, that's why I think the biennial, like she said, when I say I agree 100%, is that the next challenge is going to be with this new plan is to, really look at it, because now we have experience, 5 years of that experience, that if we don't make some significant changes, we're not going to get different results.
Yeah, and also there's the whole water quality, water quantity issue. There's the accountability of all of the city. There's a lot of issues there, and as I say, next time we meet, we'll devote a lot more time to this.
Sounds like it needs to be addressed programmatically, David.
Yes.
It does indeed. But with that, I swear, you're marvelous. Barbara, thank you so much. Tracy, thank you. Joe, thank you. Yeah. Evelyn, thank you.
Thank you,
Aren't they the best? Oh, and with that, I hope you all have homes to go to. And I hope that your power is on when you get there. So, bye for now. Bye-bye.